Good morning and welcome to finals day at the European Rowing Championships. To those of you on the venue and to those listening online at home, a very big welcome to Lago di Varese. We have a packed program today. We start with the D final of the men's double sculls. We run all the way through D finals, C finals, B finals, and we begin with medals finals at 10:25 this morning. We go all the way through until 3:30 this afternoon with the A final of the men's 8. I'm Jillian O'Mara. I'm here in the tower with Luca Brugini. So good morning and welcome, Luca.
Buongiorno Gillian e ancora una volta buongiorno a tutti voi che ci state seguendo anche comodamente da casa. È una giornata importante, la giornata finale di questi campionati europei assoluti. L'ultima volta che dissi questa frase era il lontano 2012, 9 anni fa, quasi la preistoria. Ultima giornata di un campionato europeo qui alla Schiranna, ultima giornata quella di finali che di fatto andrà ad assegnare titoli e medaglie. Abbiamo un programma molto intenso, partenza alle 8:30 con la finale D del doppio maschile, poi finali C, finale B, la prima finale A sarà invece alle ore 10:25 con le prime medaglie da assegnare. Da allora con partenze ogni 15 minuti arriveremo alle ore 15:36 con la finale del lotto maschile.
Such a packed program, Luca. Is there any particular race that you're looking forward to?
Thanks, Gillian. Yes, it is a really packed program today. And I think, to answer your question, we'll have to wait until 2:36. Today will it be the men's quads, and I think that will be your race as well.
Very fascinating. We'll have to look at the Dutch and the Italians going at it in the men's quad, but a six-boat field out there, and I think the medals are completely up for grabs, aren't they? So just to introduce you to our commentators out there on the water, bringing you all the action at the 1,000-meter mark. We have Kat Holloway in English and Thomas Kadai in Italian. And at the 1,500-meter mark, we have Tim van Vliet also in English. So really looking forward to bringing you all the racing this morning. Conditions are looking really great out there on Lago di Varese. We head up to the starting line for the D final of the men's double sculls. In lane 1, representing Moldova, Alexander Belot and Cyril Filosoci Sestakov. In lane 2, representing Slovakia, Andrej Kovakovic and Jakub Popeka. In lane 3, representing Finland, Olli-Pekka Karppinen and Jule Nakarinen. In lane 4, representing Sweden, Hugo Nerud and Eskil Borg. In lane 5, representing Bulgaria, Stanimir Haladsov and Boris Yotov.
Finale D del doppio maschile, ultimo atto anche per questa specialità. Moldavia in acqua 1, poi in acqua 2 la Slovacchia, in acqua 3 la Finlandia, in acqua 4 la Svezia, in acqua 5 la Bulgaria.
Just starting to feel the tension up there at the start of these athletes. They were on the water last night for the CD semifinal. They're here early this morning to race this D final in the men's double sculls. So very great race we're expecting out there on the water. The very quick times coming through those CD semifinals last night. We're going to head up to the start just to listen in for the starter's command up there all the way 2,000 meters away from the finish line.
Colombo, Colombo.
Just a slight delay up there at the start for the D final of the men's double sculls. We're waiting for them to get underway.
Un leggero ritardo in partenza per questa prima finale D del doppio maschile, ancora qualche istante. Siamo in attesa della partenza ufficiale.
Moldova, Slovakia, Finland, Sweden, Bulgaria. Attention.
And they're underway. The first race of today's final racing, the D final in the men's double sculls. Everyone just getting off to a quick start out there. I think Moldova making the best start, rating at 50 strokes per minute just to get off the line very quickly, but a nice clean start across the board.
Si sono fatti attendere qualche minuto in più rispetto all'orario previsto, ma è partita ufficialmente quest'ultima giornata sul campo mondiale di Varese con la finale D del doppio maschile, una partenza veramente importante, quella della Moldavia, che lì in acqua 1 ha cercato subito di fare la parte della lepre, ma attenzione perché al centro del percorso rimangono comunque molto vicini sia Finlandia che la Svezia. Questo di fatto va ad accendere la gara quando ci avviciniamo ai primi 500 metri.
A little bit of tension up there at the start, and then these athletes are off the blocks, really building that tension and then releasing it as they start into the race. Looking at the times from yesterday's CD semifinal, we might expect Sweden to come across the line first, but I think still a lot to play very early on in this race. So I'm going to hand it over for the first time this morning to our commentators out there on the water. Kat and Thomas at the 1,000-meter mark. How does it look from your view?
Morning, Gilly. From the 1,000-meter timing heart, I'm Kat Holloway here with Thomas Cadai, my Italian co-commentator. And it's another fabulous day here on Lake Varese. The water is very flat. The weather forecast says there's going to be some rain later on today, but so far we've just had a little bit of light rain, a little bit of drizzle, but nothing too heavy. The air's a bit thick with moisture. We've got some humidity here on the lake. It might feel a little bit chilly to the athletes with their kit getting wet, but the lake conditions are fabulous again today. So very nice surroundings here in Varese. If you're listening online at home, we've got the beautiful trees and rolling hills in front of us, and there's a bit of wildlife on this lake. We came to the commentary hut this morning to find a third commentator of a duck quite close by, just chatting away. He seems to have gone now, so you'll just be having the English and Italian commentary here. So here, the first race of the day for this finals day, the D final of the men's double sculls. They're progressing through the middle section of the race here now, and it's been a great start to the race for Moldova. This duo of Visocci and Shestakov and Bulat. They had a great first half to their semi-final yesterday and then faded somewhat in the second part of the race, and they've gone for a similar strategy today, taking it hard in the first part of the race. So let's see how this progresses through the rest of the race for them.
Si apre quindi il sipario dell'ultima giornata dei campionati europei. Kat ed io all'altezza dei 1000 metri vi diamo il benvenuto dalla nostra postazione, certi di vivere tutti assieme delle emozioni indescrivibili, andando a raccontare palata dopo palata le importanti avventure di tutti gli atleti in gara in quest'ultima giornata di assoluti. Siamo quindi con la finale D del doppio maschile, che vede in questo momento il passaggio ai 1000 metri con la conduzione da parte dell'equipaggio della Repubblica di Moldavia, mentre per la seconda posizione la Finlandia, e poi un bellissimo punta a punta tra l'acqua 2 e l'acqua 4, quindi Slovacchia e Svezia per la terza posizione. Più arretrata invece la Bulgaria, che è partita in corsia numero 5. Ricordiamo, 2 saranno le finali D in programma e poi andremo a scalare tutto il nostro programma gare fino all'assegnazione delle medaglie, quindi le regate più importanti, le finali A, con avvio alle ore 10:25 in questa giornata di gare. Quindi con la Repubblica di Moldavia in prima posizione andiamo a continuare il nostro racconto della prima finale D di questa giornata di gare.
Passing in front of our commentary position, Moldova holding off the Finnish crew of Nakarin and Karpinen. A compact style from the Moldovan scullers, and the Finns have a little bit more length and fluidity, so they're just holding on to half a length behind the Moldovans. So this was the point yesterday when we saw the Moldovan speed change somewhat, but it looks to me like they're progressing this through the third quarter today for the D final.
Yes, certainly. They have saved their best for this D final. The Moldovan crew on the far side of the lake still looking relatively comfortable out in front, but the crew from Finland in lane number 3 starting to make a move, as are the double from Sweden, who are trying to get past a brilliant push from them just in front of the commentary hut here at the 1500 meter mark. A great push which takes them to the front of the race, but they're still in second place because the Moldovan crew on the far side crossed the 1500 meter mark first, half a boat length up on the second placed Swedish crew, and it's a level pegging between Slovakia and Finland for third and fourth. The Bulgarian crew have dropped off the pack a little in the third 500 meters, but the Swedish crew are really moving and going for the lead in this D final.
E in questi ultimi 300 metri si scrive la storia, perché di fatto si vanno a conquistare le posizioni che vanno poi a generare il ranking europeo. Lì davanti ancora i colori della Moldavia che riescono a suonare la parte del protagonista, ma per la seconda posizione con uno scatto in avanti rispetto alla precedente edizione, quella del 2020. Vedo veramente molto bene ancora proiettata la Svezia, un equipaggio giovane che ha debuttato in chiave internazionale nel 2018 durante i campionati del mondo Under 23. In chiusura verso il traguardo, 4 equipaggi comunque ancora molto vicini, con la Moldavia lì in acqua 1 a fare l'andatura.
Absolutely incredible race from the Moldovan crew out there in lane 1. They've led pretty much from start to finish, going off the start line at that 50 strokes a minute, getting out to that early lead and managing to hold off the challenges coming behind them. But as we come up towards the finish line, Sweden just trying to make a push for it. They had the fastest time coming out of the CD semifinal last night. Have they been able to recover quickly overnight, get a good night of sleep, and can they push back on this Moldovan crew out there in lane 1? Coming up to the line, what a fantastic way to start the morning in this D final. I think Sweden's going to take it just at the line ahead of Moldova, and then anything between Finland and Slovakia, I'll wait for that to come up on my screen, and just Bulgaria dropping off towards the back here. A fantastic first race in the D final of the men's double sculls. So just confirming those places here. Sweden coming through first in the D final, coming through in second Moldova, third went to Finland, fourth Slovakia, and fifth Bulgaria. Already underway is the D final in the men's single sculls. In lane 1, Moldova. In lane 2, Slovenia. In lane 3, Israel. In lane 4, Switzerland. In lane 5, Serbia. They're already through the 1,000-meter mark and around you, Kat. So how is this race shaping up?
So Tim Roth's had a great start here in this race. The first 500, already a 2-second advantage over his Slovenian rival, with a Moldovan some 4 seconds back. He's increased that advantage coming down the course. And the sculling again from Tim Roth looks really fluid, really precise. The 19-year-old bronze medalist from 2019 Junior World Championships is making the transition here up to senior level. And he looks to be having a commanding performance here in this D final. Yesterday in the semi, the Slovenian finished half a second behind him, but the margin today is a lot greater than that. So they're coming down to you now, Tim, in sight of the 1,500-meter commentary point.
Yes, certainly slight drizzle here at the 1,500-meter mark and this D final of the men's singles. I actually can hear some church bells on the background, and I was wondering if perhaps we might hear some cowbells as well. We have heard them when the scullers from Switzerland have been racing. So some cowbells for Tim Roth, who is still leading this D final, looking very fluid and very impressive at this stage. Nice long strokes from the young sculler from Switzerland. On the far side, we see Ivan Kursanov from Moldova, who raced the men's quad last year, finishing 11th in that event, and he actually raced with the Moldovan double we saw just a few moments ago. In the mix is still Filip Matai Pfeiffer from Slovenia, second place at the 1,500-meter mark, but Tim Roth still out in front, looking very comfortable with 450 meters still to row. Great race from the young Swiss sculler.
Una gara meravigliosa per questo singolista svizzero, veramente giovane, classe 2001. Abbiamo visto nuove leve, nuovi atleti debuttare qui alla Schiranna di Varese e sicuramente lui è uno di questi. Un nome che oggi gareggia in finale D ed gareggia da protagonista, perché qui davanti sta comandando e guidando la sfida, ma che nelle prossime stagioni sicuramente dirà la sua, perché la Svizzera ha anche un doppio senior in finale A e quindi un doppio molto forte, ben rodato, e sicuramente un singolista a rinforzo della squadra di coppia olimpica, può ben figurare e soprattutto aiutare nella crescita assoluta. Quindi ancora Svizzera lì davanti, poi Slovenia e Moldavia per le prime 3 posizioni.
Coming into the last 100 meters of this race, and what a great race from Tim Roth, the young sculler from Switzerland, finishing third a couple years ago in the junior men's single sculls and stepping up here to the senior level, and he's just making the best of it in this D final. He landed here after a bit of getting caught out at the line yesterday in the CD semifinals, but a great race from him here in the D final as he comes up towards the line. Slovenia's Maciej Filip Pfeiffer, they're going to take that second spot, and I think Moldova will come through in third. So just coming up to the line now, Tim Roth of Switzerland taking that first spot in the D final. Behind him, Slovenia Pfeiffer, and coming across the line now in that third spot, Korsanov from Moldova. On the course now, the C final of the men's double sculls. In lane 1, Croatia. In lane 2, Hungary. In lane 3, Norway. In lane 4, Spain. In lane 5, Belgium. And in lane 6, Ukraine.
Finale C del doppio maschile, quasi ai 1000 metri, Croazia in acqua 1, Ungheria in acqua 2, Norvegia in acqua 3, Spagna in acqua 4, Belgio in acqua 5, Ucraina in acqua 6. Stiamo veramente volando ai campionati europei.
As they're coming past you, Kat, I think still a close race between the 3 leading crews.
Yeah, it's still close up here at the 1,000-metre mark, Gilly. We've got the Norwegian lightweight crew of Strandli and Brunn, and the Belgians, Kleis and Deloof, right up there at the front of this course, vying for first position. It was, in fact, the Spanish crew that had the fastest start. They shot out of the blocks, but the Belgians came through them by 500 metres to take the lead. It's looking really very clean and comfortable from the Belgian crew, long, fluid strokes from them. The lightweights, just a slightly higher rating, are also looking very good up there. The Spanish are in with a shout of a sprint finish to possibly come through and take the win here in this C final. They're contesting for places 13 to 18 here at the European Championships.
Dopo la finale D, anche la finale C di questo doppio maschile, con un bellissimo punta a punta tra la Bielorussia e la Norvegia per le prime 2 posizioni. Per la terza invece in questo momento è ancora la Spagna a tenere testa agli altri avversari per andare alla conquista della terza posizione nella finale C di questa specialità. Andremo ad assegnare dalla 19esima alla 24esima posizione in questa specialità, che ha totalizzato sicuramente un grandissimo numero di iscritti. Quindi ancora una volta la Bielorussia a condurre, con la Norvegia veramente molto vicina.
Norway leads by a fraction over Belgium as they come towards 1500.
It's beautiful to watch, Catherine. Thanks. It's a great race from the Belgian double. They are in second position, but they are the young crew from the Low Countries from Belgium. They are looking really powerful as they pass the 1500-meter mark, and that's very nice to see, contrasted to the more smooth style from the Norwegian double from Brunn and Strandli, who are leading this race, but it's not by much. They have about a canvas lead coming into 350 meters still left to row. So I hope we'll be treated to a great sprint finish from these 2 crews as they pass 250 to go. Almost into the red buoy area, 2 crews out in front.
2 equipaggi davanti, 2 equipaggi in questi ultimi 250 metri. Riuscirà l'equipaggio della Norvegia oppure sarà il Belgio? La Norvegia che ha deciso di mettere in gara un doppio peso leggero, e mi piace sottolinearlo, questo doppio leggero a gareggiare tra gli assoluti a caccia di un pass. Ma attenzione, perché in questo momento il Belgio cerca comunque di rimanere agganciato. 2 equipaggi che vogliono lottare per la vittoria di questa finale C e il 13° posto assoluto in chiave europea.
We have to keep an eye on the Belgians to see if they can do anything to get back in contention. But Norway out in the lead here, almost striding out as they come into the final strokes of this race, putting on a nice little sprint. They've gone up to a rate 38, upping their rate, coming through the line. Belgium hot on their tail. So coming across the line, Norway set to take first spot in the C final, 13th overall. Belgium 14th overall, and then coming through the line now is Spain. Then we look back to Hungary, and across the line, Ukraine and Croatia. On the course now, the C final of the men's single sculls. In lane 1, Cyprus. In lane 2, Ireland. In lane 3, Russia. In lane 4, Lithuania. In lane 5, Czech Republic. And in lane 6, Hungary.
Finale C del singolo maschile, iniziano a scaldarsi i motori perché in questa gara iniziamo ad avere i primi atleti medagliati in chiave internazionale. Cipro in acqua 1, Irlanda in acqua 2, Russia in acqua 3, la Lituania in acqua 4, Repubblica Ceca in acqua 5, Ungheria in acqua 6.
Nikolai Pimenov, the sculler from Russia, making the best start out there and coming towards the 900-meter mark in the lead.
Yeah, they're right in front of our commentary point. Nikolai Pimenov having a really fast first half. He's brought his A game to this final today. It's given him 2 lengths of clear water over the rest of the field. So the rest of the field now have a long way to make up to him. But it's tight between the other 5 scullers. The sculler from Cyprus, and it's great to see someone from the Cypriot team here at Varese. Alexandros Zizmitis is making the best of the other 5 scullers, but there's really very little separating them. The scullers from Cyprus, Ireland, Czech Republic and Hungary.
Ancora una volta la Russia che conduce questa regata, è veramente molto avvantaggiato nei confronti delle altre imbarcazioni. L'atleta russo sicuramente sta controllando, mantenendo un'andatura non troppo elevata, però bellissima. La situazione invece appena dietro di lui per la seconda e la terza posizione, con Cipro che sicuramente vorrà dire la sua in questa finale C, poi l'Irlanda. Attenzione anche al rientro della Repubblica Ceca in corsia numero 5. Andremo ad assegnare in questa regata dalla 13ª alla 18ª posizione nella finale C del singolo maschile.
It's the Russian Nikolai Pimenov, the lowest rating sculler on the course, who continues to lead through this third quarter.
Yes, and in an impressive style, cool, calm and collected from the young Russian scholar, just 24 years of age, and he has done the damage to the rest of the field in the first 1,500 meters of this race, looking back comfortably to his left to the 2 scholars, the one from Ireland, Dare Lynch, in the lane number 2, who is, I think, currently in second position, and in lane number 1 we see Zitsimidis from Cyprus. He's also having a great race, still in contact with the Irish scholar, but it is impressive to see the powerful Russian athlete now coming into the last 500 meters of this race. You can see the rest of the field already making a change of gear to catch up with the leading Russian scholar, but he still looks very comfortable out in front, rating slightly higher now, 34 strokes a minute as he winds up for the sprint.
Si vola verso il traguardo, questa è la finale C del singolo maschile, ancora al centro del percorso un talento che guarda al domani, il 24enne russo, classe 1997 appunto, che dal 4 di coppia sbarca nel singolo e in singolo dimostra di avere una marcia in più rispetto a sempre, rispetto alla sua storia, rispetto alla sua carriera, probabilmente il suo habitat naturale, la possibilità di aver trovato il miglior modo per esprimersi e per tutto il percorso. Con un vantaggio superiore ai 4 secondi ha dimostrato la propria supremazia, quasi a voler confermare la voglia di costruire una carriera in questa specialità. Attenzione all'Irlanda all'esterno per la seconda e terza posizione, comunque bellissima la Russia, ultimi 150 metri al traguardo.
Coming into the last 100 meters, and Russia still out in the lead, but a very close race developing behind Pimenov there, the Russian sculler. Dare Lynch of Ireland trying to make a big sprint here and see if he can take on the Russian as they come into the final strokes of this race. Dare Lynch has gone up to a 39 strokes a minute, up to a 40 strokes a minute. Russia's sculler Pimenov still staying down at a 36 strokes a minute, but as they come towards the line, I think Pimenov has done what he needed to do. Nikolai Pimenov taking the first spot in this C final, placed 13th, then across the line. Ireland taking that second spot in the C final. Anything between the Czech sculler and the Cyprian sculler, I'm going to wait for that to come up on the screen, and then coming across the line in 5th and 6th place were Lithuania and Hungary. But again, going to confirm those positions for you as they come up here on the screen. So across the line first, Nikolai Pimenov of Russia. Second, Dare Lynch of Ireland. Going through third was Jan Sinsibuk of the Czech Republic. Fourth, Alexander Zizadimis of Cyprus. And in that 5th spot went to Lithuania, and 6th, Hungary. Coming down the course now, the B final, the first B final of the PR1 men's single sculls. In lane 1, representing Hungary, Zsolt Péto. In lane 2, representing Belarus, Maxim Myatlov.
Finale B del singolo PR1 maschile, la gara numero 98 del nostro programma di questi campionati europei. In acqua 1 l'Ungheria, in acqua 2 la Bielorussia.
We've had the pleasure of seeing these athletes compete here on Lago di Varese all week. They were both competing in the European qualification regatta earlier this week, but they're coming towards you, Kat, at 1,000 meters, and it's Maxim Miatlo a little bit in the lead over Hungary.
Yeah, that's right. Maxim Miatlo has had a storming first half to this race. So the 35-year-old from Belarus, we saw him last year finishing 5th in the European Championships in this event. On that occasion, he was beaten by the Hungarian Zsolt Pető, who finished in 4th place. But today, in this B final, we see the result will be reversed. I just can't see that the Hungarian sculler Zsolt Pető can make up this ground now. Maxim Miatlo has really taken on the first half of this race and established an emphatic lead over his Hungarian rival.
Notevole l'impegno che questi atleti stanno mettendo in questa prima finale B del nostro programma, riservata alla specialità del singolo maschile PR1. Solo 2 gli armi al via, con la Bielorussia che conduce sull'Ungheria quando mancano 800 metri al traguardo. Sicuramente una gara interessante, poi andremo a vedere anche che cosa succederà nella finale A, corsie piene di questa specialità, quindi 8 i partenti totali nel PR1 maschile. Vediamo una buona posizione da parte della Bielorussia con una palata ben distesa che precede l'Ungheria negli ultimi 600 metri di gara.
Both scullers really using their length at the front end of the stroke. The Belarusian having very quick hands to get the blades covered fast at that utmost reach point. And that's taking him to a lead of 50 meters now over his Hungarian rival. So they're coming through this third quarter. In sight of you, Tim.
Yes, thanks, Kat. Definitely within the sight of the 1,500-meter mark. Still very good conditions here at the three-quarter stage. The water is perfectly flat. Slight drizzle still coming from above, but it's great racing conditions here at Lago di Varese. Still out in front, it's the sculler from Belarus, Miatlu, who is underrating his Hungarian competitor by about 1 or 2 strokes a minute, but he has the superior boat speed as he comes to the 1,500-meter mark. Very quick indeed at the front end of the stroke, getting those blades buried into the water and levering his single scull past the blades. Very good technique from the sculler from Belarus. Looking back to the Hungarian Pető Zsolt, who is in the second position in this B final, currently so in 8th position. He is also rowing very well, but the damage has been done by the sculler from Belarus, who has taken almost 60 meters out of the Hungarian at this stage of the race. So the slight tailwind, breath of tailwind, I'd say, with 450 meters to go for the sculler from Belarus.
450 metri al traguardo ed è la gara della rivincita, mi piace proprio introdurla così, la gara della rivincita, la gara che permette di ribaltare le posizioni conquistate lo scorso anno ai campionati europei. Pensate, l'Ungheria lo scorso anno agli europei fu quarta assoluta, invece la Bielorussia fu quinta. Oggi entrambi questi atleti si trovano a disputare la finale B per la 7ª e l'8ª posizione e la Bielorussia dimostra di avere fatto un salto in avanti importante, perché con un vantaggio di oltre 20 secondi dimostra di aver superato l'atleta ungherese, almeno in questo frangente, e di conseguenza dimostra di avere ottime chance per continuare a sognare, a correre in quello che è ovviamente il sogno chiamato Tokyo 2021, i giochi paralimpici. Quindi Bulgaria ed Ungheria, oramai Bielorussia ed Ungheria oramai proiettate verso il traguardo.
Coming into the last 150 meters of this race, Maxim Miatlo with an impressive lead ahead of the Hungarian sculler Zsolt Pető. Miatlo competed in the Paralympic Games back in 2012 in the TA mixed double sculls when it was named that way back in 2012, and took a little break from rowing. came back in 2018 in the PR1 men's single sculls, and he's been transitioning well into this boat class. Again, he finished 5th last year at the European Championships. In that occasion, Zsolt Péter actually had the better of him, but out here in this B final of the PR1 men's single sculls, he's really making the most of it, striding out in that to that incredible lead ahead of the Hungarian sculler. So coming up towards the line now, rating 37 strokes a minute. He's even taken it up a little bit. Nice sprint finish from Maxim Miatlo. Coming up to the line, he will take the 7th spot here. First place in the B final, 7th overall in the PR1 men's single sculls, and Zsolt Péter looking to come through in that 8th place. Coming down the course now, the B final in the women's pair. It's a 3-boat race. In lane 1, the Czech Republic. In lane 2, the Netherlands. In lane 3, Denmark.
Finale B del 2 senza femminile, solo 3 equipaggi a lottare per le posizioni dalla 7ª alla 11ª. In acqua 1 la Repubblica Ceca, in acqua 2 l'Olanda, in acqua 3 la Danimarca.
The Netherlands there in the center lane. A new combination from the Dutch. Jose van Veen, a very experienced sculler, but she's also been in the women's 8. So nice to see her here competing in the women's pair together with Ilse Kolkman, who comes out of the under-23 group from the Netherlands. So they're out to the early lead as they approach the 500-meter mark, but it's still quite a close race. The Czech Republic going with them, trying to keep contact with that Dutch crew as they come through 500 meters. The Netherlands leading the Czech Republic and Denmark.
Yeah, it's a good first quarter from the Netherlands here. Jose van Veen and Ilse Kolkman. That experience of Van Veen in the stroke seat, 35 years of age, several European medals from the women's 8. She's part of this established sweep group in the Netherlands and also a handy sculler too. So she's used to the way that these small boats handle, and that's working well for her through this second quarter of the race. However, that's not managed to shake off the Czech Republic just yet. This combination of Anna Shantruchkova and Pavlina Flamakova, these two young sweep rowers from the Czech Republic moving up to senior level here at the European Championships. Shantruchkova, a junior world championship in swimming, made the transition into rowing, and it's moving well for her here with her partner. So these two crews have now established a little bit of a lead over Denmark. This is a new Danish lineup to the one we saw last year at the European Championships. Within the Danish sweep squad, we see Ida Jakobsen being moved into this pair out of the 4 and swapped for Nina Hollandsen. So with this new lineup in the pair, they're just finding themselves a little bit off the pace of the Netherlands and the Czech Republic during this second quarter of the race.
Jos van Ven, il capovoga olandese, nato nel 1986, quindi sicuramente un atleta di grande esperienza, insieme al suo compagno di barca, invece molto più giovane, 1997, l'anno di nascita, sono coloro che stanno conducendo la finale B del 2 senza femminile. Siamo quindi con un vantaggio da parte dell'Olanda quando ai 1000 metri di percorso, però parte all'attacco l'equipaggio della Repubblica Ceca in corsia numero 1, mentre più delineata la terza posizione con la Danimarca. Di conseguenza un bellissimo colpo in acqua da parte dell'equipaggio olandese, ma l'attacco della Repubblica Ceca incomincia a far tremare l'equipaggio dell'Olanda. Quindi andremo ad assegnare la 7ª, l'8ª e la 9ª posizione in questo 2 senza femminile, la 99esima regata del nostro programma gare, 800 ancora i metri da percorrere per tutte le atlete, quando sembra che la Repubblica Ceca voglia proprio tentare il sorpasso sull'equipaggio olandese in questa ultima frazione di gara.
Moving through this third quarter, these two crews at the front of the race have moved well clear of Denmark. The Netherlands have this fluid rhythm. The Czech Republic looks very patient in their boat, even rating 37. So these two crews looking to establish places 7 and 8 here in the women's pair event at Varese for the European Championships.
Great battle developing between these two crews from the Czech Republic and the Netherlands. That Dutch crew stroked by Jose van Veen, the experienced hand. She actually got a medal in the women's 8 in 2016 in that European Championships at Brandenburg. But she's here in the pair with Ilse Kolkman, who rows for the Dutch student club Egeer in Groningen in the Netherlands. They're still out in front, but the Czech Republic is still putting pressure on this Dutch duo, who are half a boat length ahead of the crew from the Czech Republic at 1500 meter mark. Flowing rhythm from the Dutch combination, looking really comfortable, but and rating 35 strokes a minute, so they're slightly underrating their Czech competitors to their left. Coming across the 1500 meter mark as we speak, it's the Danish combination with Dahl Pedersen and Jacobsen in the stroke seat, who won a bronze at the World Championships in 2019, but that was in the women's 4. In the pair, they're not the speed isn't there in this B final. Still out in front, the Dutch, but I think the crew from the Czech Republic will release their sprint with a little over 250 meters left to race.
250 metri al traguardo, sono solo 3 gli equipaggi ancora una volta in corsa per le posizioni settima, ottava e nona assoluta. Attenzione, perché in questo momento continua il dominio costruito dall'Olanda. Olanda che tra le altre cose ha deciso di puntare su un due senza rinnovato, diverso, con un atleta di grande esperienza, medagliata con l'8 e titolare dell'ammiraglia, unita insieme a una giovanissima under 23. Insieme lì davanti a dominare il percorso. Ottima davvero questa performance sulla Danimarca e la Repubblica Ceca.
Tim, you mentioned the Czech sprint, and I think the Dutch have a sprint too. The Czechs have gone up to 39, the Dutch up at 37 strokes a minute. They had another gear, Jose van Veen, just trying to outsprint this duo from the Czech Republic. And as they come up towards the line, I think the Netherlands have done enough work early on to establish that lead. They're able to maintain it. As they come up to the line, they're going to take that 7th place overall in the B final today. The Netherlands, and crossing the line at 8th overall, goes to the Czech Republic. Coming through just a little bit behind will be the crew from Denmark to take that 9th place overall. On the course now, the B final of the men's pair. In lane 1, Greece. In lane 2, Slovenia. In lane 3, Great Britain. In lane 4, Germany. In lane 5, Belarus. And in lane 6, Denmark.
Gara numero 100, un numero importante per un comitato organizzatore che ancora una volta sta costruendo un europeo memorabile. La finale B del due senza maschile con la Grecia in acqua 1, Slovenia in acqua 2, Gran Bretagna in acqua 3, Germania in acqua 4, poi Bielorussia in acqua 5 e in acqua 6 la Danimarca.
We saw some fantastic semifinals in the men's pair to get these crews into this B final. Great Britain is out in the lead as they come up towards the 800 meter mark and towards you, Kat.
Yeah, Great Britain have had a good first half here. The two 25-year-olds, Harry Glenister in the bows, Morgan Boulding in the stroke seat. It's a new lineup from Great Britain for this men's pair. We saw Morgan Boulding compete at the World Championships back in 2019, and Harry Glenister was in the pair at the European Championships that same year. They've come together here to form this unit, and they're leading the B final here to 1,000 meters.
Sono sicuramente possibili le sorprese, infatti è proprio così. È la Danimarca in corsia numero 6 in questo momento ad andare verso il sorpasso dell'equipaggio della Gran Bretagna. La Danimarca che nelle semifinali aveva totalizzato un tempo peggiore rispetto all'equipaggio di testa, ma in questo momento sta dando veramente grande prova di se stesso per andare a dire la sua nella finale B del 2 senza maschile. Ancora una volta il vantaggio della Gran Bretagna, ma veramente di pochissimi metri nei confronti della Danimarca. Poi in terza posizione la Bielorussia in corsia numero 5. Attenzione anche al possibile rientro della Grecia e della Germania, ma la Gran Bretagna continua a tirare le file di questa regata, quella Gran Bretagna con entrambi gli atleti nati nel 1995, seguita dalla Danimarca che sempre di più cerca di farsi sotto, almeno per la conquista della prima posizione nella finale B di questa specialità remiera.
It's a punchy rhythm from Great Britain through this third quarter of the race, 39 strokes a minute, and their speeds matched by Denmark here in lane 6, Sutton and Vistavel, as they come through towards 1500.
The Danish double actually underrating that crew from Great Britain with just 36 strokes a minute. They are maintaining the same boat speed as the British crew. So I think that Danish crew have something in their back pockets for the final sprint. The crew from Great Britain look to me like they're managing very well at this stage. 38 strokes a minute, still in the lead. The Danish crew a little over a boat length behind the Brits, who are crossing the 1500 meter now. In third position, it's the pair from Belarus. In fourth, it is the crew from Germany with the experienced hands of Anton Braun in the stroke seat. But still Great Britain looking very powerful, very well together. They really make that boat work for them with I think 350 meters left to go. The Danish crew slipping a little bit to the back, closer to the crew from Belarus as the Brits march on to the finish.
La Gran Bretagna marcia verso il traguardo, mi piace sentire proprio questo aggancio quando mancano 300 metri. Gran Bretagna che lì davanti cerca di fare l'andatura, ma sicuramente la Danimarca vuole provare a rientrare. Danimarca lo scorso anno fu sesta in finale A, quest'anno ha mancato la finale A ed ora nella piccola finale deve dimostrare di esserci ed essere sempre protagonista, ma al centro del percorso la corsa della Gran Bretagna è veramente molto importante. Guardate che spettacolo ancora in proiezione, Gran Bretagna e tutti gli altri.
That's a spectacular performance from the British. They're out in the lead. They were rating so high through the body of this race. I wondered if they'd have anything left as they came into the sprint, but they've gone up to 41 strokes a minute, and they're maintaining their lead as the fast-charging Danish on the close side are trying to close that gap. But I think it's too little, too late. The Brits come across the line to win this B final, finishing 7th overall. Denmark will take that second spot. Belarus comes through the line in third, and then it's a very close race. Germany crossing the line now, and then Greece and Slovenia rounding out this B final of the men's pair. On the course now, the B final of the women's double sculls. In lane 1, Hungary. In lane 2, Italy. In lane 3, Belarus.
Siamo con la finale B del doppio femminile, solo 3 gli equipaggi, ma al centro batte il cuore azzurro. Ungheria in acqua 1, Italia in acqua 2 e poi in acqua 3 la Bielorussia.
It's good news for the local fans. Italy in the middle lane, they're out to the lead across the 1,000-meter mark.
Valentina Izzepi for Italy, 23 and 24 years of age, leading this B final. Experience in this boat at under 23 level. Stefania Boutignon was the world champion back in 2018, and also 2019 she got the bronze medal at at European level in this event. So real experience in the women's double, and it's a new lineup to have her paired with Valentina Izeppi. We saw them trailing at the 1,000-meter point in yesterday's repechage, and they rode right through the field in the second half of the race to vie for one of those A final positions, just missing out. So here, Stefania Buttignon and Valentina Izeppi leading the way for Italy.
Iniziano proprio a scaldarsi i cuori degli italiani, infatti in prima posizione là al centro del percorso l'Italia, Valentina Izeppi e Stefania Buttignon conducono la finale B di questa specialità, di conseguenza pronte ad andare alla conquista della settima posizione, ma attenzione all'attacco della Bielorussia che per contenerlo bisogna sicuramente prestare parecchia attenzione e mantenere un numero di colpi veramente elevato. Procedono infatti a 36 colpi le italiane, ma rispondono allo stesso modo le bielorusse in corsia numero 3, ultimi 500 metri di gara.
Coming towards 1,500, Italy continue to lead this B final of the women's double sculls.
Definitely different race strategies from the Italian crew, who are leading from pillar to post, or at least that's the intention of the Azzurri, crossing the 1,500-meter mark first. There is still overlap with the crew from Belarus in lane number 3, tracking that Italian crew very nicely. Still looking relatively calm, but rating 37 strokes a minute to the Italians' 36. Maintaining a higher boat speed at this stage. The Italians have gone for a little bit of a push past the 1,500-meter mark and are actually now increasing their lead over the crew from Belarus and the Hungarian crew in lane number 1, having to do the work in the final stages. But Italy out in front in the B final.
E l'Italia lì davanti a fare l'andatura con un equipaggio veramente diverso rispetto agli anni passati, perché oltre a Stefania Buttignon, che oramai è diventato un pilastro del doppio, lei nata agonisticamente alla Canottieri Timavo ed oggi in forza per le Fiamme Oro, debutta Valentina Izeppi, quindi un cambio di coppia rispetto al passato. Tra le curiosità ovviamente brilla quella di Stefania Buttignon, che è passata dal settore pesi leggeri, dove conquistò il titolo mondiale nel 2018, al settore assoluto. Molto bene quindi le azzurre, lì al centro del percorso continuano a suonare la carica davanti a Bielorussia ed Ungheria.
Italy extend their lead as they come into the final strokes of this race. A beautiful B-final race from this Italian women's double sculls. And Belarus just trying to see if they can maintain a little bit of that pace, but Hungary trying to get back in the action as well. A fantastic sprint race. Hungary trying to pull up as much as they can on the crew from Belarus. Coming up to the line, Italy still out in front. They will take the first place in this B-final, 7th place overall. And at the line, a very close race between Hungary and Belarus. That was too close for me to call, so we'll wait for those positions to come up on the screen. Fantastic racing in the women's double sculls B final. Just confirming that across the line, Italy first, Belarus second, and Hungary third. Coming down the course now, the B final of the men's double sculls. In lane 1, the Czech Republic. In lane 2, Germany. In lane 3, Italy. In lane 4, Romania. And in lane 5, Ireland.
Finale B del doppio maschile, un altro equipaggio azzurro potrebbe farci sognare. In acqua 1 la Repubblica Ceca, in acqua 2 la Germania, in acqua 3 Nicolò Carucci con Luca Chiumento per Italia, in acqua 4 la Romania, in acqua 5 l'Irlanda.
There's such class and experience across this field, Kat. They're crossing the 1,000-meter mark, and Italy is out in the lead.
Yeah, Italy have got a slight advantage over Ireland. This Italian crew have had a good showing so far in the regatta. A new lineup from them. Luca Chiumento, 23-year-old in the bows, with a silver medal from the quads at last year's European Championships, now pairing with Nicolò Carucci. And we see them tracking pretty much stroke for stroke with the Irish crew, silver medalists from the World Championships in 2019. Then my eyes go up to lane 1 to this Czech crew. Ondřej Šinek along with Jakub Podrazil. Ondřej Šinek, of course, Olympic medals, bronze from Rio, silver from London, silver from Beijing, and 4-time world championship in the single scull. Here in the double scull, this is potentially a last season for him in rowing, and he's finding himself here working hard with Romania in this B final for the men's double sculls. Italy continue to lead, Ireland very close to them.
Luca Chiumento, Fiamme Gialle e Nicolò Carucci, società canottieri Gavirate. Sono questi gli attuali protagonisti della finale B del doppio maschile. Pensate, non in finale per soli 3 decimi di secondo. Di conseguenza presenti però alla finale B con una grandissima carica, ed è proprio così che il capovoga Nicolò Carucci aumenta il numero dei colpi quando ormai mancano gli ultimi 600 metri di gara e tengono testa nei confronti dell'Irlanda, che comunque è lì in corsia numero 5 in questo momento in seconda posizione, con la Germania che cerca di farsi sotto. Ancora una volta l'Italia alle stelle.
Italy continue to lead, Ireland a quarter of a length back, and it's Germany coming through now in third position, challenging Ireland.
Yes, great race in this small final of the men's double sculls. The Irish crew really moving towards the front of the race. Italy still out in front, but not by much. It's the lead the Italians have is getting smaller and smaller as we speak, because the Irish are really motoring along 39 strokes a minute, but the Italians have just matched them for that stroke rate. Also 39 strokes a minute, actually going to 40 now. But the Germans also having a great race, moving to the front of the field.
Agli ultimi 250 metri si vola verso il traguardo e chissà che emozione per Nicolò Carucci e Luca Chiumento gareggiare accanto a dei mostri sacri del canottaggio come Ondrej Sinek. Ricordiamo 3 medaglie, 2 d'argento in singolo nel 2008, nel 2012 ai Giochi di Pechino e Londra, e poi il bronzo in singolo a Rio de Janeiro nel 2016, e loro giovanissimi, 23 anni e 20 anni per Nicolò Carucci, proiettati verso il traguardo, ma attenzione anche all'Irlanda.
Such a class field. Ireland coming sprinting through the Italians in the last few meters of this race. They've gone up to a 43 strokes a minute. Italy matching them, and on the far side, Germany trying to stay with them. As they come up to the line, I think Ireland's just going to take it. Yes, they do. Across the line first, Italy second, Germany third, places 7, 8, and 9 here at the European Rowing Championships. Romania coming up to take that 10th spot overall, and the Czech Republic will come through the line in 11th here in Varese. Coming down the course now, the B final in the women's 4. In lane 1, Spain. In lane 2, France. In lane 3, Ukraine. In lane 4, Denmark. In lane 5, Poland. And in lane 6, Germany.
Siamo con la finale B del 4 senza, una finale che non vede l'Italia, perché con un sorriso possiamo dire che ieri ha conquistato la finale A. Quindi in acqua 1 la Spagna, in acqua 2 la Francia, in acqua 3 l'Ucraina, in acqua 4 la Danimarca, in acqua 5 la Polonia, in acqua 6 la Germania.
We saw some fantastic racing already in the women's 4, and these 6 boats across going great as they come up to the 500-meter mark. Ukraine in the lead, just slightly ahead of France, Poland, and Denmark. But those 4 crews out there together and vying all for a top spot in the B final. So, Kat, as they come towards you, how's it looking out there?
It's really formidable form from this crew from the Ukraine. That form, that figure of Olena Beriak in the stroke seat, the former record holder on the ergo. She's 193 centimeters tall, such a powerful athlete. And the power of that rhythm in the boat from the Ukraine is holding them to an advantage ahead of France, ahead of Denmark, ahead of Poland through this second quarter of the race. They're up at 36 strokes a minute, not the highest rating boat on the course, but as powerful rhythm coming from them, and they've got half a length advantage at this stage.
L'Ucraina prende il largo di questa finale B del 4 senza femminile, ma per la seconda posizione è una gara serratissima. 3 equipaggi sulla stessa linea, la Francia, la Danimarca e la Polonia, che sono lì e vogliono sicuramente dire la loro e non lasciare nulla di intentato. Anche in questa 103esima regata del nostro programma gare di questi europei assoluti. A questo momento il passaggio ai 1000 metri di percorso con l'equipaggio dell'Ucraina che conduce ancora una volta sul campo di Regatta varesino. Veramente bellissima la posizione delle acque centrali con 3 equipaggi vicinissimi. Probabilmente ci sarà meno di 1 centimetro tra le prue dell'equipaggio in acqua 2, 4 e 5. Bellissimo il passaggio ai 1000 metri, sembrano quasi unirsi le imbarcazioni per andare quasi a formare un 8. È veramente un grandissimo spettacolo vedere gli equipaggi contendersi la seconda posizione nella finale B di questo 4 senza femminile. Ancora Ucraina a condurre, seconda posizione per Danimarca, in terza entra adesso la Polonia sulla Francia.
Ukraine continue to lead, and by even more now than previously in the race. A really fluid recovery from them, so calm on the recovery, powerful through the water, and that's taking them now to clear water ahead of the rest of the field. We see Spain being left out the back somewhat in this pack. They had to make a change in the crew for medical reasons, so there's a sub on board in that Spanish crew. But Ukraine continue to lead through this third quarter.
Yes, great racing from the crew from the Ukraine, still out in front and with quite a degree of comfort, I'd say, in this B final of the women's four. They're 3/4 of a boat length up on the Danish crew, which is currently in second position. The French were second for a long time in this race, but dropped back a little bit in the second 500, and they continue to do so in this third 500. But the Ukraine actually have broken clear of the rest of the field now. It's a great race they're having, still underrating several crews, 36 strokes a minute. The French are trying to make a move to get back in contention, but the Danes are now pushing on, getting that second position and consolidating their second position. In fact, the Poles still with them in third position. France is in fourth position, and the crew from Spain with the substitute on board fifth, and sixth place is for the German crew, just passing the 500-meter mark.
E in quest'ultima frazione noi andiamo ad accompagnare anche il 4 senza femminile fino al traguardo, con l'Ucraina che di fatto dopo la partenza è scattata molto forte, portandosi davanti con oltre 3 secondi e mezzo di vantaggio rispettivamente su Danimarca e poi ancora la Polonia. Ucraina che tra le altre cose ha fatto una scelta coraggiosa, perché lo scorso anno fu quarta ai campionati europei davanti all'Italia, tra l'altro equipaggio azzurro lo scorso anno formato da Ludovica Serafini, Valentini Seppi, Clara Guerre ed Alessandra Montesano, che furono quinte. Quarto posto arrivò l'Ucraina, che ha deciso di cambiare passando in 4 senza, e qui sono davanti a fare l'andatura davanti a Danimarca e la Polonia per seconda e terza posizione.
I think Ukraine was a little bit disappointed to find themselves in this B final, but they're making the most of it, absolutely dominating this race. They have an open water lead still, but as I'm talking, the Danish coming up with a great sprint there. 3-seed Hedvig Rasmussen coming out of that Olympic silver medal women's pair. She's really reinforcing that rhythm there for the Danish crew. So as they come up towards the line, it's looking like Ukraine set to take the first spot in this B final, 7th overall here in the women's four. Coming across the line, Ukraine, right behind them, Denmark. Then we look back to the best of the rest. Poland coming across now, then the French, and then just in their last final strokes now, the crew from Spain with that substitute on board, and Germany looking to take the 6th place in this B final, 12th overall. On the course now, the B final of the men's 4. In lane 1, Croatia. In lane 2, Ukraine. In lane 3, Belarus. In lane 4, Switzerland. In lane 5, France. And in lane 6, Lithuania.
Sul campo la finale B del 4 senza maschile con Croazia in acqua 1, Ucraina in acqua 2, Bielorussia in acqua 3, in acqua 4 la Russia, acqua 5 la Francia, acqua 6 la Lituania. Gara velocissima.
The French, stroked by Dorian Mortelet, out there to the quickest start as they come up towards UCAT at the 1,000-meter mark.
Directly in front of us now, Gillian, this French crew, 2/3 of a length ahead of Switzerland, stroked by Dorian Mortelet, the 37-year-old. He made his comeback to the sport last year in this combination in the 4. They finished 5th at the European Championships. We hadn't seen him on the international circuit since Rio, where he took 5th place in the men's pair. And he's back in the stroke seat of this French 4, setting it up really nicely. 38 strokes a minute down the course and taking them to 2/3 of a length advantage ahead of the Swiss.
La Francia è partita davanti e sta mantenendo la testa del gruppo. L'equipaggio che nelle semifinali non aveva totalizzato il miglior tempo, bensì era appannaggio dell'equipaggio svizzero, ma solo 4 secondi dopo aveva tagliato il traguardo. Ora sta dando grande prova di se stesso. L'equipaggio francese del 4 senza maschile in questo momento guida le file della finale B. Per la seconda posizione la Svizzera, poi in terza la Croazia scivola verso la 4ª posizione, ma subentra l'Ucraina e la Bielorussia che andranno a contendersi la 3ª posizione in questa finale B. Ricordiamo, si andranno ad assegnare dalla 7ª alla 12ª posizione assoluta in questa specialità.
Through 1,400 metres, France still lead, but Switzerland are pushing them hard. The Swiss 4 missed out on a place in the A final by 0.04 seconds yesterday in the semi against Poland, so I'm sure they've got fire in their bellies to win this B final.
Definitely, Kat. The Swiss trying to make a move just before they cross the 1,500-meter mark, trying to take the lead from that French crew, still rating 30 or 39 strokes a minute. Actually, the French crew have taken it up a notch, responding to the charge from the crew from Switzerland. Belarus also still in contention for a nice ranking in this small final, but the French looking good out in front and actually taking a bit more lead out of the Swiss crew in 2nd position.
E allora in chiusura si vola verso il traguardo e sentivo poco fa dire fire in their belly, il fuoco nella pancia, possiamo dire così, tra Francia e Svizzera. Svizzera è rimasta dietro veramente per pochissimo, esclusa dalla finale A per un soffio, ma che qui deve vedersela con la Francia che lo scorso anno fu quinta agli europei. Guardate che spettacolo, e siamo solo in finale B.
6 crews across, sprinting to the line here in the men's 4. France still out in the lead, but the Swiss, what an incredible sprint. They've gone up to 44 strokes a minute here, trying to get back. They just got out sprinted yesterday in that AB semi-final. Incredible stuff from this young Swiss crew as they come up to the line. The French desperately trying to hold them off. Belarus and Ukraine trying to go with them. 4 boats across as they come up to the line. I think Switzerland are just going to do it. Oh, I don't know. It was on the surge. Maybe it was the French or the Swiss. Belarus, Ukraine come across in that 3rd and 4th spot. Then Lithuania through in 5th and Croatia in 6th. I'm going to wait for that to come up on my screen. Here it is. France taking that 1st spot in the B final, just 0.07 seconds ahead of the Swiss crew. Great stuff in the B final of the men's 4.
Quando 7 secondi fanno la differenza, quando 7 centesimi scrivono la storia. Vittoria della Francia per 7 centesimi, poi Svizzera e Bielorussia.
Coming down the course now, the B final in the lightweight men's single sculls. In lane 1, Bulgaria. In lane 2, Belgium. In lane 3, Slovenia. And in lane 4, Portugal.
Finale B del singolo pesi leggeri maschile, solo 4 singolisti a gareggiare. Bulgaria in acqua 1, Belgio in acqua 2, Slovenia in acqua 3, Portogallo in acqua 4.
the two crews in the center lane, making the quickest start there as they come up on 900 meters. Belgium and Slovenia out to the lead.
Yeah, Belgium's Niels van Zandwegen, the 25-year-old, leading this B final just by about a metre over his rival from Slovenia. Van Zandwegen's had such success in the lightweight men's double these last few years with his partner Tim Bryce. They had a bronze medal from the European Championships last year, the same result from the European Championships in 2019, and also bronze from the Worlds in 2018. So he's had some fabulous sculling in the doubles. Here he's in the single without Tim Bryce, and he's finding himself challenged at this point by the Slovenian Rajko Hrvat. Rajko Hrvat just moving on through him. He's rating 1 pip higher and he's just fighting the Belgian for the lead.
Il 25enne atleta belga conduceva le file di questa regata fino al passaggio dei 1000 metri, ma adesso va a contendersi un punta a punta spettacolare con l'atleta della Slovenia in corsia numero 3. Sono veramente vicinissime entrambe le imbarcazioni per la prima posizione nella finale B del singolo pesi leggeri maschile. In terza posizione invece poi è ben delineato il Portogallo, partito in corsia numero 4, e poi ad andare a completare le fila di questa regata la Bulgaria in corsia numero 1, che in questo momento è in quarta posizione. Prende leggermente il largo la Slovenia in questo momento, seguita dal Belgio, che comunque non vuole lasciare nulla di intentato in questa 105esima regata del nostro programma gare.
Rajko Hrvat, the 34-year-old from Slovenia, 7th place finish at last year's European Championships, now leading the way ahead of Niels van Zandwegen from Belgium.
Yes, Niels van Zandwegen from Belgium, the 25-year-old, half a boat length down on the sculler from Slovenia. Hrvat, the silver medalist from the 2019 World Championships, an experienced sculler in this event. He is making a move just past the 1500-meter mark. A little change of gear, going up to 39 strokes a minute to try to defend his first position from the Belgian sculler, who is still looking relatively comfortable, but who has also raised his rate to 38 strokes a minute to try and get closer to the Slovenian, who is still leading. A third position at the 1500-meter mark was for the Portugal sculler, and the sculler from Belarus in fourth.
Una di quelle gare che ti ricordi per sempre. Slovenia e Belgio in questo momento a prendersi a sportellate, sono veramente vicini, ma se dovessi fare un azzardo in questo momento, grazie alla sua velocità, ancora la Slovenia cerca di fare l'andatura a 40 colpi al minuto. Questo 34enne, medaglia d'argento alla Coppa del Mondo del 2019, la terza prova di Coppa del Mondo. Da allora una grande iniezione di fiducia per rincorrere il sogno olimpico e perché no, magari riuscire a salire sul doppio, e lui lì davanti, la Slovenia, poi ancora il Belgio per la seconda posizione.
Into the final 100 meters, and Slovenia still in the lead. Such an experience from Rajko Hrvat, that Slovenian sculler in the lightweight men's single sculls. He's wound it up to a 42 strokes a minute to make sure he maintains that lead, fending off any late charge from Niels van Zandwegen, the Belgian sculler. But van Zandwegen looks set to take that second spot in this B final. And then on the far side, Bulgaria making a last-minute sprint to try and take over Denis Costa from Portugal. So coming through the line, Slovenia's Rajko Hrvat taking the first spot in this B final, then Niels van Zandwegen of Belgium, and through in third place in this B final is Bulgaria's Lazar Panev, and in fourth, Denis Costa of Portugal. Already close to the halfway mark, the B final of the lightweight women's single sculls. In lane 1, Germany. In lane 2, Poland. In lane 3, Switzerland. And in lane 4, Italy.
Finale B del singolo pesi leggeri femminile, un altro equipaggio azzurro, un'altra singolista pronta a farci emozionare. In acqua 1 la Germania, in acqua 2 la Polonia, in acqua 3 la Svizzera, in acqua 4 l'Italia. Arianna Noseda.
Just a few meters separating all four crews as they approach the 1,000-meter mark.
Yeah, it's been a close race this first half of the women's lightweight singles B final. So it was the Italian Arianna Noceda who just managed to get her bow ball in front through the 500-meter timing point, but she's been overhauled now by Sophia Mayakin of Switzerland. This tall frame of the Swiss sculler, she's 183 centimeters tall, which is just about the tallest we'll see in women's lightweight sculling. She's using that long length and she has some patience through the drive, and that's holding her now ahead of her Italian rival. Closest to the Swiss sculler is Veronika Dereš of Poland, who we're used to seeing in the lightweight women's double. Here at Varese, she's in the single and she's sitting about 2/3 of a length down on Sophia Mayakin from Switzerland.
Sono a caccia della settima posizione assoluta le atlete in gara nel singolo pesi leggeri femminile, con l'equipaggio svizzero che conduce ancora una volta in corsia numero 3 questa regata. Per la seconda posizione la Polonia, poi vicinissime Italia e Germania, con Arianna Noceda che sicuramente cercherà di dare il meglio di se stessa per fare un risultato bellissimo nelle acque di casa qui sul lago di Varese per questi europei assoluti 2021. Ma ancora una volta la Svizzera cerca di dire la sua. La Polonia è solo 5 metri più indietro, con 2 colpi in più. Di conseguenza sicuramente l'atleta polacca cercherà di dare il meglio di se stessa per andare alla riconquista della settima posizione assoluta in questa specialità del singolo pesi leggeri femminile.
Sophia Mayakin, the 23-year-old from Switzerland, now under pressure from the 35-year-old Veronika Dereš of Poland.
Definitely, Kat. The Polish sculler tried to get the lead in this B final just before the 1500-meter mark. The Veronika Dereš, who won a silver medal in the lightweight women's double in 2018, she's now in the single and tries to get past the sculler from Switzerland, Sophia Mayakin, silver medalist from the Europeans last year. And it's a great battle. It's bow ball for bow ball, crossing the 1500 meters. It's still Mayakin out in front, but it's almost, I think it's about a foot advantage to the Swiss sculler. On the far side, we still have the German sculler Katrin Thoma in contention, and the local favorite from Italy, Arianna Noceda, is in 4th position, but she still has contact with the rest of the pack.
Ultimi 350 metri ancora, un'occasione per parlare di un'azzurra che come ieri è partita veramente molto forte, addirittura passando prima i primi 500 metri, poi via via la retrocessione per passare quarta agli ultimi 500 metri. Peccato davvero per la nostra atleta di casa, Arianna Noceda, nel 2020 campionessa d'Europa in 4 di coppia pesi leggeri. Il 4 di coppia pesi leggeri è stata la sua specialità, che le ha permesso di conquistare anche 3 titoli di campionessa del mondo, ma in singolo in questo momento è là nelle retrovie della finale B del singolo femminile. Comunque ci mette il cuore lei, atleta comasca, professionista delle Fiamme Rosse, che ha iniziato la sua attività agonistica alla canottieri Lario con Stefano Fraquelli, che oggi è il caposettore femminile.
A very well-timed race for the Polish sculler Dereš. She just started off in 3rd, went through in 2nd at the 1,000-meter mark, and she sprinted her way through to the front of the pack in this B final, in the final 500 meters of this race. Katrin Thoma of Germany going with her. Those two trying to pass Sophia Mayakin, the young Swiss sculler, coming up from the under 23 level here. And as they come down to the line, I think Dereš will just manage to get it here for the first spot in the B final, 7th overall. And then Germany ahead of Switzerland here across the line in the lightweight women's single sculls. Italy taking the 4th place in this B final, 11th overall.
Make it a quick one.
Already on the course, the B final of the lightweight women's double sculls. In lane 1, Latvia. In lane 2, Greece. In lane 3, Poland. In lane 4, Denmark. In lane 5, Germany. And in lane 6, Spain. Already through the 1,000-meter mark. And so, Kat, can you catch us up on this race?
Yeah, the story so far, it's a convincing performance for this new duo from Poland. Combination of youth and experience in the stroke seat, 34-year-old Jacqueline Selmarsh, in the bows, 18-year-old Victoria Kalinowska. It's looking really clean and tidy from them, and it's taken them to clear water advantage through this first half.
Un aggancio veloce ma leggero, quello dell'equipaggio della Polonia in corsia numero 3 al centro del percorso a condurre le file di questa finale B del doppio pesi leggeri femminile. L'esperienza insieme alla gioventù, si può dire. Infatti capovoga nata nell'anno 1986, mentre prodiera nata nell'anno 2002. Sicuramente un'accoppiata vincente per questa finale B del doppio leggeri femminile, che precedono in ordine la Grecia, poi la Danimarca e la Germania, che sono comunque tutte lì a contendersi la seconda posizione in questa finale B, quando ormai mancano gli ultimi 600 metri anche ad andare ad archiviare questa finale B.
Poland continue to lead by clear water, and it's tightly packed between Greece, Denmark and Germany for second place.
Polish crew looking very comfortable indeed. A very quick leg drive from this new combination from Poland. Poland was sixth last year in this event, and I think they were aiming higher than the B final. But in this B final, the Polish crew are really making it their own. They have a couple of lengths of clear water between them and the second placed crew, which is the crew from Greece on the far side in lane number 2, and the crew from Denmark also in a very good position, still third at this stage. But the Polish crew, really impressive to see how they have stamped their authority on this B final here this morning on Lago di Varese. Great rowing from all crews, but the Poles are in a class of their own.
In chiusura verso il traguardo, guardate la Polonia che continua a mantenere questa posizione di prestigio lì davanti, con l'obiettivo di andare ad archiviare nel miglior modo possibile un equipaggio che sicuramente vuole togliersi un po' di sassolini dalle scarpe. Pensate, la capovoga, dopo aver remato fino al 2013, culminando la sua carriera con la vittoria alla Coppa del Mondo a Sydney in Australia, proprio nel doppio pesi leggeri, decise di fatto di smettere, sparì dalla scena, è ritornata nel 2020 e dimostra di avere un'ottima posizione. Allora ancora la Polonia lì davanti a comandare.
Poland with a commanding lead here as they come up towards the finish line. A very nice race from this new Polish combination here. They're out in front of the rest of the pack, but a storming crew from Greece trying to make up any lost ground, seeing if they can get back into contention. Denmark going with them here on the near side. So coming up to the line, I think it will be Poland to take the first spot in the B final, 7th overall. And then coming up now, Greece, 2nd spot in the B final, 8th overall. Then Denmark. And as we look back to the best of the rest, a nice little tussle between Germany and Latvia on the far side. Germany gets it ahead of Latvia, and coming through in 6th in the B final here will be Spain. On the course now, the B final of the lightweight men's double sculls. In lane 1, Greece. In lane 2, Russia. In lane 3, Denmark. In lane 4, Spain. And in lane 6, France.
Finale B del doppio pesi leggeri maschile. In acqua 1 la Grecia, in acqua 2 la Russia, in acqua 3 la Danimarca, in acqua 4 la Spagna, in acqua 6 la Francia. Grande assente la Gran Bretagna, ritirata in acqua 5.
Almost to the 1,000-meter mark, and a very close race between the 3 leaders.
Yeah, the three leaders are close. Spain has the advantage at the moment over Denmark and Russia. It's been that way the whole way down the course. But the Danes and the Russians are not letting the Spanish get away with this. We saw the Spanish crew yesterday in the semi post the fastest time of these 6 crews, and they just missed out to the Czech Republic in the sprint to the line. So Spain finding themselves the fastest qualifier for this B final. 38 strokes a minute. So they're using the rhythm, they're using the rate to stay ahead of Denmark and Russia.
Lo sguardo del capovoga dell'equipaggio spagnolo è volto verso la Danimarca e la Russia. Eh sì, perché proprio la Danimarca e la Russia cercano di attaccare in questa finale B per andare a sorpassare l'equipaggio in questo momento in vantaggio, ovvero l'equipaggio spagnolo in corsia numero 4. Sono infatti pochissimi metri di distanza nelle prime 3 posizioni, mentre vanno a delinearsi maggiormente la quarta e la quinta posizione di questa finale B del doppio pesi leggeri maschile. Ricordiamo la regata che ci farà archiviare le finali B della categoria leggera. Ancora una volta la Spagna pronta ad andare alla conquista della 7ª posizione, quando ormai mancano gli ultimi 600 metri anche per questa 108ª regata del nostro programma gare.
Spain continue to lead, and they're a young crew. Manuel Ballestegui in the stroke seat, 21 years of age. Catano Hortapomba in the bows, just 18 years old. Close behind them, though, it's Denmark and Russia.
Yeah, but what a great race the Spanish crew are having this morning. They have led so far, crossing the 1500-meter mark in first position, but the more experienced crew from Denmark still with overlap with that Spanish crew. Less than half a boat length in it. The crew from Russia are going very well in this B final too. And closest to me, I saw the French pairing with Olympic silver medalist Pierre Huin in the stroke seat go for a massive push at the 1500-meter mark. They are trying to claw back some of the deficit they have, but it's too little too late. It's still Spain out in front, but the Danes are moving towards the front of the field.
Attenzione alla Danimarca che si fa veramente pericolosa sulla Spagna che fu quarta agli europei del 2019, quinta assoluta al campionato del mondo nel 2019, qui si trova in finale B e deve lottare davvero con una nuova formazione, perché ad inserirsi come prodiere è un fresco 18enne, ha compiuto gli anni il 15 gennaio, ma attenzione ancora, la lotta è veramente bellissima, Spagna e Danimarca a 150 metri al traguardo.
This is such a brave race from the Spanish crew, getting off the start in the lead and just trying to hold on all the way down the course. Denmark making an absolutely late charge for it. They've both gone up to 41, 42 strokes a minute coming down to the line, but I think Spain has done enough early on in this race. They're going to manage to hold on to it. They will take first place in this B final, 7th overall. Denmark coming through in 2nd. Then we look back to Russia in 3rd, and coming across the line now will be France and Greece. Heading back up for the B final of the men's single sculls. In lane 1, Italy. In lane 2, Belarus. In lane 3, Spain. In lane 4, Romania. In lane 5, Great Britain. And in lane 6, the Netherlands.
Finale B del singolo maschile, in acqua 1 l'Italia con Gennaro Di Mauro, scudiero del Circolo Canottieri Aniene, in acqua 2 la Bielorussia, in acqua 3 la Spagna, in acqua 4 la Romania, in acqua 5 la Gran Bretagna e in acqua 6 l'Olanda.
These crews already through the 500-meter mark, and the local favorite, Gennaro Di Mauro, out in the lead as they're coming up towards 800 meters, but still a very close race, Kat.
Yeah, it's a close race, and what a gutsy start. What bravery from this Italian sculler, the 19-year-old Gennaro Di Mauro. He's really thrown everything at it in the first half of this race. Looking at times from yesterday's semi-final, you might not expect him to be out in front come the finish of the race, but if he can hold on to this, it really will be magnificent for the Italian sculler. So they're moving just in front of our commentary point now, and Di Mauro's under pressure from the sculler from Romania, Mihai Chiruta.
L'Italia ci fa ancora una volta ben sperare. Il 19enne, nato nell'anno 2001, Gennaro Di Mauro, il più giovane in questa gara e in questo momento tra le file delle prime posizioni, ma vediamo che in questo momento al passaggio dei 1000 metri è l'equipaggio in corsia numero 4 della Romania, il quale aveva anche il vantaggio di tempo nelle semifinali disputatesi ieri di questa specialità. In questo momento in vantaggio con la seconda posizione, ancora appannaggio dell'equipaggio italiano, Gennaro Di Mauro, che sta sicuramente disputando una regata veramente molto emozionante. Per la terza posizione poi vediamo la Gran Bretagna in corsia numero 5, quando ormai sono 800 ancora i metri da percorrere per questi 6 atleti in gara nella finale B del singolo maschile, gara numero 109 del nostro programma gare.
Gennaro Di Mauro for Italy, the 19-year-old, fourth place at the 2019 Junior World Championships. He had a fantastic first half of the race, but he's finding the rest of the field are just coming back at him now. So Romania's Mihai Chiruta continues to lead. The Romanian sculler, 22 years of age, had a 10th place finish at last year's European Championships. So moving through this third quarter of the race, Romania continues to lead Italy ahead of Belarus and Great Britain.
But what a brave race from the local favorite. Gennaro Di Mauro is still in second position, but only just because it's the sculler from Great Britain, Matthew Haywood, who is making a charge in this third 500 meter. But out in front, it is still the Romanian sculler. He was quickest yesterday of all his he was quickest yesterday in the semi with a 6-minute 52. So he is on paper at least the favorite to win, but you still have to do it. He's almost about length clear. Di Mauro from Italy still in second position, crossing the 1500 meter marks, but it's only just because the sculler from Belarus is also coming to the front of the race. Matthew Haywood trying to claw back the advantage from Mihai Chiruta from Romania, who is still in the lead, and Finn Florijn from the Netherlands desperately trying to cling on, but he has left it too late, I think, to get to the front of this race.
Una gara della rivincita, vorrei lanciarvela così, soprattutto per i tifosi italiani. Gennaro Di Mauro fu quarto al campionato del mondo juniores nel 2019 e invece Chiruta, atleta rumeno, fu quarto in finale A al campionato del mondo 2019, ma tra gli under 23, e quindi la lotta si fa veramente ancora più interessante, ed è proprio l'atleta della Romania che lì in acqua 4 suona la carica e riesce a mantenere questa piazza vincente davanti all'Italia, ma in questo momento si inserisce molto bene anche la Bielorussia, quindi di fatto sono 3 le nazioni in corsa per le prime posizioni.
Into the last 100 meters, and Mihai Chiruta of Romania looking to improve on his 10th place position from last year's European Rowing Championships, looking to finish here 7th in overall. And as he's sprinting towards the line, an impressive performance also from Belarus, trying to get back to the front of this race. Matthew Haywood of Great Britain going as well, and Gennaro Di Mauro out there on the far side, staying with these top 3 scullers as they come to the line. Romania crossing the line first, taking 7th overall in the B final. And behind him, Belarus, Philip Pavucu, and in the third position, Gennaro Di Mauro of Italy, then Matthew Haywood of Great Britain, and we look back, Finn Florijn of the Netherlands taking that 5th spot, and Joffrey Sensales of Spain in 6th. Just a quick correction to those finishing spots. First through Romania, second Belarus, third went to Great Britain, fourth went to Italy, 5th Netherlands, and 6th Spain. On the course now, the B final of the women's single sculls. In lane 1, Germany. In lane 2, Denmark. In lane 3, Greece. In lane 4, Lithuania.
Ed è già tempo di guardare alla finale B del singolo femminile. Alla schierana di Varese non ci si può fermare nemmeno per un bicchiere d'acqua. In acqua 1 abbiamo la Germania, in acqua 2 la Danimarca, in acqua 3 la Grecia, in acqua 4 la Lituania.
The young German sculler Alexander Fuster off to the best start here as they approach the 900-meter mark.
Yeah, Alexander Fuster's had a really good first half of the race. She's just rating 31 strokes a minute. It's not a high rating, but they're long, fluid strokes, and that rhythm's taking her to a lead here over the rest of the field. So just 19 years of age, she's come up from the junior circuit. She was junior world champion in 2019, and here she is making her debut at senior level, and she finds herself ahead of the experienced sculler Fi Ubi Eriksson and ahead of Aneta Kiridou. The Lithuanian sculler Victoria Senkutu making up fourth place in this B final.
Come vi diceva Kat in inglese poco fa, è l'equipaggio della Germania a condurre le file di questa regata. Una palata molto fluida per l'atleta, nata nell'anno 2002, quindi appena 19enne, che per 2 metri di vantaggio ancora sta conducendo. Ma attenzione all'attacco da parte dell'equipaggio della Danimarca in corsia numero 2, che è veramente molto vicina. Sarà una lotta serrata tra i due equipaggi di testa per andare alla conquista anche qui della 7ª posizione assoluta in questi campionati europei, mentre per la terza è ben distaccato l'equipaggio della Grecia con la Lituania in 4ª posizione. Adesso la Danimarca che passa in vantaggio sulla Germania agli ultimi 750 metri anche di questa 110ª regata del nostro programma gare.
Through this third quarter, Fi Udby Eriksson from Denmark just moving through into the lead now. Such an experienced sculler, the silver medalist from the Olympic Games in 2012. She now has an advantage over Germany's Alexandra Fuster.
The Danish sculler made her move with halfway where the sculler from Germany, Alexandra Fuster, the junior champion from 2019, couldn't live with the pace from the Danish sculler, the experienced hands of Fi Udby Eriksson. She is in the lead now, but it's not by much. It's developing to be a great race here in this B final. They're absolutely going stroke for stroke. The Danish sculler actually overrating the young German sculler on the far side of the lake, and it's less than a canvas at the 1500-meter mark. It's not even half a length, and I think that's disconcerting for Fi Udby Eriksson because Alexander Fuster may be able to raise her rate even further still and sprint towards the line. The German sculler actually having the highest boat speed of the two leading crews at this stage of the race. Going with them is Aneta Kiridou from Greece, bronze medalist from last year at the Europeans. She's trying to catch the leading duo. Still, it's Denmark out in front, but the highest boat speed at this stage is with Alexander Fuster from Germany.
Germania ancora una volta lì a voler fare l'andatura. Germania prima nella prima frazione di gara, poi seconda ai 1500 metri, ma ora ritorna saldamente al comando. Sicuramente disappunto per l'atleta greca Aneta Kiridou, lo ricordiamo, lo scorso anno fu medaglia di bronzo ai campionati europei, e lei che quindi con i colori della sua nazione sta cercando di agganciare il gruppo di testa. Un arrivo veramente meraviglioso per l'atleta greca che di fatto sta cercando di rientrare, ma all'esterno è la Germania che ha una marcia in più, sembra un motore sotto la propria imbarcazione.
Such an exciting race from Alexander Fuster of Germany, just striding out into the lead. She got passed in the third 500 meters and then came back in the sprint. You don't see that happen too often in the single sculls. So impressive stuff from her, some real showing of real mental greatness out there on the water. So Alexander Fuster just going to take the lead in this B final of the women's single sculls. Fi Udby Eriksson looking set to take that second spot across the line. Coming up now, Alexander Fuster of Germany, first in the B final, 7th overall. Then comes Denmark's Fi Udby Eriksson, crossing line now, Aneta Kiridou of Greece, and a little ways back, Victoria Senkuta of Lithuania. On the course now, the B final of the women's quadruple sculls. In lane 1, Romania. In lane 2, Switzerland. In lane 3, Poland. In lane 4, France. And in lane 5, Russia.
Finale B del 4 di coppia femminile, finale B che assegna le posizioni dalla settima in poi. In acqua 1 la Romania, in acqua 2 la Svizzera, in acqua 3 la Polonia, in acqua 4 la Francia, chiude il cerchio la Russia in acqua 5.
Through the 1,000-meter mark and Poland out to the lead. Maybe no big surprise to see this Polish crew out to the lead in this race. They must be disappointed to find themselves in the B final in the women's quadruple sculls. They didn't have a fantastic race yesterday, but they're out in the lead in this B final. And then the best of the rest currently, France coming through in that second place through the 1,000-meter mark, Switzerland in third. Then we look back to Russia and Romania.
E ancora in questo momento sono i colori della Polonia lì a fare l'andatura, il passaggio ai 1.000 metri, una sorpresa? Direi proprio di no, perché in realtà per la Polonia è un'occasione di rivincita. Ieri non avevano brillato e si sono di fatto ritrovate in finale B dopo averle viste poco soddisfatte anche girare sul campo di Regatta. Dobbiamo dire che sfrutteranno questa occasione sicuramente per rifarsi. Secondo posto per la Francia, a seguire in terza c'è la Svizzera.
Poland still out in the lead as they come towards the 1,400-meter mark.
Yes, Poland, of course, the crew to watch in this B final, and they are absolutely leading this race with a boat length in front of the technically very well drilled French crew, who are rating a bit lower than the Polish crew, but they have a deficit of 13 meters at the 1,500-meter mark. So quite a lot of work still to do to get in front. And I think the Polish crew, with all that experience in this boat class, will be able to fend off a late charge. But you'll never know. A very good place, third spot at the 1,500-meter mark for the crew from Switzerland, rowing very nicely indeed, rating 38 strokes a minute. And you can hear the cowbells from the Swiss fans from my position here at the 1,500-meter mark to encourage that crew from Switzerland. But still, Poland out in front.
Sono un po' geloso perché i campanacci in torre d'arrivo non si sentono, ma so bene la sensazione che spesso a Lucerna, sulle acque magiche di Lucerna, vanno sempre a colorare e a dare quel tocco di bellezza in più durante le regate di canottaggio. Sono i colori della Svizzera in questo momento che provano ancora a incrementare, con Polonia lì davanti. Per la terza posizione invece ancora in corsa anche la Francia.
The Polish really finding that rhythm here out on the water today in the B final. They're leading the way home ahead of a quick charging French crew trying to put in a last push here into the line. But as we come into the final strokes of this race, Poland looking set to take that first place, 7th overall in the women's quadruple sculls. France coming across the line behind them. Then we look back to Switzerland and making the best of the rest, coming through in 4th in the B final, Russia, and then Romania. Coming down the course now, the B final of the men's quadruple sculls. In lane 1, Austria. In lane 2, France. In lane 3, Norway. In lane 4, Russia. In lane 5, the Czech Republic. And in lane 6, Ukraine.
Finale B del 4 di coppia maschile, l'ultima finale B prima di entrare nella lunga cavalcata che porterà all'assegnazione dei titoli continentali. In acqua 1 Austria, in acqua 2 la Francia, in acqua 3 la Norvegia, in acqua 4 la Russia, in acqua 5 la Repubblica Ceca, chiude in acqua 6 l'Ucraina.
The men's quadruple sculls has been such a fun boat class to watch throughout this regatta. They're so quick off the line. They're so close together. It's been absolutely fantastic racing. As this race comes up to the 500-meter mark, Russia with just the slight advantage here, but it's a very close race. Norway going with them, Czech Republic going with them, Ukraine going with them. So really 6 boats across as they come up to the 500-meter mark.
Al passaggio dei primi 500 metri vediamo una Russia veramente scoppiettante che cerca di portarsi al comando, ma in questo momento è veramente pericolosa la Norvegia che cerca di sfruttare l'esperienza di Olaf Tufte là davanti a fare da capovoga, la leggenda del canottaggio mondiale in gara qui alla Schirana di Varese, nato il 27 aprile del 1976, in corsa per la sua 7ª Olimpiade. Chissà cosa succederà in questa grande sfida, sarà la Russia oppure la Norvegia?
Yes, that's exactly right. Olaf Tufte stroking that Norwegian boat, the rowing legend in the stroke seat of that Norwegian boat. And they're just about 4 meters behind the Russians at this stage in the race, but really going stroke for stroke, settling into their race pace rhythm through the middle 1,000 meters of this race. And as I'm talking, the Norwegians just trying to make a bit of a shift. They're trying to see if they can get up on that Russian advantage, moving up to 37 strokes a minute. The Russians trying to respond, but it's really still 6 boats across the entire field as they move up on the 900-meter mark, coming towards the middle 1,000 of this race.
Al passaggio ai 1000 metri permettetemi di parlare ancora di lui, del vero mago Olaf Tufte, medaglia d'oro in singolo ai Giochi Olimpici di Atene, stesso risultato anche a Pechino nel 2008, a Sydney nel 2000 invece fu d'argento in doppio, a Rio de Janeiro quel bellissimo bronzo con il doppio, e ancora sono proprio loro, Norvegia e Russia, che cercano di fare l'andatura. Tufte, una curiosità, ha a cuore l'Italia perché al campionato del mondo di Milano nel 2003 vinse il singolo, quindi l'Italia gli sta particolarmente a cuore. Russia lì davanti, poi Norvegia ancora in corsa.
In the third 500 meters of this race, Russia extending their lead on Norway, trying to secure that first spot in the B final, but they're heading towards you, Tim, at 1,300 meters.
Yes, thank you, Gillian. It's been a great race for that Russian crew, really giving it their best in this B final. Great performance from them. They weren't the quickest crews in this B final from the semi-finals. That actually was the crew from Norway, who were a couple of seconds quicker than the Russians. But the Russians made it their own this race. Very powerful strokes from these 4 Russian athletes, laying it down every single stroke, moving out to, I think, almost a boat length of lead over the crew from Norway, who have actually slipped back into 4th or perhaps even 5th at the 1,500 meter marks. The Swiss on the far side going with, trying to go with the Russian crew, but the crew from the Ukraine and also the crew from the Czech Republic absolutely blasting towards the finishing line with less than 350 meters still to go. Russia still out in front, but the charge is on from the Ukraine and from the Czech Republic.
Riprendiamo dalla torre questa grande maratona, la maratona del 4 di coppia maschile, la finale B, lì al centro ancora la Russia che cerca di fare la differenza e rinviene benissimo anche l'Austria. Austria rimasta nelle retrovie, addirittura quinta ai 1000 metri, che sta risalendo la china là all'esterno in corsia 1 andando all'assalto della Russia. Una gara veramente meravigliosa, un 4 di coppia che con questa finale B fa ben sperare sicuramente per il proseguo anche internazionale.
Such class in the men's quadruple sculls B final as they come towards the line. Russia still out in the lead. A desperately charging Czech Republic, Ukraine, and Norway even trying to get back in the pack. But as they come towards the final stages of this race, also keeping an eye on Austria on the far side with an enormous sprint there, trying to get back on the Russians. But it's really 6 boats across as they come towards the final stages of this race. Russia set to take the first spot in the B final. Then across the line, I think it's Ukraine, Austria, Czech Republic, and then France and Norway. But it was a very close race, waiting for those times to come up on the screen. Fantastic racing in the B final of the men's quadruple sculls. We have a few minute break before we come back to the first A final of the day, then the PR1 women's single sculls. Just confirming those times across the line. Russia came through in first, Ukraine second, Czech Republic third. Through in fourth was Austria, fifth France, and sixth Norway.
Un arrivo mozzafiato quello del 4 di coppia, ma era solo una finale B. Le finali A partiranno alle 10:25, a tagliare il nastro sarà il singolo PR1 femminile. Piccolo spazio per noi alle 10:25, di nuovo in diretta per la grande maratona di questi campionati europei assoluti. Restate con noi.
5 minutes to go until the start of the first A final here at the European Rowing Championships. But first up, we just bring you a short video recapping some of the highlights of this weekend's racing.
5 minuti all'inizio ufficiale di queste grandi finali dei campionati europei assoluti. Ma prima di iniziare con le grandi finali vi invitiamo a guardare lo schermo perché abbiamo preparato un piccolo video per voi con le impressioni di queste giornate di gare. Buona visione!
Heading up to the start line for the first A final of the 2021 European Rowing Championships. Lining up at the start, the PR1 women's single sculls. In lane 1, representing Belarus, Lyudmila Vauchok. In lane 2, representing Ukraine, Anna Sheremet. In lane 3, representing Israel, Moran Samuel. In lane 4, representing Norway, Birgit Skarstein. In lane 5, representing France, Natalie Benoit. And in lane 6, representing Germany, Manuela Diening. They're up there on the start.
E siamo pronti per la finale A del singolo PR1 femminile con Bielorussia in acqua 1, Ucraina in acqua 2, Israele in acqua 3, Norvegia in acqua 4, Francia in acqua 5 e Germania in acqua 6.
Looking at lane 3, Moran Samuel of Israel lining up at the start. Just finishing touches there out on the water. Birgit Skarstein in lane 4, the Norwegian sculler, reigning world champion out there on the water. Birgit Skarstein of Norway. Just final preparations here as they're about to get underway. In lane 5, Natalie Benoit of France, reigning European champion. In lane 5, Natalie Benoit. And in lane 6, Manuela Diening of Germany.
Germany, attention.
And they're underway in the PR1 women's single sculls, a final. They're off to a quick start across the field there. All eyes will be on the reigning world champion in lane 4 from Norway, Birgit Skarstein. And she's off to a quick start, but we've got to keep an eye also on the French sculler, Nathalie Benoit, reigning European champion, also off to a very quick start right alongside Skarstein of Norway.
Avremo gli occhi ovviamente sulla campionessa del mondo in carica che tra le altre cose detiene anche il miglior tempo, il world best time da tenere sotto controllo, ma attenzione perché in questa gara abbiamo anche la campionessa d'Europa in carica, quindi due atlete che vogliono veramente vendere cara, anzi carissima la pelle, e voi potrete seguire la gara anche direttamente dal monitor.
At this very early stage in the race, Moran Samuel of Israel leading the way down the course, but she's followed closely by France and Norway. Impressive stuff from these three scullers out there in lanes 3, 4, and 5. So as they come up to about the 400-meter mark, they're out on the water. We're going to be joined by Kat Holloway and Thomas Kadai walking us through the middle section of this race.
Yeah, it's still great conditions out here on Lake Varese, and this, the first A final of the European Championships. Fantastic to see this packed lineup in the PR1 women's single sculls. So it's been this really fast start for Moran Samuel of Israel. She's got out of the blocks quickly. But the Norwegian and the French scullers, Birgit Skarstein, Nathalie Benoit alongside her, are still tracking very close to her. We see a different style from these scullers. So the Israeli sculler, Samuel, using the longer stroke, using her length, and a different style to the Norwegian alongside her, Birgit Skarstein, who uses the rate a little bit more in order to move the boat along.
Prima finale A del nostro programma, si entra nel vivo di questi campionati europei assoluti 2021. Siamo con la prima finale, il singolo femminile PR1. È Israele a lasciare per primo i blocchi di partenza e mettersi subito al comando di questa prima regata del nostro programma delle finali A, ma attenzione perché c'è anche un bellissimo scontro tra la Norvegia, che è la detentrice del record mondiale, e la Francia, campione d'Europa in carica, che sicuramente non lasceranno nulla di intanto e proveranno ad andare a sorpassare l'equipaggio israeliano, in questo momento al comando di 6 metri sulla Norvegia, poi leggermente più arretrata la Francia, che comunque è in terza posizione, e a seguire tutte le altre imbarcazioni. Siamo ai 1500 metri di questo percorso di gara, ancora 3/4 di percorso da percorrere per tutte le atlete in gara. Ricordiamo 6 corsie piene per questa specialità del singolo femminile PR1. Ancora Israele che cerca di dire la sua, ma la campionessa d'Europa in carica, Nathalie Benoit, sicuramente vorrà dire la sua e parte all'attacco in questo momento, riducendo il margine di vantaggio dell'equipaggio israeliano, essendo infatti a soli 3 metri di distanza. Attenzione perché per la terza posizione in questo momento la Francia, campionessa d'Europa in carica, è lì appannaggio della terza posizione. Vediamo ancora una volta Israele in vantaggio, prosegue la corsa verso il primo traguardo delle finali A di questi campionati europei assoluti 2021.
Moran Samuel from Israel still leading the way. She's under pressure now from Norway's Birgit Skarstein. Alongside them, Nathalie Benoit from France, European champion from last year in Poznan. On that occasion, Moran Samuel, Birgit Skarstein, both missing from the regatta. They didn't take part on that occasion. So it's the first time we see these three scullers go head-to-head since that final in Linz in 2019. At that point, it was Birgit Skarstein who took the world title ahead of France, ahead of Italy. But here we have it, the Israeli has come back on really fine form. She's leading the way through to 1,000 meters ahead of Birgit Skarstein. So Birgit Skarstein, really a favourite in Norway on the sporting scene, and also took part in a celebrity dance competition this year in Norway. She's a really popular athlete. She's done so much for sport in general, and it's fantastic to see her back on the scene here for the 2021 season. So coming towards this second timing marker at 1,000 metres, Birgit Skarstein just pushing through Moran Samuel to take the lead.
1000 metri di percorso e la prima finale A inizia veramente a farsi interessante, un bellissimo punta a punta lì al centro del percorso nelle corsie 3 e 4 tra Israele e Norvegia. Israele che è veramente molto agguerrita, ma la Norvegia risponde in modo perfetto. Aumenta il numero dei colpi l'equipaggio in corsia 4. L'equipaggio che già detiene il record mondiale in questa specialità del singolo PR1 femminile, infatti prende un leggero margine di vantaggio nei confronti dell'atleta israeliana in corsia numero 3. Per la terza posizione sono veramente vicinissime Ucraina e Francia. Sicuramente la campionessa d'Europa in carica cercherà di andare al recupero delle posizioni di testa, ma in questo momento permane in terza posizione.
Birgit Skarstein and Moran Samuel continue to lead this race. They've opened up a good margin of clear water ahead of Natalie Benoit and Anna Sheremet of Ukraine. The Norwegian sculler, 36 strokes a minute. Israel's Moran Samuel responded to her charge through the 1,000 by taking the rate up to 34 strokes a minute, but it hasn't made much of an impact on this move from the Norwegian. Birgit Skarstein continues to lead through 1,200 meters.
Yes, and coming into view now here from the commentary position at the 1,500 meter mark, we can see the leading two scullers from Israel and from Norway coming closer to the three-quarter stage of this race. Almost 1,250 meters gone in this first A final at the European Championships in the PR1's women's single sculls event, and it's developing to be a great race. Bridget Skarstein from Norway took the lead at halfway from the Israeli sculler Moran Samuel, who is still underrating her competitor from Norway, 33 strokes a minute, and she has to respond now because with 600 meters left to go, the chances of getting that gold medal and becoming European champion in this event are getting slimmer and slimmer for the sculler from Israel. 8 meters is the deficit at this stage for the Israeli sculler, and Bridget Skarstein from Norway still hammering along at 35 strokes a minute. She has the highest boat speed of the entire field in this A final of the PR1 women's singles, and she is really stretching out, placing those blades very neatly, very calmly into the water at the beginning of the stroke, and really using every single inch of length to get that boat moving. She's almost at the 1,500 meter mark, passing as we speak. She has a boat length clear of. She's a boat length clear from Samuel Moran from Israel in second position, and we have a wonderful race developing here for the bronze medal. On the far side, we have the sculler from the Ukraine, Anna Sheremet. She is currently in third position, crossing the 1,500 meter mark, but it's Natalie Benoit from France, who is the 40-year-old sculler who is trying to make a move and get back on the sculler from the Ukraine to claim that bronze medal. So great racing still to be had in the final quarter of this race, with the sculler from Norway, Bridget Skarstein, still out in front.
E ancora lì davanti la Norvegia a fare l'andatura, un vantaggio importante per la campionessa del mondo in carica, una sorta di rivincita sulla francese che vinse il titolo continentale, ma allo stesso tempo mi piace ricordare che lì nella mischia c'è anche Moran Samuel, atleta di Israele che ha costruito i suoi successi sotto la guida tecnica di Paola Grizzetti, una grande allenatrice del mondo para-rowing che da Gavirate ha iniziato il suo percorso internazionale, ma ricordiamo Moran Samuel con i colori di Israele conquistò una bellissima medaglia di bronzo alle Paralimpiadi di Rio de Janeiro ed è lì in questo momento per una possibile medaglia d'argento. Continua la corsa della Norvegia, poi Israele per la terza posizione, potrebbe rinvenire anche l'Ucraina.
coming down to the final 100 meters of this race, and the first medals are on the line out here on Lago di Varese. Birgit Skarstein having an incredible row out there ahead of Israel's Moran Samuel. Really interesting to see these two in striking distance of one another. Birgit Skarstein has been dominating this category for the last few years, since the 2016 Rio Paralympic Games, but she's having a fantastic race out here, as is Moran Samuel, right hot on her tails. And then a very close race developing for the bronze medal. The young Anna Schermet trying to get up, stay up on Nathalie Benoit, the reigning European champion in this boat class. So as they come up to the line, I think Birgit Skarstein of Norway looking set to take the gold medal here in the PR1 women's single sculls. Moran Samuel of Israel coming through for the silver medal in this very first medals race of the day. And as we look back, I think Anna Schermet might have done what she needed to do through the body of this race to take that bronze medal. They're coming up towards the line now. Nathalie Benoit, the reigning European champion, is going to miss out on the medals here as Anna Schermet of the Ukraine takes that third spot. Nathalie Benoit coming through in fourth. In the fifth position will be Manuela Diening of Germany. And then just a little ways back to Lyudmila Wałczak of Belarus in sixth.
Sul traguardo quindi la conferma con la vittoria della Norvegia, al secondo posto Israele, terzo posto l'Ucraina.
And the A final of the PR1 men's single sculls. Lining up on the course in lane 1, Spain; in lane 2, Germany; in lane 3, Ukraine; in lane 4, Great Britain; in lane 5, Israel; and in lane 6, Italy.
Finale A del singolo PR1 maschile con Spagna in acqua 1, Germania in acqua 2, Ucraina in acqua 3, Gran Bretagna in acqua 4, Israele in acqua 5 e il portacolori azzurro Massimo Spolon di Gavirate in acqua 6.
No surprise to see the reigning world and European champion out to an early lead, Roman Polyansky of the Ukraine. But as we looked through the racing coming into today's A final, Benjamin Pritchard with some really fast times. So I'm hoping, Kat, you out on the water can catch us up between the race between the British and the Ukrainian sculler.
Roman Polyansky, reigning Paralympic champion from the Rio Games, of course on that occasion racing over 1,000 meters, and after those games the race was increased to this exciting 2,000 meters. So on that occasion he set a Paralympic record, and he's stormed across the water ever since then with silver medals from the World Championships in 2018 and taking the world title back again in 2019. So Roman Polyansky really has the form in this last Paralympic cycle, the 34-year-old, such experience to his name. And then alongside him we have relative newcomer Ben Pritchard. So Ben Pritchard was a triathlete. He was paralyzed from the waist down after a serious cycling crash in 2016. That then led to him being spotted by the British rowing team and joining the development squad for British Paralympic rowing in 2017. So Ben Pritchard really was a talent to find there, and he's made his way through the international scene over the last few seasons, taking some great results, including 4th place at the 2019 World Championships. So here the boats are progressing through 700 meters, and the Ukraine sculler Roman Polyansky still leads Great Britain's Ben Pritchard by a length.
Si rivela il protagonista assoluto di questa specialità ancora una volta, Roman Polyansky, in forza ai colori dell'Ucraina, in questo momento ancora in vantaggio. Lui che ha già ottenuto il miglior tempo del mondo nel 2019 sul campo di Regatta di Linz, poi la conferma europea con il titolo a Poznan nel 2020. Quest'oggi sicuramente in acqua per andare a riprendersi nuovamente questo importante importante titolo internazionale, sicuramente è il più plausibile candidato alla conquista della medaglia del metallo più prezioso, ma non ne saranno sicuramente da meno anche i suoi avversari. Infatti la Gran Bretagna, Benjamin Picard, che è sicuramente molto agguerrito e cerca di farsi sotto, a solo 15 metri di stacco nei confronti dell'equipaggio in testa, ma sicuramente l'Ucraina andrà ad aumentare il numero dei colpi per non far sì che l'attacco da parte della Gran Bretagna sia efficace. Sono 1100 i metri che separano gli atleti dal traguardo in questa seconda finale A del nostro programma, quella riservata al singolo maschile PR1. Ancora ben distesa la palata e piuttosto anche tranquilla dell'Ucraina in corsia numero 3, il campione del mondo e campione europeo è in carica ancora una volta da grande prova di se stesso. Per la seconda posizione, come dicevamo, permane la Gran Bretagna in corsia numero 4. La lotta per la medaglia di bronzo è invece tra l'equipaggio in acqua 1 e l'equipaggio in acqua numero 5, quindi Spagna e Israele. Ricordiamo in acqua anche i colori italiani con Massimo Spolon in corsia numero 6, che sta veramente effettuando una bellissima regata.
Roman Polyansky directly in front of our commentary position here, and I've got to look down at the times coming up on my screen here. So he's gone through the 1,000 metres in a 4:35. He set the world best time over 2,000 metres in the 2019 season on the Linz Ottensheim course. 9:12 is the world best time for this event. So he's gone through the 1,000 metre mark in less than half of that time. So it's not fast conditions today. So we can see Roman Polyansky really on form here at Varese. As he moves through the course, I'm reminded of the fact that he used to be a para-canoeist. So the style he has here in rowing, he has a high rate of striking, 39 strokes a minute. He uses this real power and a kind of short, stabby stroke to move the boat through the water. And for me, it is reminiscent of a canoeing style. So he's using this style to stay ahead of Benjamin Pritchard, moving away from him as he moves through this third quarter of the race.
Great style there from the Paralympic champion from the Ukraine, Roman Polyansky, still out in front. And talking about canoeing, there's actually a former canoeist in lane number 1, the Spanish sculler Javier Regamunos, who just qualified earlier this week for the Paralympic Games in Tokyo, who's also turned his back on canoeing and gone in the rowing single. He's having a great race, but he had to come through the repechage to be here in this A final of the men's PR1 single sculls. The Olympic champion still out in front, a really high rate of striking, 38, 39 strokes a minute even, as he approaches the three-quarter stage of this race. So almost 1,500 meters gone for Roman Polyansky from the Ukraine. He is leading this, and he's doing so in quite some style, really stabby strokes, as Catherine mentioned earlier, but it gives him the highest boat speed of the entire field. But going with him, it's still Benjamin Pritchard from Great Britain, but that's a couple of boat lengths of clear water back to the sculler from the Ukraine. Third place, a bit difficult for me to see at this stage, but I think it might be the sculler from Israel, who is currently in third position. And on the far side, we see Markus Klemp from Germany, currently in fourth, but rating very low, 30 strokes a minute. So I think he may have a sprint finish to get past the sculler from Israel. We'll see, but Roman Polyansky, the Paralympic champion, still out in front in this A final of the men's PR single sculls.
Roman Polyansky veramente una marcia in più rispetto a tutti gli avversari in questa finale A. Ci aveva già fatto intravedere ottimi segnali durante le prove di qualifica, ma oggi alla Schiranna ci si gioca il titolo continentale e lui, da campione d'Europa in carica, vuole ancora una volta far suonare il suo inno nazionale, festeggiare all'oro. Ancora grande attenzione per questo atleta che di fatto ha scelto e preferito il canottaggio alla canoa. Lui che arriva dal mondo della canoa, è stato canoista per tanti anni, poi ha deciso di cambiare, una scelta vincente perché alle Olimpiadi di Rio de Janeiro lui fu campione paralimpico e da lì iniziò questo grande percorso che oggi lo vede sempre più protagonista. Per la seconda e terza posizione invece oramai in scioltezza la Gran Bretagna e a seguire per la terza ancora Israele. Mancano 150 metri al traguardo.
Roman Polianski into the final 100 meters of this race, and I don't think he can be stopped. He's the reigning Paralympic, reigning world, and reigning European champion out there on the water. He holds the world best time in this category, and he's absolutely performing again here in Varese. He's really storming out to that lead. Ben Pritchard doing his best to stay in that second position, Ben Pritchard of Great Britain, and then another fantastic race developing for the bronze medal here between Israel and Germany. Marcus Klemp, Germany just holding on to that third place, but coming through the line right now is Roman Polianski of Ukraine to take the gold medal in the PR1 men's single sculls. Behind him, Benjamin Pritchard of Great Britain through to silver, and a fantastic race for that bronze medal. Marcus Klemp just hanging on in that fourth position, keeping contact with the Israeli sculler through the majority of the race and making a nice sprint here through the last 500 meters. Coming across the line now, Marcus Klemp of Germany set to take that bronze medal. Then comes Israel through the line, and then in fifth we'll be looking towards Italy's Massimo Spolon, and in sixth the Spanish sculler Javier Reja Munoz. The victory ceremony for the PR1 women's single sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione singolo PR1 femminile.
Winner of the bronze medal representing Ukraine,
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo, Ucraina.
Anna Sharamit. Winner of the silver medal representing Israel,
Vincitore della medaglia d'argento, Israele.
Moran Samuel. Winner of the gold medal and European champion representing Norway,
Vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa, Norvegia.
Birgit Skarstein. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Norway.
Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale della Norvegia.
Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
The A final of the lightweight women's single sculls. In lane 1, Great Britain. In lane 2, France. In lane 3, Belarus. In lane 4, on the screen now, Ireland. In lane 5, Romania. And in lane 6, the Netherlands.
Siamo in partenza con la finale A del singolo pesi leggeri femminile. Guardate che belle queste immagini. Gran Bretagna, Francia con Bielorussia, Irlanda, Romania e Olanda.
And they're off in the lightweight women's single sculls. The reigning European champion from the Netherlands, Martina Veldhuis, in lane 6, coming through into this A final through the repechage race. But here she is out there on the water today. Off to a quick start, but making the best of the pack at this very early stage of the race is Lydia Heafy from Ireland, absolutely storming away at 51 strokes per minute. The young Lydia Heafy of Ireland. But as they're moving towards the 250 meters of this race, Ireland out in the lead.
Una partenza veramente esplosiva per l'atleta irlandese, scattata fuori dai blocchi a 51 colpi al minuto e dopo 300 metri ancora 42-43 colpi al minuto la fa frullare. L'Olanda però non vuole starci, Olanda campione d'Europa in carica, approdata in finale solo transitando dai recuperi e quindi si trova di fatto in corsia numero 6. Vedremo chi riuscirà ad avere la meglio tra Irlanda e Olanda, le più veloci in partenza.
It's still 6 boats across with a slight lead to Ireland as they come up on 400 meters.
The Irish sculler, Lydia Heafy, she's still up there at 39 strokes a minute, working it hard at the front of this race. She's alongside the more experienced Elena Furman. So Elena Furman of Belarus. She's raced in so many different boat classes over the years. 29 years of age. We saw her in Rio in the women's pair. And then she moved into the lightweight events, racing in the single scull, European champion in 2018 in that event. For the 2019 season, she found a partner in the lightweight doubles in Anastasia Yanina. They had a fantastic win in Lucerne in 2019 at the European Championships. But then we see her back in the single this season, and she knows what she's doing in the single. She's taken the lead now from the young Irish sculler, coming through that first 500 meters in 1:52. She's got a second lead ahead of Lydia Heafy.
Cambiano le carte in gioco quando siamo ai 600 metri di gara. È la Bielorussia ora a prendere il largo al centro del percorso e portandosi in vantaggio nei confronti delle altre imbarcazioni. Sicuramente ottima la partenza da parte dell'Irlanda, che sta ancora adesso viaggiando a colpi veramente alti. Anche l'Olanda, sicuramente la campionessa dell'Europa in carica, non ci sta e vuole sicuramente andare a recuperare. In questo momento però a 23 metri di distacco dall'imbarcazione di testa. Quindi la Bielorussia che ancora conduce. Iniziamo a scorgere le imbarcazioni che si portano verso la metà di questo loro percorso di 2000 metri con 19 metri di distacco da parte dell'Irlanda e la Francia invece in seconda posizione. Quindi le candidate per la conquista del podio sono proprio Bielorussia, Francia ed Irlanda, con attenzione alla Romania in corsia numero 5 che comincia a farsi sotto per andare ad entrare in una di quelle posizioni che potrebbero farla salire addirittura sul podio. Invece l'Olanda in questo momento comincia a perdere terreno, in corsia numero 6 si ritrova addirittura in penultima posizione quando continua la corsa dell'equipaggio bielorusso in corsia numero 3, che in questo momento comincia ad avere oltre uno scafo di vantaggio sulle imbarcazioni seconda e terza in posizione.
It's Elena Furman for Belarus leading this final of the women's lightweight single sculls. She's got a tall frame, 180 centimetres. She has a long stroke and she's settled into this rhythm at just 31 strokes a minute. So long in the water, very patient around the finish of the stroke. And this rhythm is holding her well ahead of the rest of the field. We saw that early lead from from Ireland's Lydia Heafy, the 23-year-old from Skibbereen and UCC Rowing Club. She came through the heats with one of the fastest qualifying times, but finding herself moving back through the field now as the French sculler and the Romanian Giannina Elena Beliaga are starting to move closer to those all-important medal positions.
It's amazing to see what the the sculler from Belarus is doing to the rest of the field. She matched Lydia Hippie in the first 500 meters for that lead, taking over in the second part of the first 500 meters, and she's really storming through to the finish. It's absolutely brilliant to see. She has a lead of no less than 21 meters to her nearest competitor, which is the sculler from Romania, the Dutch reigning European champion Martine Veldhuis in lane number 6, having to do an awful lot of work, because on the far side in lane number 2 we see Claire Beau from France trying to get into that silver medal position. Currently she's still in 3rd position, but she's well ahead of Martine Veldhuis from the Netherlands, as the sculler from Belarus is coming towards the 1500 meter mark, still rowing that very long, powerful strokes. She's really comfortable out in front. The water perfectly flat here at the 3/4 stage. Great racing, and look at the damage she's done. The sculler from Belarus, Elena Furman, out in front in a class of her own with 450 meters left to row. It is Belarus first, Romania second, and on the far side it's the sculler from France, Claire Beau, in 3rd position. Those are the top three crews at this stage, but Martine Veldhuis going for a change of gear in the last 500 meters.
E allora la prendiamo dalla torre, questa finale A del singolo pesi leggeri femminile. Ve ne vorrei parlare per ore. Alena Furman, atleta della Bielorussia, sta ricercando un riscatto, in realtà un doppio riscatto. Lo scorso anno era titolare del doppio pesi leggeri, l'unica specialità rimasta in programma ai Giochi Olimpici, ma al 4° posto spinse la direzione tecnica a cambiare strategia. E lei si è ritrovata in singolo, fuori dalla mischia, ma ora con una vittoria potrebbe ritornare in gioco. In più a Varese ha un conto in sospeso, perché agli europei del 2012 fu quinta sul traguardo e una medaglia di Varese le manca in bacheca. Ed ecco quindi la corsa della Bielorussia là davanti in solitaria su Romania e Francia.
Elena Furman of Belarus, absolutely in a class of her own out there on the water. She's still rating at a 33 strokes a minute. Everyone else on the field desperately trying to get back into contention, but Elena Furman looking really set to take the gold medal in the lightweight women's single sculls as she comes into the final few strokes of this race. Then behind her, a nice race between the Romanian Beliaga and the French Claire Beau out there in lane 2. They're looking set to take the silver and bronze medals. So coming down to the line, Elena Furman of Belarus taking the gold medal in the lightweight women's single sculls. Just behind her, Giannina Elena Beliaga of Romania in silver, and Claire Beau of France will take the gold. Martine Veldhuis just in that 4th position, and coming through in 5th, Madeleine Arlette of Great Britain, and in 6th, Lydia Hippie of Ireland. The victory ceremony for the PR1 men's single sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione singolo PR1 maschile.
Winner of the bronze medal representing Germany,
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo, Germania.
Markus Klemp. Winner of the silver medal representing Great Britain,
Vincitore della medaglia d'argento, Gran Bretagna.
Benjamin Pritchard. Winner of the gold medal and European champion representing Ukraine,
Vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa, Ucraina.
Roman Polyansky. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Ukraine.
Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale dell'Ucraina.
Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
The A final of the lightweight men's single sculls. Lining up on the course in lane 1, Spain. In lane 2, Italy. In lane 3, Hungary. In lane 4, Germany. In lane 5, Ireland. And in lane 6, Poland.
Finale A del singolo pesi leggeri maschile, in acqua 1 la Spagna, in acqua 2 l'Italia, in acqua 3 l'Ungheria, in acqua 4 la Germania, in acqua 5 l'Irlanda, in acqua 6 la Polonia.
We're up on the start in lane 1. Patricio Rojas Aznar, the Spanish sculler, coming out of the Spanish lightweight men's double sculls into the lightweight men's single sculls. In lane 2, Gabriel Suarez of Italy, coming out of the lightweight men's quadruple sculls that finished first at the European Championships last year. In lane 3, Peter Galambos of Hungary. He has a silver medal from the 2019 World Rowing Championships, but finished 5th at the Europeans last year. Let's see what he has in him today. In lane 4, Germany's Joachim Achne. Very experienced sculler out there on the water for Germany, lining up in lane 4, just tapping his boat around, getting his alignment there. In lane 5, Ireland's Gary O'Donovan. Gary O'Donovan competing here in the men's singles sculls, but of course famous for his performance in Rio together with brother Paul O'Donovan. In lane 6, Artur Mikolajewski of Poland. Just lining up here at the start. They're almost under the starters' orders. We feel the tension there up on the starting line. These athletes preparing for this medal race, the A final of the lightweight men's single sculls.
Spain, Italy, Hungary, Germany, Ireland, Poland. Attention.
And they're off. Clean start across all 6 lanes in the lightweight men's single sculls. We expect them to go off at high rates of speeds, and yes, they absolutely do. Gary O'Donovan shooting out of the start at 55 strokes a minute, but Germany's Joachim Achne actually getting the best of it as they come off a very quick start across the board.
Una partenza veramente esplosiva, siamo oltre i 40 colpi al minuto con tutti questi singolisti, una partenza veramente scoppiettante per Germania ed Ungheria per prima e seconda posizione, ma c'è anche l'Italia che con Gabriel Soares, classe 1997, atleta che ha iniziato la sua carriera agonistica nel 2010 presso l'Unione Sportiva Bellagina, oggi titolare e professionista della Marina Militare, lo scorso anno campione del mondo in 4 di coppia pesi leggeri, qui a gareggiare nel singolo nella mischia per le medaglie.
There's been some fantastic racing to get into this A final, and it's not a big surprise to see Hungary's Peter Galambos going out as the fastest here as these crews start to settle into their race pace where they will race the body of this entire race. Peter Galambos just starting to edge his boat out in front of the field as they come towards the 400-meter mark.
Yeah, Peter Galambos, the 34-year-old from Hungary, has had such great form in this event the last few years. So he was European champion in 2019, silver medalist from the European Championships, from the World Championships the same year in 2019, and a 5th place finish at the European Championships last year. So we see him on the water with this classic style he uses. He uses a lot of lean back, very long strokes. And in his early stages of the race, he's using a high rate to get in front of the rest of the field. So he's got half a length advantage over Italy's Gabriel Soares and Germany's Joachim Agnew.
Ancora 1400 i metri da percorrere per tutti gli atleti in gara nel singolo leggero maschile. A condurre sono i colori dell'Ungheria. In prima posizione il 34enne atleta ungherese che conduce le file di questa finale A. Per la seconda posizione in questo momento è proprio l'italiano Gabriel Soares, comasco, già protagonista nel 4 di coppia pesi leggeri nelle scorse 2 edizioni dei campionati europei assoluti. Prima fra tutte il successo, l'oro ai campionati mondiali Under 23 a Plovdiv nel 2017. Ancora in gara adesso in questa ultima giornata dei campionati europei assoluti 2021, in seconda posizione, veramente un'ottima posizione quella dell'atleta azzurro sull'Ungheria, che però continua la sua corsa in vantaggio con una decina di metri di vantaggio, e in questo momento gli equipaggi si avvicinano ai 1000 metri di percorso, stanno transitando innanzi alla nostra postazione. È veramente una bellissima regata questa, anche perché per la seconda posizione è tutto veramente ancora aperto. Ungheria che conduce le file del gruppo ancora una volta con una palata veramente molto lunga e ben distesa. Viaggia in questo momento precisamente a 34 colpi l'atleta ungherese. Vediamo l'attacco da parte di Gabriel Soares sull'equipaggio in acqua 1 della Spagna. Sono veramente lì vicini, ma anche in acqua 6 la Polonia cerca di farsi sotto, non sono da meno nemmeno la Germania e l'Irlanda, che in questo momento sono in quinta e in sesta posizione. Veramente una bellissima regata questa, la terza finale A del nostro programma delle regate odierne, con un'Italia che ancora una volta cerca di farci sognare. Speriamo che ci riuscirà.
Moving away from this halfway timing marker, Peter Galambos continues to lead by clear water over Spain's Patricio Rojas Aznar. Closest to him is Italy's Gabriel Suarez. Suarez from Lake Como, close to these waters, started rowing at the Bella Gina Club. He now rows for the Gruppo Sportivo della Marina Militare Sabaudia, and he wants to show what he can do here on home water. However, Peter Galambos still has clear water over the rest of the field.
It's indeed the experienced hand of the Hungarian 2019 European champion Peter Galambos, still out in front, having settled at a middle race pace of 35 strokes a minute, really in his comfort zone. But he looks to his left, and there he sees the threat coming from the Italian local favorite Gabriel Suarez in lane number 2, who is trying to push on, closing into the last quarter of this race. A slight change of gear from Peter Galambos from Hungary, but close to me here at the hut at 1500 meters, I see the sculler from Poland as well coming to the form, trying to get a claim on one of those 3 medals which wait at the end of this 2000 meters. But it's clear water for the Hungarian sculler, and I think the local favorite Gabriel Suarez has just been overtaken by the Polish sculler in lane number 6. But Peter Galambos still out in front with 370 meters still left to row. The medals are not given away at this stage, but Peter Galambos looking very good to take that European title.
Siamo oramai proiettati verso il traguardo, potrebbe arrivare anche la prima medaglia per l'Italia, con l'Ungheria lì al centro a fare l'andatura con questo 34enne capace di conquistare il titolo europeo nel 2019. Il 2020 fu un anno un po' in sordina, ma ora vuole riprendersi il posto che merita. Ma lì per la terza posizione c'è Gabriel Suarez, che dimostrò il suo pedigree addirittura nel 2015 nelle categorie juniores, quando agli europei di quell'anno conquistò la medaglia d'argento insieme in 4 di coppia junior con Riccardo Jansen, Mirko Cardella e Gergo Xiraki. In questo momento è lui lo scudiero azzurro proiettato verso il traguardo per una possibile medaglia di bronzo.
Peter Galambos of Hungary just trying to maintain his lead here as they come into the final strokes of this race, but a fantastic sprint from the local favorite Gabriel Suarez of Italy to push back against that charge, that late charge from the Polish Artur Mikolajiwski. And as they're coming up towards the line, I think it's Peter Galambos who's looking good to take that gold medal, but a fantastically close race in the A final of the lightweight men's single sculls. Peter Galambos taking the gold medal across the line, and very close race, but I think Gabriel Suarez of Italy for the silver medal, and Poland in the bronze medal position. We're going to confirm that for you as it comes up on the screen there. Germany through in 4th, Ireland 5th, and Spain 6th. Yes, that just came up on our screen. Gold medal goes to Peter Galambos, silver to Italy, and bronze to Poland.
Un arrivo al cardiopalmo, lo possiamo andare quindi a confermare. Vittoria dell'Ungheria al secondo posto per 20 centesimi. Gabriel Suarez, bronzo alla Polonia.
The victory ceremony for the lightweight women's single sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione singolo pesi leggeri femminile.
Winner of the bronze medal representing France,
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo, Francia.
Claire Bove. Winner of the silver medal representing Romania,
Vincitore della medaglia d'argento, Romania.
Giannina Elena Beliaga. Winner of the gold medal and European champion representing Belarus,
Vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa, Bielorus.
Elena Furman. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Belarus.
Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale della Bielorus.
Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
The A final of the PR2 mixed double sculls. In lane 1, Italy. In lane 2, Poland. In lane 3, the Netherlands. In lane 4, Great Britain. In lane 5, France. And in lane 6, Ukraine.
Ed ecco la finale A del doppio PR2, in acqua 1 l'Italia, in acqua 2 la Polonia, in acqua 3 l'Olanda, in acqua 4 la Germania, in acqua 5 la Francia, in acqua 6 l'Ucraina.
Here we have a look at the Italians in lane 1, in the bow seat, Gianfilippo Mirabel, and in the stroke seat, Chiara Nardu. In lane 2, the Polish combination, in the bow seat, Jolanta Maczka, in the stroke seat, Michał Gadowski. In lane 3, the Dutch crew, the reigning European champions, Anneke van der Meer and Corné de Koning. In lane 4, the reigning world champions from Great Britain, Lauren Rouse and Lawrence Whitley. In lane 5, representing France, Perle Bouge and Christophe Lavigne. And in lane 6, representing the Ukraine in the bow seat, Svetlana Bohuslawska, and in the stroke seat, Yaroslav Kayuda. These crews coming under the starter's orders, just getting ready in the A final of the PR2 mixed double sculls.
Italy, Poland, Netherlands, Great Britain, France, Ukraine. Attention.
And they're off. The A final of the PR2 mixed double sculls. We're expecting a great race between the middle two lanes, Great Britain, the Netherlands, but also 6 boats across. What a fantastic race here in the A final of the PR2 mixed double sculls.
Una finale che ci emozionerà fino al traguardo, con 6 nazioni veramente scatenate, ma al centro del percorso una sfida nella sfida. Olanda campione d'Europa, Gran Bretagna campione del mondo. Saranno i campioni d'Europa o i campioni del mondo a vincere oggi sulle acque della Schiranna. È una corsa veramente preziosa, ma per l'Italia non possiamo citare Gianfilippo Mirabile e Chiara Nardo, una nuova accoppiata con Gianfilippo Mirabile, lo ricordiamo, atleta che dal 2018 ha intrapreso il canottaggio presso la società sportiva Murcarolo, è sempre stato protagonista anche negli eventi indoor e vedremo cosa riuscirà a fare in occasione di questa grande sfida, la finale A del doppio PR2.
The British going off at 44 strokes a minute and getting their bow out into the lead. This British combination not having competed since back in 2019 at the World Rowing Championships. Going with them is the crew from the Netherlands. They'll try to stay in contact with that British duo, but as they come towards the 400-meter mark, it's Great Britain and the Netherlands out in the lead.
Thanks, Gilly. I'm excited to see this British combination back in action. And my eyes are just recovering from seeing the number 56 pop up as the stroke rate off the start by this crew. It's a number that I don't think I've seen before in international rowing. So 56 strokes a minute off the start. We can see that in this event because it's a shorter stroke than the PR3 events. It's a shorter stroke than the full slide events. But still 56 strokes a minute. It takes real skill and fluidity with the hands to be able to achieve that kind of rate usefully in order to move the boats so quickly in the way this British crew have. So a flying start from Lawrence Whitley and Lauren Rolls of Great Britain.
600 metri di gara già percorsi da questi atleti del doppio mix PR2. Vi spiegava Kat poco fa che sono 2 tecniche completamente diverse, quelle adottate dall'equipaggio dell'Olanda e dell'equipaggio della Gran Bretagna, tant'è che l'equipaggio olandese viaggia a meno di 30 colpi, mentre l'equipaggio della Gran Bretagna tiene un ritmo forsennato a 37 colpi costanti sul passo di questa finalissima A del doppio mix PR2. In gara anche in corsia numero 1 l'Italia, l'equipaggio azzurro composto da Gianfilippo Mirabile, genovese, atleta della società sportiva Murcarolo, e Chiara Nardo invece in forza alla Canottieri Padova. Oggi insieme questa accoppiata per andare alla conquista delle medaglie in campionato europeo per la loro prima volta in gara. Siamo quindi con questa finale a 1200 metri dal traguardo, con un'Olanda veramente molto agguerrita, ricordiamo già campionessa europea in carica nell'anno 2020, anche vincitrice del titolo del mondo nel 2017, sempre sul campo di Regatta di Poznan. Dopo 3 anni dopo hanno conquistato il titolo europeo. Oggi nuovamente in gara, sicuramente in gran forza, ma è la Gran Bretagna a condurre di oltre 25 metri di vantaggio sulle altre imbarcazioni in scioltezza. Veramente la conduzione di questa regata dall'equipaggio inglese in corsia numero 4. Per la seconda posizione invece è un bellissimo punta a punta tra Polonia ed ed Olanda, quando ormai mancano gli ultimi 1000 metri di gara. Siamo in questo momento a metà percorso, l'Italia è in quarta posizione ma veramente vicina alle imbarcazioni in seconda ed in terza, di conseguenza è sufficiente un aggancio sul passo per andare a recuperare palata dopo palata in questa bellissima regata numero 117 dell'intero programma gare dei campionati europei assoluti edizione 2021 che si svolgono qui nelle acque del lago di Varese alla Schiranna.
It's a beautiful unit, Rolls and Whiteley from Great Britain. We see this lovely blade work and the length of the stroke exactly the same between the two athletes. Lauren Rolls in the bow seat has to use more lean from the body in order to generate that, being a shorter athlete than Lawrence Whiteley in the stroke seat. But the way these athletes move their trunk through the stroke is very typical for me of a British sculling style. And we see that take them to a fantastic lead through this third quarter ahead of the Dutch De Koning and Van der Meer. So De Koning and Van der Meer, gold medalists from the European Championships last year when the British crew were notably absent. They finished ahead of Ukraine and Poland at those championships. Both of those boats taking place in this race. But really the story for me so far is this splendid row from Great Britain.
Definitely, Kat. It's a brilliant row from the British crew, maintaining 36 strokes a minute all the way down. They started off really high, as you mentioned, 50 plus strokes a minute, but now they're just settled into that race pace at 36, and it's a huge contrast with the crew from the Netherlands in second position, who barely managed to get above 30 strokes a minute and are now struggling to keep that rate of striking above 30. Very different style. They have a slightly longer reach at the front and the Dutch than the British have, but it looks so dynamic if you just look at the British crew now passing 1500 meters. It looks really compact, really nice hang of the arms, really using that backswing perfectly and as they cross the 1500 meter mark. The Dutch still in the second position, but we are going to have a great fight for the bronze medal because it's the crew from France in lane 5, and on the far side the European bronze medalists from last year, the Polish duo, are having a great fight for a third position. And but wow, it's just so incredible to see such dynamic rhythm coming off that British crew with 270-ish meters still left to row. The British look good for that European Championship.
250 metri al traguardo e un solo doppio al comando. La Gran Bretagna veramente su un altro pianeta. Sono spettacolari, bella l'azione, 37 colpi al minuto, grande potenza in acqua in sospensione. Insomma, i campioni del mondo dimostrano ancora una volta all'Europa di essere i più forti di tutti. Per la seconda e la terza posizione c'è una bella battaglia perché non vogliono lasciare l'argento i campioni d'Europa in carica, il duo olandese, ma attenzione che perché per la terza medaglia di bronzo, la terza medaglia in palio, la corsa è tra Polonia, ma attenzione anche all'Ucraina.
The British have gone up to 38 strokes a minute, just striding out here in front of the rest of the field. That's such precise rowing from the British combination here, and it's just taken them from start to finish in the lead. They're looking set to become the next European champions out here on Lago di Varese, but that race developing behind them. The Dutch still in that second position, but the battle for bronze between France and Poland has been moving them closer to this Dutch combination. By coming up to the line now, such a dominant performance from Lauren Rolls and Lawrence Whiteley of Great Britain coming across the line to take that gold medal here at Varese. And coming up now, the Dutch look set to take the silver medal. And coming across, it's too close to call for bronze between the French and the Polish. I'm going to wait for confirmation on that coming up on the screen. But through in fifth position is Italy and sixth Ukraine.
Un arrivo meraviglioso, abbiamo visto la vittoria della Gran Bretagna festeggiata al meglio, al secondo posto l'Olanda, terza per un soffio la Francia.
Fantastic race in the PR2 mixed double sculls. Great Britain coming through in first. The Netherlands second, and third was France, just at the line ahead of Poland, confirming Italy for fifth and Ukraine sixth. The victory ceremony for the lightweight men's single sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione singolo pesi leggeri maschile.
Winner of the bronze medal representing Poland,
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo, Polonia.
Artur Mikolajewski. Winner of the silver medal representing Italy,
Vincitore della medaglia d'argento, Italia. Gabriel Soares.
winner of the gold medal and European champion representing Hungary,
Vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa, Ungheria.
Peter Galambos. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Hungary.
Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale dell'Ungheria.
Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
The A final of the PR3 mixed coxed 4.
La finale A del 4 con PR3 mix ai blocchi di partenza.
Lining up at the start, in lane 1, the Netherlands. In lane 2, Ukraine. In lane 3, France. In lane 4, Great Britain. In lane 5, Italy. And in lane 6, Israel.
In acqua 1 l'Olanda, in acqua 2 l'Ucraina, in acqua 3 la Francia, 4 Gran Bretagna, 5 l'Italia, 6 Israele.
We're up at the start. All these crews lining up there at the start. Just getting a look here at the Ukrainians in lane 2. Coxing this boat, Yulia Malasai. Looking here at lane 1, the Netherlands. Coxswain Yadi van Holst. Here in lane 3, the crew from France, Coxbay, Robin Le Barreau. In lane 4, the reigning world champions from Great Britain, coxed by Aaron Kennedy. In lane 5, the defending European champions and home favorites from Italy. And in lane 6, looking here at the crew from Israel.
Attention.
And they're off clean start across the field from all 6 boats out there on the water in the PR3 mixed coxed for a fantastic race going to shape up between the defending world champions and the defending European champions out there in lanes 4 and 5.
Una partenza veramente preziosa per gli azzurri che, ricordiamo, sono campioni d'Europa in carica e vogliono mantenere questo titolo lì davanti. Una gara tutta da costruire, ma attenzione perché i campioni del mondo della Gran Bretagna in acqua 4 cercano di rimanere comunque agganciati ed incollati all'equipaggio azzurro. Una gara che già in partenza si preannuncia al cardiopalmo.
Italy going off at almost 45 strokes a minute, just jumping out to the early lead, but Great Britain settling into their race pace. They're at about 35 strokes a minute and just starting to edge the nose of their boat up ahead out of that Italian crew. We're going to keep an eye, of course, on France, Ukraine, the Netherlands, and Israel, but as they're coming towards the 400-meter mark, looking good for Great Britain out in the lead, Kat.
This British crew taking the early lead, it doesn't surprise me much. We saw them on the water earlier in the regatta for the preliminary race for lanes. Great Britain winning with a convincing margin over France. Italy finishing in 3rd in that preliminary race. So Great Britain alongside Italy, the European champions from last year. They had an absolutely stunning win on the Poznan course, ahead of Ukraine, ahead of France. But coming into this regatta, we see France finishing before Italy in that preliminary race. But here, coming through that first timing marker, Great Britain goes through 2.74 seconds ahead of Italy.
Gara numero 118 del nostro programma, il 4 con PR3 mix che vede la Gran Bretagna alla conduzione di questa finale a corsie piene, infatti 6 gli equipaggi in gara anche con questa regata del nostro programma. La Gran Bretagna in corsia numero 4 che conduce, l'Italia in questo momento è in terza posizione, in seconda la Francia. Le condizioni del lago sono ancora veramente ottimali, solo una pioggia leggera accompagna gli atleti in questa regata, ma sicuramente le condizioni del lago di Varese sono ottimali per lo svolgimento di queste finalissime dei campionati europei assoluti 2021. 1200 ancora i metri da percorrere per tutte e 6 le imbarcazioni in gara in questa finale A, con la Gran Bretagna che ha ben 25 metri di vantaggio nei confronti delle imbarcazioni che la seguono. Infatti Francia è in seconda posizione, poi l'Italia, attenzione anche all'attacco dell'Ucraina che in questo momento aumenta il numero dei colpi e si fa sempre più sotto nei confronti delle imbarcazioni di testa. Vediamo l'Italia spiccare al centro del percorso con ancora una seconda posizione in mano. L'Ucraina si fa sempre più sotto quando ormai al passaggio dei 1000 metri sono circa 2 gli scafi di vantaggio dell'imbarcazione della Gran Bretagna, con la formazione già campioni del mondo nell'anno 2019 sul campo di regata di Linz, che sicuramente stanno dando gran filo da torcere all'equipaggio in seconda posizione, quello dell'Ucraina. Poi i campioni d'Europa in carica, i nostri azzurri, che lì in acqua 5 cercheranno sicuramente di dare il meglio per andare al recupero delle imbarcazioni di testa e farci sognare ancora una volta. 850 metri al traguardo anche per questa regata del nostro programma, riservata alla specialità del 4 con mix PR3.
It's a beautiful display from this British coxed 4 with the cox Aaron Erin Kennedy, formerly Erin Wysocki-Jones from the University of Oxford Women's Boat Club, Leander Club in Great Britain. She was brought into the lineup in 2018, continued in 2019, and it's that same crew that were world champions in 2019 that we see again here at the European Championships. James Fox in the 3-seat, unbeaten in this Paralympic Class 3 coxed fours event, and I just can't see anyone beating them today. Fabulous performance from the British. Closest to them, some 44 metres behind, is this French crew, bronze medalists from the European Championships last year, stroked by Margot Boulet.
She's then leading the charge, the echelon formation in this final A of the PR3 mixed cox 4. Brilliant race by the British with Paralympic champion James Fox in the 3-seat, really giving it his all in this part of the race. 1500 meters gone. The British pass the 3/4 stage, and then it's clear water, several lengths of clear water to the French crew in the second position, but it's the crew from the Ukraine who have taken third spot, and possibly that bronze medal from the local favorites from the Italians currently in fourth position. Then behind them it's the crew from Israel in fifth, and the Dutch. That's a very new combination. Most of these athletes weren't rowing up till a couple of years ago in sixth, but the British crew out in front, they really look the European champions to me, but it's going to be a great race for that bronze medal between the Ukraine and Italy.
La gara è nella gara, perché con il comando assoluto della Gran Bretagna di medaglie a disposizione ne restano solo 2, e per queste 2 medaglie, l'argento e il bronzo, ci sono Francia, Ucraina e Italia in corsa. La Gran Bretagna lì davanti schiera i suoi migliori atleti, ma anche il timoniere che arriva dalle Under Club e che di fatto è anche timoniera ufficiale di Oxford, quindi un punto di riferimento assoluto. Là davanti Gran Bretagna per la seconda posizione, c'è la Francia, la terza posizione invece in questo momento strizza l'occhio all'Ucraina.
The British looking absolutely dominant as they come down towards the line. They have open water back to the rest of the field, and they're just striking away. A very powerful, clean stroke from this British crew as they're looking set to become European champions in the PR3 mixed cox 4. Coming across the line, Great Britain take the gold medal. Then we're looking back at the rest of the field. France looking set to take that silver medal, and after a great start from the Italian crew, they've just lost out a little bit in the sprint. I think Ukraine looking set to take the bronze medal. So coming across the line, France takes silver, and just approaching the line now, Ukraine looking set to take the bronze medal. Italy will cross in the fourth position, and looking back, Israel will take fifth and the Netherlands sixth.
Sul traguardo la conferma anche a monitor, vittoria della Gran Bretagna, al secondo posto la Francia, terza l'Ucraina, quarta l'Italia. Peccato per i nostri azzurri.
The victory ceremony for the PR2 mixed double sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione doppio PR2 mix.
Winner of the bronze medal,
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo,
France. France represented by
Francia, rappresentata da
Beryl Bouge. And Christophe Lavigne. Winner of the silver medal,
vincitore della medaglia d'argento,
the Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Olanda, rappresentata da
Anneke van der Meer. And Corné de Koning. Winner of the gold medal and European champion,
vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa,
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Gran Bretagna, rappresentata da
Lauren Rowles and Lawrence Whiteley. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Great Britain.
Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale della Gran Bretagna.
Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
Back up to the start line for the A final in the lightweight men's pair.
Siamo in partenza con la finale A del due senza maschile pesi leggeri.
Just 3 boats contesting this A final, lining up in lane 1, Italy, in lane 2, Hungary, in lane 3, Moldova.
Solo 3 equipaggi a gareggiare in questa finale A, Italia in acqua 1, Ungheria in acqua 2 e Moldavia in acqua 3.
Joining these crews up there at the start line. Getting a nice shot of all 3 crews lined up in lane 1, Italy, Simone Vasoli and Simone Mantegazza. In lane 2, the new Hungarian combination Ben Szabo and Kalman Furko coming out of the lightweight men's quadruple sculls. In lane 3, Moldova. In the bow seat, Sergei Abramov. And in the stroke seat, Dmitry Zinchenko.
Okay, Moldova, yellow card for unofficial closure. Italy, Hungary, Moldova, attention.
That's the green light, and they're all across. 3 boats start up there in the lightweight men's pair. Getting off to the quickest start, the Italians rating up at a 55 strokes a minute. This local crew, young crew out there on the water, and they'll want to get out fast and get out hard here in the lightweight men's double sculls.
Partenza veramente esplosiva per la coppia della Moto Guzzi in maglia azzurra. Simone Mantegazza e Simone Fasoli sono partiti veramente fortissimo, 50 colpi al minuto, ora sono a 46 dopo i primi 300 metri di gara. Loro che tra gli under 23 lo scorso anno hanno messo veramente le ali, laureandosi campioni d'Europa proprio in questa specialità del due senza pesi leggeri. L'armo azzurro, interamente societario, è allenato da una vera leggenda del canottaggio internazionale, Giuseppe Moioli. Chissà se là davanti al televisore starà magari dando e impartendo dei consigli preziosi.
Italy with an absolutely fantastic start there, just pulling out about half a canvas and ahead of the Hungarian crew at this very early stage of the race. But coming up on 400 meters, Italy leading Hungary and Moldova.
So the Italians have gone off at 41 strokes a minute, settling at that pace through this first quarter of the race. I'd expect to see that come down a little bit at some point during the race, but we did see the Italians go off extremely hard in the preliminary race for lanes. So in that preliminary race, Italy took this fast pace through to 1,000 and then had to really fight the Hungarians who overtook them to take the win. So in that preliminary race, Hungary took the win, which gives them this advantageous centre lane in between Italy and Moldova. So just 3 boats in this race, but they're all young rowers, and what a fantastic opportunity for them to race in these fantastic conditions at Varese. So here, through that first timing marker, Italy have a slightly larger lead than they took in the preliminary race, still at 41 strokes a minute.
È una caratteristica dell'equipaggio italiano partire veramente forte, tant'è che anche nella gara preliminare per le acque partirono forte. Sono stati in vantaggio per 1500 metri di gara, poi sono stati solamente costretti a cedere il passo sugli ultimi 500 metri di gara, andando a perdere leggermente terreno e scivolando in seconda posizione, ma sicuramente questo non potrà accadere nella finale, in quanto l'equipaggio italiano in questo momento ha già 12 metri di vantaggio. Un nome, una garanzia. I due Simone Mantegazza e Fasoli, ricordiamo, atleti della canottieri Moto Guzzi di Mandello dell'Ario, Simone Mantegazza trezzese, mentre Simone Fasoli lecchese, entrambi quindi lombardi. Di conseguenza vediamo una bellissima passata in acqua molto lunga e ben distesa. Sono comunque 41 i colpi che battono i nostri azzurri in questa finale A del due senza pesi leggeri maschile. Sono solo 3 le imbarcazioni in gara, ma è una regata veramente bellissima. Attenzione anche all'attacco da parte dell'Ungheria in corsia numero 2, ma l'Italia ha ancora uno scafo di vantaggio al passaggio dei 1000 metri di gara in questa 119esima regata del nostro programma gare. Un campionato europeo veramente al cardiopalma, tutti emozionati per vedere l'Italia in vantaggio in questa finale A del doppio pesi leggeri maschile, con Simone Mantegazza e Simone Fasoli che continuano a farla da padrone. Ancora uno scafo di vantaggio, prosegue la corsa dei 3 armi al via con 1200 metri in questo momento di percorso, ultimi 800 metri di gara.
Through 1,200 meters, Italy still lead the 2 Simone Fasoli in the stroke seat, Simone Mantegazza in the bows, just 19 and 20 years of age. These rowers from the Monte Guzzo Club on Lake Como in the Lecco province, close to Lake Varese, still at 41 strokes a minute. I said earlier in the race we thought we might see this settle. It hasn't happened. These rowers look to me like they want the gold medal. They've got that in sight if they can maintain this through the next 600 meters.
Definitely a case of youthful enthusiasm from the Italian crew, that young crew. They really took it to the Hungarian pair in the first 1250, almost 1300 meters, coming up to the three-quarter stage. But I'm guessing it's starting to hurt at this stage of the race, because the Italians are dropping back, or at least the Hungarians are gaining. The slightly more experienced Hungarian pair in lane number 2 are now storming through the Italian, the local favorites, as they go bauble for bauble at the 1500 meter mark. It's just a canvas now for the Hungarian crew with the very distinctive fluorescent hats. They take the lead, and Italy drop back. They are really paying the price for throwing in that kitchen sink so early in the race. So it's Hungary still in front, extending their lead, taking 10 meters, 11 meters out of the Italian duo, with Moldova on third, crossing the 1500 meter mark. But the Hungarians are absolutely flying in the last stage of the race.
L'Ungheria di fatto ha cercato di approfittare in quest'ultima frazione, portandosi al comando davanti ai nostri azzurri, che con una gara coraggiosissima, una partenza sopra i 50 colpi al minuto, poi 40 colpi per tutto il percorso, la grande velocità, l'Italia che ha provato a giocare con coraggio dopo aver assaggiato nella preliminary race comunque il dominio dell'Ungheria, ci ha provato mettendoci il cuore, ed eccoli lì comunque secondi, con l'Ungheria là davanti a fare l'andatura. Un grazie veramente di cuore per questa accoppiata, capace comunque di vendere carissima la pelle, ma di strada da fare ne hanno sicuramente ancora tanta. Quindi Ungheria lì davanti, poi l'Italia, al terzo posto la Moldavia.
It was such a brave effort from the young Italian pair. Sometimes that's all you can do, go out hard and see if you can hang on. But it wasn't their day. The Hungarians getting the better of them through to the end and striding out. An impressive performance from this experienced Hungarian crew, coming across the line now to become European champions in the lightweight men's double sculls. Italy will take that second position across the line, and then Moldova coming through in third.
Sul traguardo quindi la conferma anche cronometrica, la vittoria dell'Ungheria, 9 secondi davanti all'Italia, poi la Moldavia.
Moldova just coming across the line now. Impressive stuff. So again, the first position going to Hungary, second to Italy, and third to Moldova. The victory ceremony for the PR3 mixed coxed fours.
Cerimonia di premiazione 4 con PR3 mix.
Winner of the bronze medal,
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo,
Ukraine. Ukraine represented by
Ucraina, rappresentata da
Alexandra Polyanska, Daria Kotik, Stanislav Samolyuk, Maxim Zuk, and Yulia Malasai. Winner of the silver medal,
Vincitore della medaglia d'argento,
France. France represented by
Francia rappresentata da
Erika Suzo, Antoine Gessel, Rémi Taranto, Margot Boulet, and Robin Lebarreau. Winner of the gold medal and European champion,
vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa,
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Gran Bretagna rappresentata da
Ellen Buttrick, Deirdre Rakosaite, James Fox, Oliver Stanhope, and Aaron Kennedy. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Great Britain.
Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale della Gran Bretagna.
Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
The A final for the lightweight men's quadruple sculls.
La finale A del 4 di coppia pesi leggeri maschile.
4 crews lining up in this event. In lane 1, Austria. In lane 2, the Netherlands. In lane 3, France. In lane 4, Italy. And lane 5, Turkey is withdrawn for medical reasons.
In acqua 1 abbiamo l'Austria, in acqua 2 l'Olanda, in acqua 3 la Francia, in acqua 4 l'Italia, ritirata la Turchia.
We're up at the start line in the lightweight men's quadruple sculls. Out there in lane 1, Austria stroking that boat, Sebastian Cabas. They finished 3rd last year at the European Rowing Championships. In lane 2, the Netherlands, stroked by Vard van Zyl. Vard van Zyl coming out of the bronze medal-winning World Championship crew from 2019. In lane 3, a new lineup from the French. In the stroked seat, Ferdinand Ludwig. And in lane 4, local favorites from Italy. In the stroke seat, Niels Torre. And in the bow seat, Martino Goretti, the reigning champion in the lightweight men's single sculls.
France, Italy, attention,
And they're off. That's the green light for the A final of the lightweight men's quadruple sculls. Italy blasting off to the quickest start. They're just getting their bow out in the lead, but I think we can expect a very close race in this lightweight men's quad.
Sicuramente una gara molto combattuta, una di quelle regate che attendiamo perché l'Italia proprio in questa specialità lo scorso anno si laureò campione d'Europa con a bordo Patrick Rocek e Antonio Vicino che restano titolari, l'innesto di Martino Goretti campione europeo in singolo e del fortissimo Nils Torre che è stato ancora una volta inserito in rinforzo. Gabriel Soares invece dal 4 di coppia è passato in singolo e l'abbiamo appena visto protagonista appunto tra i leggeri con una bella medaglia d'argento. Dicevamo, tornando in gara, partenza veramente esplosiva per gli azzurri che sono lì davanti a 41 colpi al minuto per seconda e terza posizione in questo frangente, in questo momento. Ecco, Francia e Olanda.
It is indeed a very fast start from the Italian crew, getting out to almost a half-deck lead ahead of France at this very early stage in the race, but they're powering towards you, Kat. How's this race shaping up out there on the water?
Yeah, it's shaping up really well. Good start for Italy. 40 strokes a minute still as they come towards this first timing marker. We saw the Italians take the European title last year in Poznan in this event. It's a different lineup to the boat back in last year's final. We take the 2-seat and the 3-seat from that boat. Antonio Viciano and Patrick Rocek. They're returning to this lightweight men's quad. But now we've got Nils Torre in the stroke seat and the experience of Martino Goretti in the bows. So Martino Goretti, several medals from the lightweight men's singles, and he brings real skill and experience to this boat, a member of the Fiammioro club close to here. So this is the new lineup for Italy, and they're really making the best of this four-boat lineup in the second quarter of the race.
Vicino alla nostra postazione transiterà tra qualche istante l'equipaggio italiano. Sono Martino Goretti, Antonio Vicino, Patrick Rocek e Nils Torre che in questo momento conducono le file della finale A del 4 pesi leggeri maschile. Sono 39 i colpi che battono questi nostri atleti azzurri, è veramente uno spettacolo vedere transitare velocemente sull'acqua innanzi a noi l'equipaggio italiano per la seconda posizione, poi invece vicinissima alla Francia, 12 metri di distanza dall'Italia, con invece una terza posizione veramente molto contesa tra l'Austria e l'Olanda, quando ormai siamo ai 1000 metri di gara con l'armo italiano che cerca di farci sognare nuovamente. Vediamo il capovoga Nils Torre che chiama in questo momento un allungo, ma l'equipaggio francese non cede il passo neanche per una palata e si fa sempre più sotto. Di conseguenza l'equipaggio italiano dovrà cominciare un allungo per rimanere in testa al gruppo di questi 4 equipaggi del 4 pesi leggeri maschile. Veramente una bellissima regata, una grande emozione seguire questi atleti passo dopo passo. Ancora una volta l'Italia c'è.
Italy still leading, and they're being pushed hard by this French boat stroked by Ferdinand Ludwig. The gold medalist surely going to come from one of these two crews. There's a clear water back from them to the Netherlands and Austria, who are fighting stroke for that third place and bronze medal. But coming in sight of you, Tim, Italy continue to lead.
Yeah, it's a great race from Italy. Again, we see a crew from the Italian squad front-loading the race. And I think this Italian lightweight men's quad have a good chance of keeping their lead and becoming world champions and extending their world championships to another year in 2021. The Italians, the Azzurri, looking very good, coming up to 1,500 meters now. There is still overlap with the crew from from France, who are looking very well, very comfortable at 36 strokes a minute. The Italians rating higher at 39 strokes a minute, but the Italians have gone for a move. They are walking away from the French crew, who are having to do an awful lot of work to get that European title. The Dutch trying to get rid of that pesky crew from Austria, who is trying to get their bronze medal. Great racing, great races. 2 races basically in this final. 1 for gold and silver and 1 for the final medal, that bronze medal. Currently the Dutch have a good position to get that bronze, but out in front Italy is really flying.
L'Italia sta volando via, l'Italia sul campo della Schiranna vuole conquistare la prima medaglia d'oro e i volontari del comitato organizzatore qui possono fare la differenza, perché un Forza Italia può sicuramente dare la carica giusta. E allora in chiusura Martino Goretti, Antonio Vicino, Patrick Rocek con Nils Torre a capovoga cercano di mantenere, ma attenzione perché la Francia si fa veramente pericolosa, una Francia scatenata in quest'ultima frazione.
Into the closing stages of France, putting on a major push here, trying to get ahead of that Italian boat. Did Italy go too early? They're desperately hanging on just by half a canvas here as they come down to the line. France sprinting, France with the better boat speed. As they come up to the line, I think this one's going to be too close to call across the line on the surge. It's a photo finish. I'm not quite sure which one went through first, but as we look back, the Netherlands are going to take the bronze medal ahead of Austria.
Normally in Italian we say mamma mia. Allora abbiamo in questo momento la conferma, qualcuno festeggerà e mi dicono di darlo in questo istante. Allora al terzo posto medaglia di bronzo l'Olanda, al secondo posto la Francia, vittoria dell'Italia!
That's it. A European Championship best time for the Italians out there on the water. They become European rowing champions in the lightweight men's quadruple sculls. France just by 0.02 of a second go through to the silver medal. The Netherlands taking bronze.
Abbiamo anche la conferma, questo è il record europeo con 5,52 e 0,6, un successo incredibile per il 4 leggero italiano.
The victory ceremony for the lightweight men's pair.
Cerimonia di premiazione, 2 senza pesi leggeri maschile.
Winner of the bronze medal,
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo,
Moldova. Moldova represented by
Moldavia, rappresentata da
Sergei Abramov. And Dmitry Zinchenko. Winner of the silver medal,
vincitore della medaglia d'argento,
Italy. Italy represented by
Italia, rappresentata da Simone Mantegazza e Simone Fasoli.
Winner of the gold medal and European champions,
Vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa.
Hungary. Hungary represented by
Ungheria rappresentata da
Ben Szabo and Kalman Furko. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Hungary.
Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale dell'Ungheria.
Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
And we head back up to the start for the A final of the women's pair.
Siamo in gara con la finale A del due senza femminile.
In lane 1, Spain. In lane 2, Greece. Lane 3, Romania. Lane 4, Great Britain. Lane 5, Ireland. And lane 6, Croatia.
Spagna in acqua 1, in acqua 2 la Grecia, in acqua 3 la Romania, in acqua 4 la Gran Bretagna, 5 l'Irlanda, 6 la Croazia.
There we see the Spanish blade in bow seat of that Spanish boat, Aina Sid in stroke seat, Virginia Diaz Rivas. This crew finishing third last year at the European Championships, but they had to go through the rep to get into today's A final. In lane 2, Greece in the bow seat, Maria Kiridou. In the stroke seat, Christina Bormpu. They were third at the 2019 World Rowing Championships. In lane 3, Romania. In the bow seat, Adriana Alencai. And in the stroke seat, Juliana Buhus. Reigning European champions from Romania. In lane 4, representing Great Britain, Helen Glover and Polly Swan. Seeing this crew back for the first time together since 2013. In lane 5, representing Ireland, Ely Crowley and Monika Dugarska. And in lane 6, representing Croatia, Ivana and Josipa Jurkovic.
Spain, Greece, Romania, Great Britain, Ireland, Croatia, attention.
And they're off in the women's pair. Clean start across the course. Actually, a bit of a slow start for the British crew. Very interesting to see what they're going to manage to pull off back together in the women's pair after several years rowing in different lineups. But the reigning European champions from Romania off to the quickest start at this very early stage in the race.
Una partenza veramente veloce per la Romania, campione d'Europa in carica, con una accoppiata relativamente giovane che di fatto vuole confermare il suo valore assoluto e con una partenza a 41 colpi al minuto cerca di mantenere la testa nelle prime palate, ma attenzione perché i riflettori non possono che essere puntati sulla Gran Bretagna che rischiera un equipaggio già protagonista negli anni del passato con a bordo Ellen Glover, ma non penso necessiti di presentazione se non un grande augurio perché lo scorso anno è diventata mamma di 2 meravigliosi gemelli. Eccole lì a gareggiare in questa prima frazione di gara.
As they approach the 350 meters gone, the British just trying to push back through that slow pace at the start, but getting through into their race pace and really powering away. That's the style we recognize from Helen Glover and Polly Swan. They're pushing back on that Romanian lead, and the Irish are right alongside them as they approach 500 meters. And you, Kat.
Yeah, so coming out of this first quarter of the race, the Romanians have definitely had the best start. They've got a small advantage over Great Britain. It's fantastic to see these crews going head-to-head, separated in the heats. Earlier in the regatta, we saw Great Britain come through with a time some 7 seconds faster than Romania. I don't know how the conditions varied between the heats, but the crews seem to be well matched through this first 500 metres. If you're listening down at the finish, there's just a note that here in the middle of the course, conditions have changed somewhat. We've got a bit of a tail breeze blowing, so the wind's coming down directly from the start towards the finish, so that's going to suit some crews here perhaps. But we see Romania still holding on to that small advantage over Great Britain. Buhus and Alinkai, the reigning European champions. Adriana Alinkai, just 21 years of age, coming from the women's 8. She's already got a silver medal at European level in the women's pair, together with that win in 2019. So this crew coming back into form here at the 2021 regatta. Of course, finding a great competition here with the British crew. Polly Swan making her return to rowing in 2019 after qualifying as a doctor following the Rio Olympiad. And Helen Glover just edging her way back into the sport after starting training again on the rowing machine. She's now got 3 children, returning to international competition. If she can make the British Olympic team, she will be the first woman to do so after having children. So it's a big comeback for Helen Glover and Polly Swan, world champions from back in 2013, European champions from the following year. And here in this final, they're neck and neck with Romania.
Siamo con la finale A del 2 senza femminile, le condizioni del lago cominciano a cambiare leggermente, un vento di favore che va a completare tutta la lunghezza del percorso di questi campionati europei assoluti, ma sicuramente senza difficoltà per gli equipaggi affrontare questa regata. Stiamo vivendo dalla nostra postazione uno spettacolo del canottaggio internazionale, infatti Gran Bretagna e Romania lì vicinissime che continuano a spuntarla. Prima esce la prua di un equipaggio, poi la prua dell'altro equipaggio. In questo momento però sembra avere una marcia in più l'equipaggio della Gran Bretagna, che ha solamente 4 metri di vantaggio nei confronti della Romania. Per la terza posizione un altro punta a punta tra la Grecia e l'Irlanda, rispettivamente in acqua 2 e in acqua numero 5. Ancora una volta le campionesse del mondo e le campionesse d'Europa in carica vanno verso il traguardo di questa 2 senza femminile, cercando un'altra volta di conquistare lo stesso titolo che nel 2020 hanno dato frutto nella stessa specialità. Ricordiamo anche la Gran Bretagna, che già nel 2015 è stata protagonista sempre sul campo di regata di Poznan e detiene ancora in questo momento il record europeo, e sicuramente vorrà dire la sua in questa regata, tant'è che sono attualmente in vantaggio. Perde leggermente terreno la Romania, 9 metri di distanza, vantaggio ancora per la Gran Bretagna, terza posizione per la Grecia.
Moving away from the 1,000 meters, Helen Glover just glanced to her right. She senses the Romanian crew on her left, but that little glance over her shoulder, they moved on, and that's taken them now to 3/4 of a length advantage over Romania.
Yes, that's the British pair coming to the 1,500 meter mark, definitely doing some damage in the third 500 meters, extending their lead to almost 10 meters. That's almost a boat length, but there's still contact with the Romanians, the European champions, and we have a great, absolute brilliant race developing on the far side of the course with Spain, the silver medalist from 2020 at the Europeans, in a great battle with the very young Greek crew who took bronze last year for that bronze medal here in 2021. But out in front, still looking very good. Nice cohesion with the British crew, but the Romanians still in contact with that crew from Great Britain. And on the far side, it's Spain versus Greece, and never discount the Croatian pair in lane number 6. So we have everything to play for with 250 meters left to row. Great Britain out in front.
250 metri al traguardo con la Gran Bretagna lì davanti a fare l'andatura, una Gran Bretagna semplicemente perfetta. Ancora lì davanti Helen Glover, capace di fare veramente la differenza. Guardate che bello spettacolo lì al centro del percorso. La Romania sta provando a rinvenire per agganciare loro forti della medaglia d'oro conquistata lo scorso anno all'Europeo. Non vogliono lasciare spazio alla Gran Bretagna, ma attenzione anche alla Spagna che si porta pericolosamente sotto. Una gara apertissima, 150 metri all'arrivo.
A fantastic race as the Romanians are desperately trying to take that first place back from the British. The Romanians have the better boat speed as they're coming towards the line, but on the far side, Spain desperately trying to overtake the Greeks for that bronze medal, and as they're doing so, pushing up on those gold and silver medal positions. They're coming up to the line now. Can the British hold on this British pair back in action? They do. They take the gold medal. I think Romania is second, and Spain will take the bronze medal just ahead of the Greeks. Fantastic racing in the women's pair. Coming through in that 5th spot, Croatia, they look pleased with that, ahead of Ireland.
Un arrivo veramente veloce, un arrivo di quelli che ti ricordi per sempre. Tornare a gareggiare da grandi protagoniste. Vittoria della Gran Bretagna. A seguire per soli 3 decimi di secondo la Romania. Terza piazza per la Spagna.
The victory ceremony for the lightweight men's quadruple sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione 4 di coppia pesi leggeri maschile.
Winner of the bronze medal,
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo.
the Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Olanda rappresentata da
Koen van Brussel. Joris Vincent. Lai de Jong. En Ward van Zijl. Winner of the silver medal,
vincitore della medaglia d'argento.
France. France represented by
Francia rappresentata da
Benjamin David. Baptiste Savayette. Victor Marcelot. And Ferdinand Ludwig. Winner of the gold medal and European champion,
vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa.
Italy.
Italia rappresentata da Nils Torre. Martino Goretti, Patrick Rocek, Antonio Vicino.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Italy.
Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale italiano.
Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
Heading back up to the start line for the A final of the men's pair.
Ritorniamo in partenza con la grande finale A del 2 senza maschile.
Lining up in the men's pair in lane 1, France. In lane 2, Romania. In lane 3, Croatia. Lane 4, Italy. Lane 5, Serbia. And lane 6, the Netherlands.
Francia in acqua 1 con Romania in acqua 2, Croazia in acqua 3, poi l'Italia in acqua 4, in acqua 5 la Serbia e in acqua 6 l'Olanda.
Looking here at the French boat in lane 1, the twins, Thibaut and Guillaume Trullin. In lane 2, representing Romania, the defending European champions, Marius Vasile Kosmiuk and Cyprian Tudosa. In lane 3, the defending world champions from Croatia, Martin and Valent Sinkovic. In lane 4, representing Italy, Matteo Lodo and Giuseppe Vincino. In lane 5, Serbia in the bow seat, Martin Makovic, and in the stroke seat, Milos Vasic. And in lane 6, the Netherlands, Nicky van Sprong and Guillaume Kromenhoek.
Romania, Croatia, Italy, Serbia, the Netherlands, attention.
That's a clean start, all 6 boats across. We're expecting a very quick race here in the men's pair. Looking at that Italian boat in the center lane, the world champions from Croatia in lane 3 and the defending European champions from Romania out there in lane 2.
Una gara veramente veloce, una partenza che fa sicuramente intravedere una gara emozionante con i campioni del mondo da un lato, dall'altro anche i campioni d'Europa e al centro la coppia azzurra, Matteo Lodo e Peppe Vicino, che subito fuori dai blocchi con 46 colpi al minuto sono lì con una pallina di vantaggio sui diretti avversari a voler subito stabilire la legge del gruppo.
Such a powerful stroke from the Sinkovic brothers in lane 3, representing Croatia. They get out to the early lead. They rate quite low, but they just power away, and they're already taking about a half a canvas at this very early stage in the race. Everybody else very close together at this stage. Serbia and Romania just dropping back slightly, but again, still a lot to play as they come up to the 400-meter mark. And you, Kat.
Silver again this time round at the European Championships with that string of gold medals in the men's pair after the string of gold medals in the men's double that took them to the Olympic win in Rio in 2016. Formidable athletes from Croatia, overhauled by the pair from Romania last year in Poznan at the European Championships. I can't imagine they want that to happen again. They've gone out with this aggressive start through the first 500 meters, just over a second lead ahead of France.
Ancora una volta la Croazia a condurre le file della finale A del due senza maschile. Loro, i fratelli Sinkovic, Martin e Valent, che già nel 2016 conquistarono l'oro nel doppio alle Olimpiadi di Rio, poi lo scorso anno argento in due senza ai campionati europei assoluti di Poznan. Tornano quest'anno in gara nella stessa specialità remiera per andare a dare il meglio di loro stessi. Sicuramente anche l'equipaggio italiano con a bordo Matteo Lodo e Giuseppe Vicino non sono sicuramente da meno. Giuseppe Vicino, bronzo olimpico, 3 volte campione del mondo, 2 volte campione d'Europa, un totale di 24 medaglie internazionali conquistate, pensate altresì 22 volte campione italiano, mentre Matteo Lodo 2 volte vincitore del titolo mondiale, 1 volta vincitore del titolo europeo, 6 medaglie a livello internazionale. Sicuramente un equipaggio di grandissimo valore. Il passaggio in questo momento ai 1000 metri di percorso con la Croazia, Martin Sinkovic e Valent Sinkovic che guidano la sinfonia del gruppo in questa finale A del doppio senza maschile. Uno scafo preciso di vantaggio, poi un bellissimo punta a punta tra gli equipaggi per la seconda posizione. In acqua 4 l'Italia, in acqua 5 la Serbia e anche in acqua acqua, 1 la Francia, che non è da meno, Turlan in acqua, che sicuramente vorranno dire la loro anche in questa regata. Veramente una bellissima finale questa del 2 senza maschile, con i fratelli Sinkovic che guidano il gruppo. L'Italia c'è ed è veramente vicina, solo 18 i metri che separano dal titolo europeo, sicuramente lì per la medaglia d'argento o per la medaglia di bronzo. Attenzione anche alla Serbia, che in questo momento sta partendo all'attacco in corsia numero 5, ma ancora la Croazia a condurre questa regata del nostro programma, la numero 122.
Martin Sinkovic, Valent Sinkovic out the front of this race. They've made a gap of clear water now over the rest of the field, and it's tightly packed behind them. Still in the mix, France's Tourlan twins, just 24 years of age and new to this men's pair event. They're alongside the reigning European champions from Romania. These two still in touch with the medal positions, as are Italy and Serbia. Netherlands
and coming through that 1,300 meters, the Croatians still out in that incredible lead, but it's such a tight race there at the back of the pack to determine those lesser medals. We're keeping our eyes on the Italians, on the Romanians. What impressive stuff out there on the water in this men's pair as they come towards 1,400 meters. And you, Tim.
Yes, thanks, Gillian. It's been an absolute dominant performance from the Sinkovic brothers, the reigning world champions. And if they keep this up, they might even get close to the European best time. We'll see that in 450 meters time. But a very strong third 500 from the Serbian crew, who were fourth at last year's European Championships. They are almost or about to pass the Italians, who were second, but now may get dropped off the back. We still have the reigning European champions, Romania, still in it, but it's a very good performance from the Sinkovic brothers, looking powerful, looking long in these tailwind conditions. So we'll see if they get close to that European best time, but they look to me the absolute favorites for the gold medal.
Sicuramente i favoriti, ma sicuramente vogliono quel qualcosa in più. Si parlava di record europeo e chissà se riusciranno davvero a raggiungerlo, ma là al centro ci sono gli azzurri che negli ultimi 250 metri riescono sempre a dare il meglio di sé, con Peppe vicino lì davanti a farla frullare. Matteo Lodo che lo fa sentire comodo, e andiamo all'assalto dell'argento. Forza ragazzi, oramai agli ultimi 150 metri.
The Sinkovic leading the way down the course, but Italy's gone up to 47 strokes a minute, trying to get back in that silver medal position. Romania on the far side, trying to hang in there for a medal, but Serbia maintaining as they come up to the line. Italy looking set to take that silver medal behind the Sinkovic, so crossing the line now. Croatia take the gold medal, Italy will take the silver, and I think Serbia claims the bronze medal here at the European Rowing Championships. Romania, the defending European champions, just miss out in fourth place, and the Netherlands and France crossing the line in fifth and sixth.
Un arrivo veramente velocissimo, e il tifo qui alla Skiran sicuramente può aver fatto la differenza. Vittoria della Croazia, secondo posto l'Italia, terza la Serbia.
The victory ceremony for the women's pair.
Cerimonia di premiazione 2 senza femminile.
Winner of the bronze medal.
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo.
Spain. Spain represented by
Spagna rappresentata da
Aina Sid. And Virginia Diaz Rivas. Winner of the silver medal.
vincitore della medaglia d'argento.
Romania. Romania represented by
Rappresentata da
Adriana Alenkai and Juliana Buhus. Winner of the gold medal and European champions,
vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa.
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Gran Bretagna rappresentata da
Helen Glover. And Polly Swan. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Great Britain.
Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale della Gran Bretagna.
Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
On the water now, the A final of the women's double sculls.
Ed ora noi ci portiamo nuovamente in partenza, siamo con la finale A del doppio femminile.
In lane 1, Germany. In lane 2, Lithuania. Lane 3, the Netherlands. Lane 4, Romania. Lane 5, Great Britain. And lane 6, France.
In acqua 1 la Germania, in acqua 2 la Lituania, in acqua 3 l'Olanda, in acqua 4 la Romania, in acqua 5 la Gran Bretagna, in acqua 6 a chiudere la Francia.
Great Britain just getting into their slot there, but here we look in lane 1 at the Germans. In stroke seat, Leonie Menzel. In bow seat, Anne-Katrine Thiele, the experienced Anne-Katrine Thiele. In lane 2, looking at Lithuania. In the bow seat, Donata Karolina. In the stroke seat, Milde Valchagaita. In lane 3, from the Netherlands. In bow seat, Roos de Jong. And stroke seat, Lisa Scheenaard. Lane 4 from Romania, the defending European champions, Nicoletta Ancuta Bodnar in the bow seat, and in the stroke seat, Simona Giannina Radais. Great Britain in lane 5, in the bow seat, Holly Nixon, and stroke seat, Saskia Budget. New combination from the British here. And in lane 6, representing France, Hélène Lefebvre and Margot Bayeux.
Germany, Lithuania, the Netherlands, Romania, Great Britain, France, attention.
And they're off for the A final of the women's double sculls, just blasting off the start there. The two middle lanes, Romania and the Netherlands, just going stroke for stroke out of the starting docks, but an impressive start also from lane 6, the French crew. Really great to see the reigning European champions in lane 4 from Romania out there getting it on in the women's double sculls.
Il doppio rumeno è partito veramente fortissimo, forte del titolo europeo del 2020, la voglia di andare a confermare il loro valore assoluto lì in acqua 4, ma attenzione perché è bella davvero l'azione della Lituania che in acqua 2 prova a rimanere comunque in contatto tra i due litiganti, c'è anche l'Olanda che in acqua 3 prova a rimanere agganciata ed ecco quindi queste tre nazioni che fuori dai blocchi si lottano ovviamente a vicenda e cercano di tirare per andare al passaggio dei primi 500 metri da vere protagoniste. Ancora Romania, Lituania e Olanda.
Romania rating still at a 43 strokes a minute, just trying to get their boat out in front of the rest of the field. But I think the best of the rest at the moment is the Netherlands and Lithuania as they're coming up on 400 meters into this race. An impressive start from the Romanian crew.
Yeah, it was a fast start from Romania. They kept the rate up over 47 strokes a minute for that first 300 metres, just settling through this part of the first quarter into more of a race pace. We see them bring it down to 40 strokes a minute, and they've already got half a length over the rest of the field. They had a stunning win last year in Poznan. Young athletes, just 21, 22 years of age, Simona Giannini Radis and Nicoletta Ancuta Bodnar. This Romanian crew, they were silver medalists back in 2019. And really showing some great form here on the Varese Lake. So moving away from that first timing marker, they've got the advantage ahead of Lithuania and the Netherlands.
123esima regata del nostro programma, la finale A del doppio femminile al passaggio ai 1500 metri di percorso. È solamente un secondo che separano le prime tre posizioni. Siamo ancora con la Romania che conduce, sono le campionesse in carica, vincitrici del titolo europeo nell'anno 2020 sul campo di regata di Poznan in Polonia. Ancora una volta in vantaggio, attenzione perché per la seconda e la terza posizione è veramente una gara serratissima con l'Olanda, la Lituania, ma anche la Gran Bretagna che sicuramente cercherà di rientrare quando ormai mancano 1200 metri di percorso, 800 quindi metri già conclusi dalle nostre atlete in gara che proseguono a marce spiegate. Di conseguenza vediamo che la Romania continua a battere colpi molto più alti nei confronti delle altre imbarcazioni, viaggia a 38, abbiamo visto una partenza addirittura sui 50 colpi. In questo momento in corsia numero 4 il passaggio ai 1000 metri di percorso delle atlete rumene che hanno 1998 e 1999, conducono ancora una volta le file di questo gruppo di 6 equipaggi partenti nella specialità del doppio femminile nella finalissima di questi campionati europei. Per la seconda posizione ora la Lituania, in terza l'Olanda, poi Gran Bretagna e via via tutte le altre imbarcazioni.
It's a stunning first half for the Romanian duo. They've got clear water over the rest of the field. Closest to them is this double from Lithuania. We didn't see Lithuanians on the circuit last year at the European Championships, but Milda Vilčikaitė makes her return here with a new doubles partner, Dorata Karolina, 31 years of age. They're sitting there in second place, closest to the Romanians, but the Romanians looking so good out there in front.
From the Romanian, the reigning the reigning European champions, I must say, in the lead with I think 650 meters left to row. They make it look so easy, which is always a great hallmark of a good crew. To see, that crew from Romania really powering along, tapping it along, almost at 38 strokes a minute. The crew from Lithuania also coming to this last quarter of the race with hopes of a medal, but I think still it is that crew from Lithuania in lane 2 in second position, and the Dutch having their work cut out with 600 meters left to row. We know the Dutch do know how to row a fast last quarter of the race, but they are being put under pressure by the duo from Great Britain, who are currently in fourth position, but are really close to them, 35 strokes a minute for both crews, and it's just half a boat length advantage for the Dutch for that bronze medal. But out in front with clear water, it's the dynamic rhythm from Romania which takes them to a first spot. But the Dutch are trying to make a move, raising the rate to 36 strokes a minute, but the Romanian crew are already at 40 strokes a minute, not waiting around for the sprint finish of the other crews to get to the line first.
Bellissimo lo sprint della Romania, di fatto una gara in testa fin dal primo colpo e stanno viaggiando sempre ad una media di 40 colpi al minuto, una superiorità preziosa, ma bella l'azione, pulito il colpo, potente in progressione dall'attacco al finale, ed ecco ancora la Lituania che cerca di rimanere incollata insieme all'Olanda. Sono queste le tre nazioni che si vanno a contendere le medaglie che contano a questo europeo assoluto 2021.
That high rating Romanian crew just powering towards the finish line. The defending European champions looking set to do it again here on Lago di Varese, but that race developing behind them. Lithuania in that silver medal position and the Netherlands in the bronze medal spot. But the British are coming up on the near side, and I'm keeping an eye on the Germans on the far side. Can the Dutch hold off this late British charge from the new combination from Great Britain? But as we come up to the line, I don't think anyone can stop this gold medal from the Romanians. They cross the line and become European champions yet again. And then Lithuania set to take the silver medal. And I think, that's a very close race. I think it was the British on the surge ahead of the Netherlands, but I'm going to wait for that confirmation coming up on the screen.
Un arrivo meraviglioso, un altro arrivo a fotofinish, la schiranna di Varese regala delle emozioni incredibili a questi europei assoluti. Vittoria della Romania, al secondo posto la Lituania. Queste sono le posizioni certe. Ricordiamo Romania che lo scorso anno fu campione d'Europa e lo è ancora anche quest'anno. Per la seconda posizione Lituania, terza la Gran Bretagna.
Confirming that finish, Romania in the first place, Lithuania second, and the British did it. They claimed that bronze medal ahead of the Netherlands at the line. Germany came through in fifth and France sixth. The victory ceremony for the men's pair.
Cerimonia di premiazione due senza maschile.
Winner of the bronze medal.
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo.
Serbia. Serbia represented by
Serbia rappresentata da
Martin Mačković. And Miloš Vasic. Winner of the silver medal.
vincitore della medaglia d'argento.
Italy. Italy represented by
Italia rappresentata da Giuseppe Vicino. Matteo Lodo.
winner of the gold medal and European champions.
Vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa.
Croatia.
Croazia.
Croatia represented by
Croazia rappresentata da
Martin Sinkovic. And Valent Sinkovic. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Croatia.
Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale della Croazia.
Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
Heading back up to the start for the A final of the men's double sculls. In lane 1, Switzerland. In lane 2, Great Britain. In lane 3, France. Lane 4, the Netherlands. Lane 5, Poland. And lane 6, Russia.
Siamo già con il doppio senior maschile e anche qui una grande partenza. Svizzera in acqua 1, Gran Bretagna in acqua 2, in acqua 3 la Francia, in acqua 4 l'Olanda, 5 la Polonia, 6 la Russia.
Crews just sliding into the starting line. In lane 1, we see the Swiss crew, Barnabé Delars and Roman Ruisli. Swiss crew finishing second at the European Championships last year. They have a 5th place from the World Rowing Championships back in 2019. In lane 2, Great Britain, John Collins and Graham Thomas. Finishing 4th at the 2019 World Rowing Championships. In lane 3, France, Hugo Boucheron and Mathieu Andro-Diaz. Finished 9th at the 2019 World Rowing Championships here in the A final. In lane 4, the defending European champions, representing the Netherlands, Melvin Toilaar and Stef Bruynink. In lane 5, Poland in the bow seat, Miroslav Zitarski. In the stroke seat, Mateusz Biskup. And in lane 6 for Russia, Ilya Kondratyev in the bow seat and Andrei Potapkin in the stroke seat.
Switzerland, Great Britain, France, the Netherlands, Poland, Russia. Attention.
And they're off. Green light in the A final of the men's double sculls. A very quick start across the board there. Looking at the Netherlands in the center lane, going off at 46 strokes a minute. This Dutch crew, the defending European champions, that stroke seat, Stef Bruynink coming in from the men's single sculls, teaming up with Melvin Toilaar, and the two of them getting out to a very good start here for the men's double sculls.
Una partenza veramente veloce, il doppio maschile con un elevato parterre di campioni in gara, sicuramente una partenza ottima per Francia e Gran Bretagna, che provano subito a scappare rispetto agli avversari per poter controllare poi ovviamente durante il percorso. Una gara tutta da scrivere con i campioni d'Europa in carica, l'Olanda in acqua numero 4. Ma attenzione anche alla Gran Bretagna, che insieme alla Russia vuole fare la parte del leone, ma ovviamente vedremo cosa succederà durante il corso di questa regata. Riuscirà l'Olanda a confermarsi campione d'Europa? 1600 metri a traguardo.
Russia and France making the best of it in this first 500 meters, but it's 6 boats across, and we saw such fantastic racing coming into this A final in the men's double sculls. It was very difficult even just to get a spot in the A final, and I think we'll expect a very close race. So as they come up to the 500 meter mark, Kat, the Russians and the French having the best go.
Yeah, it's really close, isn't it? Russia and France just vying for that a bow ball in front of the rest of the crew. So we saw Russia go off really hard in the semi-finals, and they were rowed through by Poland into third place. So the Russians, we know they've got a fast start. We don't know how well that transfers down the course. But the French, fantastic to see Hugo Boucheron and Mathieu Andro-Diaz here at this regatta, showing some of the form that we saw back in the 2018 season when they took that European title. They took the world title, and then we saw them finishing slightly further back in the 2019 season with a 9th place at the World Championships. They were absent last year from the European Championships, so coming into this regatta was a bit of an unknown quantity as to how they were going to perform, but they've so far performed well in the heats, well in the semi-finals, and they're looking good so far in this A final. Russia still up there in the lead, but to my eye, I don't think they're going to maintain this down the course.
L'Olanda sta perdendo terreno in questa finale A del doppio maschile, è un punta a punta bellissimo. Pensate, nel giro di 4 metri tutte le imbarcazioni in lizza. Stanno passando in questo momento innanzi a noi ai 1000 metri di percorso i 6 partenti nel doppio maschile, con l'equipaggio olandese campione in carica che sta leggermente pagando lo scotto di una partenza col botto. In questo momento il passaggio delle imbarcazioni con in vantaggio l'equipaggio olandese, ma solo di un soffio sulla Francia in corsia numero 3, poi l'acqua 6 della Russia e ancora la Polonia. Sono veramente tutti lì. È una bellissima regata questa, si denota la tensione scolpita sul volto di questi atleti in questa finale A del doppio maschile.
What a final here in the men's double sculls. The Dutch crew have just nudged their bow ball in front. I've got my eye on that British combination as well. They've been together for a few seasons now, finishing 4th place last in the World Championships in 2019, 4th place in the European Championships the same year. Could this be their chance to get on the podium? Such exciting races here in the men's double sculls. The Dutch continue to maintain that lead, but it's so close through this third quarter of the race.
It's everything we hoped for in this A final of the men's double sculls. Just 3 seconds separating all these crews in the semi-finals. The Dutch were among the fastest, but the French were actually just 1 second faster in their semi-final. But the Dutch taking the lead at the 1,000-meter mark, now trying to increase their lead, and the French are still sticking with them. It's an absolute nail-biter, this race into the third 500. We are approaching the 1,500-meter mark. The Dutch have their bows out in front, but not by much, and it's not the lead they'd like to have coming into the last quarter of this race. It's 6 crews still all in contention for a medal. The Dutch leading, but on the far side, that combination from Great Britain is moving into second position, and the French and the Polish battling for third, but none of these crews are out of contention of a medal just yet. And the Dutch are looking very powerful, but they will have to use their sprint finish to remain European champions for another year.
Dovranno usare lo sprint finale per andare a confermarsi davvero campioni. Una lotta decisa, quella dell'Olanda, che lì al centro del percorso prova a fare l'andatura. Attenzione però, perché in questo momento non solo la Francia e la Gran Bretagna, ma anche la Polonia prova a portarsi sotto, con la Francia che è leggermente più veloce, sta viaggiando più veloce e si porta al comando in questi ultimi 150 metri. Cambiano le carte in tavola, attenzione, ancora in volata in una gara tutta da chiamare fino all'ultimo centimetro.
This is the race you dream of as an athlete. France taking the lead as they come into the final 100 meters of this race. The Netherlands desperately trying to hold on in that second position, and Great Britain on the far side in that bronze medal position, but I won't count out the Swiss yet. I know they can sprint there on the far side. The Dutch just looking like they're fading after leading through that third 500 meters of the race. As they're coming up towards the line, what an impressive performance from Hugo Boucheron and Mathieu Andro-Diaz from France. They're going to become European champions as they cross the line here. I think the Dutch are going to hold on to that silver. It's on the surge between the Dutch, the British, and the Swiss on the far side. Poland coming through in 5th and Russia in 6th. We'll wait for those final medal places as they come up on our screen.
Incredibile, davvero, una di quelle gare che vorresti vivere almeno una volta nella vita, e qui alla Schieranna di Varese l'abbiamo vissuta più di una volta grazie a queste nazioni arrivate agguerritissime a un campionato europeo da un altissimo profilo tecnico. Intanto arrivano i risultati.
Just to confirm those final positions, so it was France through the line first. The Netherlands take the silver medal, and Great Britain hold on to that bronze medal. Switzerland just missing out in the 4th position. Poland through in 5th, and Russia in 6th.
Abbiamo quindi l'ufficialità. Vittoria della Francia, al secondo posto l'Olanda, terza la Gran Bretagna, quarta la Svizzera.
The victory ceremony for the women's double sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione doppio femminile.
Winner of the bronze medal,
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo,
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Gran Bretagna, rappresentata da
Holly Nixon. And Saskia Budget. Winner of the silver medal,
vincitore della medaglia d'argento,
Lithuania. Lithuania represented by
Lituania, rappresentata da
Donata Karolina. And Milda Valchikaita. Winner of the gold medal and European champions,
vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa,
Romania. Romania represented by
Romania, rappresentata da
Nicoleta Ancuta Bodnar and Simona Giannina Radais. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Romania.
Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale della Romania.
Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
Up next, the A final of the women's four. In lane 1, Romania. In lane 2, Great Britain. In lane 3, Ireland. In lane 4, the Netherlands. In lane 5, Russia. And in lane 6, Italy.
Partenza ufficiale della finale A del 4 senza femminile. Si sono fatte attendere il momento cruciale. Ci si gioca il titolo europeo. In acqua 1 Romania, in acqua 2 la Gran Bretagna, in acqua 3 l'Irlanda, in acqua 4 l'Olanda, in acqua 5 la Russia, in acqua 6 l'Italia.
Just having a look there at the Romanian women's four. In the stroke seat, Elena Logofatu. In lane 2 from Great Britain, in the stroke seat, Rebecca Shorten. This crew coming out of the British women's 8, they finished 5th. at the 2019 World Rowing Championships. In lane 3, Ireland, Emily Haggerty in the stroke seat. They finished with a bronze medal at last year's European Rowing Championships. Back here again today in this A final. In lane 4, the Netherlands, stroked by Veronique Meester. The defending European champions, world silver medalists from 2019. In lane 5, Russia, stroked by Valentina Plexina. Concentration in that Russian boat up at the start line. And in lane 6, Italy in the stroke seat, Chiara Andoli.
Romania, Great Britain, Ireland, the Netherlands, Russia, Italy, attention.
And they're underway in the A final of the women's 4, the first of the big boats on the water out there. And it'll be interesting to see how this race shapes up across the 2,000-meter course. But the best start out there was from the Russian crew in lane 5, just getting their boat out to the quickest start. But I think everything's still to play here in the women's 4.
Partenza veramente veloce, la prima barca lunga per il settore femminile per questo campionato europeo in corso alla Schiranna. A contendersi il titolo europeo ovviamente tutte queste 6 nazioni, ma un occhio importante lo dobbiamo rivolgere all'Olanda, campione d'Europa in carica lo scorso anno, protagoniste assolute davanti all'Italia e terza l'Irlanda, lo stesso podio del 2020 e in gara oggi qui alla Schiranna. Ma la partenza veramente forte l'ha fatta invece la Russia in acqua numero 5 con 40 colpi al minuto e una media di 5,2 metri al secondo. È sicuramente tra le barche più veloci in questa prima frazione di gara.
The Dutch looking so good coming into this race, looking very solid out there, and they've gotten about half a deck lead through the first few hundred meters of this race. They'll try and extend that lead and row this race from in the front, but as they approach the 400-meter mark, Kat, the Dutch looking quite good out in front.
Yeah, they're such a good unit, this Dutch crew. They've been together for a couple of seasons, taking that European title last year. It was a great season for them in 2019, European champions and world silver medalists. So we're seeing that form, that experience translate really well through this regatta. They've come directly from the heat into the A final and finding themselves dominating through this first part of the race.
Siamo quindi con la finale A del 4 senza femminile, ormai gli equipaggi sono ai 1400 metri di questo percorso con ancora i colori dell'Olanda lì a condurre al centro del percorso. 38 palate di passo per questo equipaggio, già campione d'Europa nell'anno 2020, momento in cui ha anche totalizzato il record europeo. Quest'anno nuovamente in gara nella stessa specialità con l'Italia e l'Irlanda che lo scorso anno componevano il podio ancora in gara. In questo momento l'Olanda che conduce, poi l'Irlanda con la Gran Bretagna che in questo momento è in seconda posizione. Sono le 3 imbarcazioni di testa che si contendono la medaglia d'oro a questi campionati italiani, campionati europei assoluti 2021. L'Italia in questo momento si trova in sesta posizione, ma sicuramente la capovoga Chiara Andoli Mondoli, angierese, cresciuta alla canottieri De Bastiani, ora in forza alla canottieri Aniene, cerca di dare il largo agli altri equipaggi per recuperare palata dopo palata metri preziosi per andare alla conquista di una medaglia in questi campionati europei. Siamo con l'Olanda che in questo momento transita innanzi a noi in prima posizione, ha solamente una punta di vantaggio nei confronti dell'equipaggio della Gran Bretagna in corsia 2. Terza posizione invece ben delineata per l'Irlanda, che però potrebbe anche rientrare ancora per la medaglia d'argento. Questa è la situazione quando ormai mancano gli ultimi 800 metri per questa regata in programma.
The Netherlands still in the lead. Great Britain well placed in second position. Great Britain underrating the Dutch crew. A little more patience around the finish of the stroke from the Great Britain crew. They're still in touch there. And alongside them, in between Great Britain and the Netherlands, Ireland holding on to third place. This Irish crew qualifying directly from the heat as well. Substantially the same as the crew that took bronze at the European Championships last year. They've brought Emily Hegarty, the 22-year-old, in from the pair to stroke this boat. And they're sitting there well placed for a medal just behind Great Britain. So the Dutch crew continue to dominate, and it's close now between Great Britain and Ireland. These crews have formed a bit of a gap back to Russia, Italy and Romania.
Still out in front, it's the Dutch crew stroked by Veronique Meester from Neerhuis, the student rowing club in Amsterdam. She's really taking her crew along for a good ride to the finish line, rating at the moment 38 strokes a minute, which is a bit high compared to some of the crews, especially the crew from Great Britain, who is rating 36 and having more or less the same boat speed. But the Dutch now coming up to the three-quarter stage of this race, still out in front, 3/4 of a length in front of the crew from Ireland, the bronze medalist from last year, and the crew from Great Britain are having a bit of work to do to remain in contention for a silver medal or perhaps even a gold medal, because the Irish crew have just gone for a change of gear in this part of the race. 39 strokes a minute, and they're creeping back up on the Dutch leaders, who are also raising their rates 38 strokes a minute now, and the crew from Great Britain going with them to the podium positions, but the Dutch still out in front, 250 meters left to race.
250 metri al traguardo, continua la corsa solitaria per l'Olanda, che vuole mantenere questa testa del gruppo dopo aver conquistato il titolo europeo lo scorso anno. Per la seconda posizione invece c'è l'Irlanda, che fu bronzo lo scorso anno, è pronta a fare un ulteriore salto in avanti. Per la terza posizione rinviene benissimo ancora anche la Gran Bretagna. Una gara tutta aperta per queste prime tre posizioni. Attenzione, uno spettacolo incredibile in questi ultimi 150 metri.
The Irish have just pushed through the British in that third 500 meters, and they are coming up on the Dutch. They've got the momentum. They've got the faster boat speed. As we come towards the line, the Dutch are going to have to shift gears if they want to stay European champions here on Lago di Varese. But coming up to the line, I think the Dutch have done enough work early on. The Irish are absolutely sprinting, and the Netherlands raise their rate across the line. The Dutch are going to become European champions for the second time. Ireland takes the silver, and Great Britain hold on for the bronze medal coming across the line. Now, Romania will go through in fourth, Russia fifth, and Italy through in sixth.
Una gara veramente veloce, una di quelle gare che ancora una volta ti toglie il fiato. Consentitemi di dire anche una gara emozionante per la mia amica Gillian, che in questo momento festeggia la vittoria ovviamente dell'Olanda. Lei che ci ha messo il cuore oltre che la passione in questo arrivo. Seconda posizione per l'Irlanda, terza la Gran Bretagna. Davvero complimenti, un arrivo meraviglioso.
The victory ceremony for the men's double sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione doppio maschile.
Winner of the bronze medal,
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo,
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Gran Bretagna rappresentata da
John Collins and Graham Thomas. Winner of the silver medal,
vincitore della medaglia d'argento,
the Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Olanda rappresentata da
Melvin Twelaar and Steph Brunink. Winner of the gold medal and European champion,
vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa,
France. France represented by
Francia rappresentata da
Hugo Boucheron and Mathieu Androdias. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of France.
Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale della Francia. Ta-
Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
Up next, the A final of the men's four.
Prossima finale nel nostro programma è la finale A del 4 senza maschile.
Lining up in this race in lane 1, Poland. In lane 2, Italy. In lane 3, Great Britain. In lane 4, the Netherlands. In lane 5, Romania. In lane 6, Russia.
In acqua 1 la Polonia, in acqua 2 gli azzurri, l'Italia, in acqua 3 la Gran Bretagna, in acqua 4 l'Olanda, 5 la Romania, 6 Russia.
All 6 boats just getting lined up at the start. In lane 1, Poland. Stroked by Michał Zabowski. In lane 2, Italy, stroked by Matteo Castaldo. They have a silver medal from last year's European Rowing Championships. In lane 3, Great Britain, stroked by Sholto Carnegie. Bronze medalist from the 2019 World Rowing Championships here in lane 3. In lane 4, defending European champions, the Netherlands, stroked by Nelson Ritsema. In lane 5, Romania, stroked by Cosmin Pescari, silver medalist from the 2019 World Rowing Championships. And in lane 6, Russia, stroked by Dmitry Kuznetsov.
Poland, Italy, Great Britain, the Netherlands, Romania, Russia. Attention.
That's the green light for the A final of the men's 4. What an incredible sprint out of the blocks from the Romanian crew. 52 strokes, a minute out to get their bow out in front at this very early stage of the race, but a very exciting race we have on our hands to see the Dutch and the British in those middle lanes probably going at it for that gold medal, but lots to come here still in the men's 4.
Un sacco ancora da fare, è solo la partenza, ma se il buongiorno si vede dal mattino, l'Olanda vuole suonare la sinfonia, ma la Romania è partita fortissimo, siamo a 51 colpi al minuto, ancora lì davanti a fare l'andatura, una Romania davvero determinata in questa del 4 senza, ma ci sono anche gli azzurri, vice campioni d'Europa in carica, Marco Di Costanzo, Giovanni Bagnale, Bruno Rosetti e Matteo Castaldo, che possono fare la differenza sulle acque di casa, una gara tutta da vivere insieme con la Romania lì davanti, che ancora una volta vuole fare la parte del leone.
Romania still with that very high rate of striking, but just now as I'm talking, the Dutch and the British in those center lanes are eking up on that very early Romanian advantage. So a little bit more patience in the Dutch and the British crew as they head towards you, Kat.
Exciting final this is, and what an exciting event this men's 4 event has been here at the European Championships. We saw that amazing semi-final yesterday, the Netherlands, Romania, Poland all finishing within half a second of each other. Poland qualifying for this A final by just 0.04 seconds. So fantastic racing in the semi. We had that repechage where Germany missed out on an AB semi-final place. So really exciting racing coming into this final, and through this first timing marker, we've got the Netherlands coming through just a tiny fraction ahead of Great Britain.
È una regata tiratissima questa del 4 senza maschile, la Gran Bretagna passa in vantaggio sull'Olanda proprio in questo momento. Per la terza posizione permane la Romania, che era partita veramente forte in acqua, anche gli azzurri. Lo scorso anno argento ai campionati europei di Poznan, con a bordo Marco Di Costanzo e Giovanni Bagnale, già bronzo nel 2 senza a Rio nel 2016 nelle Olimpiadi, quindi sicuramente insieme a Bruno Rosetti e Matteo Castaldo tenteranno di dire la loro in questa finale A del 4 senza maschile. 100 metri separano dalla metà del percorso tutti gli equipaggi in gara, i 6 partenti nella finalissima di questi campionati europei, con la Gran Bretagna con un passo a 28 colpi ed una velocità di 5,6 metri al secondo, vola verso il centro del campo con una mezza barca di vantaggio vantaggio nei confronti dell'equipaggio dell'Olanda, in questo momento in seconda posizione. Ricordiamo, sono i campioni in carica dello scorso anno, quindi poi in terza posizione abbiamo la Romania. Le posizioni di testa iniziano a delinearsi con l'Italia che in questo momento è ancora in quinta posizione.
Great Britain with this advantage now over the Netherlands. It's the same crew we've seen back in the 2019 season, taking the European title, taking a bronze medal at the World Championships. We missed them, of course, last year in Poznan, but storming back on the scene here in this final. They've got 3/4 of a length ahead of the Netherlands. The Dutch crew, of course, European champions from last year, such experience in that boat. And alongside them, the Romanian crew, 52 strokes a minute off the start. Such passion for this final from the Romanians. They've had success in this lineup previously. Silver medal from the World Championships in 2019. And they're bringing that attack and drive all the way down the course here, right alongside the Netherlands. But it's Great Britain up there in front.
Great Britain really doing some damage in the middle kilometer of this race. They extended the lead over the Dutch crew, who are dropping back ever so slightly, and now having to look to their right to the Romanian crew, who try to get into silver medal position. But that British crew looks so very powerful. The times from the semi-finals were very comparable between all these crews, but the British crew wasn't pushed as the Dutch was in the semi-final, and they are showing here that they have an extra reserve in the tank. That British crew coming across the 1500 meter mark, they're almost a length of clear water ahead of the Dutch, who are struggling to keep the charging Romanians off them. On the far side, we also have the Italian crew still within a shout of getting a medal if they start sprinting early, but we know that Matteo Constaldo in the stroke seat is able to produce a fantastic sprint finish. So lots of sprinting still to come, but the British commanding out in front.
Oramai in chiusura si vola verso il traguardo con la Gran Bretagna lì davanti a suonare la sinfonia. Gran Bretagna forte di quel ricordo, la medaglia di bronzo conquistata in 4 senza al campionato del mondo del 2019 a Linz, e loro che vogliono volare verso il traguardo per la seconda e terza posizione. Ancora Olanda con la Romania, ma c'è anche l'Italia nella mischia che prova a rinvenire, e i volontari del comitato organizzatore urlando Forza Italia potrebbero fare la differenza. Ale, 150 metri al traguardo.
Great Britain out in the lead, and Italy absolutely storming through this final sprint. Romania on the near side, desperately trying to hang on as well, and I think the Dutch are going to lose out on their medal here as the British come down to take the gold medal of the European Rowing Championships. The Romanians hang on to silver, and Italy will take bronze. The Netherlands just losing out in 4th. Over there on the far side, Poland coming through in 5th, and Russia in 6th. The victory ceremony for the women's 4.
Cerimonia di premiazione 4 senza femminile.
Winner of the bronze medal,
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo.
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Gran Bretagna rappresentata da
Rowan McKellar, Harriet Taylor, Karen Bennett, and Rebecca Shorten. Winner of the silver medal,
vincitore della medaglia d'argento.
Ireland. Ireland represented by
Irlanda rappresentata da
Ifri Gog, Emma Lamb, Fiona Murtagh, and Emily Haggerty. Winner of the gold medal and European champion,
vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa.
the Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Olanda rappresentata da
Ellen Hogerwerf, Caroline Florijn, Imke Klevering, and Veronique Meester. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the Netherlands.
Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale dell'Olanda.
Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
Coming up next, the A final in the lightweight women's double sculls.
Prossima finale del nostro programma, il doppio pesi leggeri femminile.
In lane 1, Romania. In lane 2, the Netherlands. In lane 3, Italy. In lane 4, Great Britain. In lane 5, Ireland. And in lane 6, Russia.
In acqua 1 abbiamo la Romania, in acqua 2 le campionesse d'Europa in carica l'Olanda, in acqua 3 l'Italia, in acqua 4 la Gran Bretagna, 5 Irlanda, 6 la Russia.
Up there on the start, seeing the Romanian duo there in the bow seat, Ionela Livia Kozmiuk. And in the stroke seat, Elena Juliana Mihai. In lane 2, the Netherlands in the bow seat, Marika Keizer, and the stroke seat, Ilse Paulus, reigning European champion, silver medalist from the 2019 World Rowing Championships. In lane 3, representing Italy, in the bow seat, Valentina Rodini. In the stroke seat, Federica Cesarini. Silver medalist from last year's European Rowing Championships. In the center lane here, lane 3. In lane 4, Great Britain, in the bow seat, Emily Craig, and the stroke seat, Imogen Grant. Bronze medalists from the 2019 World Rowing Championships. In lane 5, representing Ireland, in the bow seat, Aoife Casey. In the stroke seat, Margaret Cramen. They finished 8th at last year's European Championships, so this A final is already one step up for that Irish crew. In lane 6, Russia, Anastasia Lebedeva and Maria Botilova.
Right. Attention.
And we are underway in the lightweight women's double sculls. Just a bit of a slow start there for the British crew, but everyone off to a good start. Very close level pegging at this very early stage in the race. Italy claiming the bow ball just out to the front slightly as we get underway.
Una partenza veramente esplosiva con le azzurre lì davanti, subito al comando, favolose Valentina Rodini e Federica Cesarini che gioca in casa, atleta cresciuta alla Canottieri Gavirate, oggi in forza per le Fiamme Oro, una partenza veramente esplosiva davanti alle campionesse d'Europa in carica l'Olanda, ma attenzione anche alla Gran Bretagna, sempre lì vicina, che fu terza al campionato del mondo di Linz nel 2019 proprio con questa formazione. Italia lì davanti, ma comunque tutte lì.
So Italy with that very early lead, but pressing up on them now are the British, the world bronze medalists from back in 2019, competing here on Lago di Varese, pushing up on the Italians' early lead. We'll keep an eye on all 6 crews down the course as we come up to 400 meters, Kat.
Yeah, the Italians have taken this on hard. It's Federica Cesarini, Valentina Rodini, 24 and 26 years of age. This unit, they've been together since the 2019 season, bringing back a silver medal from the European Championships in Poznan last year. They're off to a flying start here on home water, as are the crew from Great Britain alongside them. So we didn't see them competing last year. Emily Grant, 28 years of age, from University of London Boat Club, in the bow seat. Stroke seat is Imogen Grant, the 25-year-old of Cambridge University Women's Boat Club. They had the bronze medal from the World Championships in 2019. They've mainly been land training during the COVID lockdown in the UK, back in the boat recently and off to a flying start along with Italy through the first half of this race.
Lo scorso anno fu questo il risultato del doppio pesi leggeri femminile. Olanda su Italia e terza la Romania. Ma potrebbero cambiare le carte in gioco quest'anno qui nelle acque del Lago di Varese nell'edizione 2021 dei campionati europei assoluti. Ed è proprio così perché l'Italia in questo momento conduce la finale A del doppio pesi leggeri femminile. Attenzione anche all'ottima posizione da parte della Gran Bretagna, che in questo momento va ad attaccare l'Italia quando siamo agli 800 metri di gara, e ancora in terza posizione invece l'Olanda in corsia numero due, le italiane che già nel 2020 furono d'argento, stanno tentando il tutto e per tutto per andare a conquistare la medaglia del metallo più prezioso. In questo momento è un bellissimo punta a punta tra loro e la Romania. La Romania, una sorpresa in acqua 1 che cerca di farsi sotto per addirittura la prima posizione. Una gara tiratissima anche questa del doppio pesi leggeri femminile, la gara numero 127 del nostro programma. Ancora riflettori puntati lì al centro del percorso. Valentina Rodini e Federica Cesarini tentano il tutto e per tutto per andare al passaggio dei 1000 metri in vantaggio nei confronti di tutte le altre 5 imbarcazioni in gara, e sembra essere proprio così. È la prua dell'Italia in vantaggio nei confronti delle altre imbarcazioni, ma sono veramente vicine anche la Romania e poi in corsia numero 4 la Gran Bretagna per il podio di questo doppio pesi leggeri femminile.
It's everything I like to see from an A final of the women's lightweight double sculls. So close here through the middle stages. Italy on home water, just holding on to that advantage. They're really being pushed by the Romanians up in lane 1. However, Elenina, Juliana, Mihai, Enona, Livia, Cosmic, the 21 and 26-year-olds, new together for this season, and they're tracking just behind the Italians. Great Britain also still in touch. The Netherlands really close still along with them. Ireland and Russia not out of this race yet. There's plenty of room left for a sprint. But Italy still holding on to that advantage. They're coming through 1,250 meters. Beautiful stuff from the Italians.
Great stuff indeed from the Italians, still in the lead with 750 meters left to row. It's the silver medalist from last year who tried to go one better and claim the European title, but the Dutch, the defending European champions from 2020, still in the mix. And on the far side we still have that crew from Romania who are currently in the second position, just 8 meters behind the leading Italians, but the British crew is still in contention too, perhaps even for a gold medal, because they have overlap with the leading Italians with just a couple of strokes left to go before they get into the last quarter of the race. The Brits steaming ahead, putting the pressure on the Italian Azzurri with half a boat length deficit to the Italian crew. But the Dutch now coming through in bronze position. The Romanians finding the pace a bit too hot at this stage. The Dutch really going for a change of gear, trying to get to the front of the field, but it's a magnificent race from the British who are trying to get level with the Italian crew, but the Italian crew is still leading with 350 meters to go.
350 metri al traguardo, lì davanti ci sono ancora le azzurre, Federica Cesarini e Valentina Rodini, capaci di dimostrare la loro supremazia per tutto il percorso. E qui in questi ultimi 250 metri, loro che giocano in casa, Federica Cesarini, cresciuta dall'altra parte del lago a Gavirate, Federica Cesarini nel 2012, timoniera dell'ammiraglia che fu argento ai campionati europei di Varese, e dopo l'argento di Varese nel 2012, perché non fare quell'ulteriore scatto e andare ad aggiungere un oro incredibile nella sua eccellente carriera agonistica? Ed ecco così che l'Italia lì davanti suona la volata sulla Gran Bretagna e l'Olanda per seconda e terza posizione.
The Italians are up at 42 strokes a minute, trying to hold on to that gold medal position ahead of the storming British crew. But on the far side, Romania desperately trying to get back into medal contention with the Dutch, who are trying to hold them off. Romania's gone up to a 42 strokes a minute. Italy up to a 43 strokes a minute as they're coming to the line. What an impressive performance from this local, Federica Cesarini, striding out to the gold medal at the European Rowing Championships in the lightweight women's double scull. So coming up to the line now, Italy take the gold medal, Great Britain silver, and the Dutch hang on to bronze ahead of the sprinting Romanians. The Irish will have to settle for that 5th position and Russia through in 6th.
Gara magistrale, l'abbraccio, e ogni tanto ci si può anche emozionare. È bello davvero vedere le protagoniste in casa, queste ragazze veramente formidabili. Oro Valentina Rodini, Federica Cesarini, argento alla Gran Bretagna, bronzo all'Olanda.
victory ceremony for the men's 4.
Cerimonia di premiazione 4 senza maschile.
Winner of the bronze medal,
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo.
Italy. Italy represented by
Italia, rappresentata da Marco Di Costanzo, Giovanni Abagnale, Bruno Rosetti, Matteo Castaldo.
winner of the silver medal,
Vincitore della medaglia d'argento.
Romania. Romania represented by
Romania rappresentata da
Mihaita Vasile Tsiagnescu, Muriel Vasile Semkyuk, Stefan Constantine Barariu, and Kozmin Pascari. Winner of the gold medal and European champion,
vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa.
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Gran Bretagna rappresentata da
Oliver Cook, Matthew Rossiter, Rory Gibbs, and Sholto Carnegie. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Great Britain.
Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale della Gran Bretagna.
Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaudiamo tutti i nostri medagliati.
Up on the course, the A final of the lightweight men's double sculls.
In partenza la prossima finale, la finale A del doppio pesi leggeri maschile.
In lane 1, Czech Republic. Lane 2, Ukraine. Lane 3, Germany. Lane 4, Ireland. Lane 5, Italy. And lane 6, Switzerland.
In acqua 1 la Repubblica Ceca, in acqua 2 l'Ucraina, in acqua 3 la Germania, in acqua 4 l'Irlanda, in acqua 5 l'Italia, in acqua 6 la Svizzera.
All crews already lined up there on the course. Looking over at lane 1, the Czech Republic. In the bow seat, Yuri Shimanek. And in the stroke seat, Miroslav Rustil Jr. Coming 10th at the 2019 World Rowing Championships. In lane 2, Ukraine. In the bow seat, Stanislav Kovalov. And in the stroke seat, Igor Kmara. Finished 6th last year at the European Championships. In lane 3, representing Germany, Jonathan Rommelmann. And Jason Osborne. Silver medalists from last year's event. Bronze medalists at the World Championships. In lane 4, the defending world champions from Ireland, Fintan McCarthy and Paul O'Donovan. In lane 5, the home favorites from Italy, Stefano Oppo and Pietro Ruta. Defending European champions from last year's event. And in lane 6, the young crew from Switzerland, Jan Schobel and Andrei Struzina.
Czech Republic, Ukraine, Germany, Ireland, Italy, Switzerland. Attention.
And they're underway in the A final of the lightweight men's double sculls. This is always such a fantastic race to watch. The Irish going off there at 56 strokes a minute. The Germans right on their tails at 53 strokes a minute. And incredible power out there all across the course.
Quanta potenza in partenza nel doppio leggero maschile, è uscita anche la rima bellissima fuori dai blocchi, la Germania capace di portarsi subito al comando, ma i campioni d'Europa in carica, i nostri azzurri Stefano Oppo e Pietro Ruta non vogliono essere da meno e sono lì a 42 colpi al minuto, in questo momento secondi in partenza per la terza posizione. Vedo in questo istante Irlanda e Repubblica Ceca praticamente sulla stessa linea dopo 150 metri dalla partenza.
Germany getting the best of it at this very early stage in the race, but Italy hot on their tails. I think this is going to be a six-boat race all the way down the course, Kat, as they head towards 400 meters. What does it make? How do you make it?
Yeah, it's a great lineup, isn't it, Gilly? The Italians there in lane 5. They moved into the double after Rio, where they took part in the lightweight men's 4, finishing in 4th place. Obviously, no more lightweight fours event at Olympic level, just the lightweight double. So they made the transition into the double, and it's been such a successful campaign for them. Stefano Oppo, Pietro Ruta, they finished on the podium at every championship since that Olympic Games. So really can expect to see them up in the medals. They're up towards the front of the race at the moment, just in 2nd place behind the Germans. Back from Italy, Ireland in 3rd, and the Czech Republic close in 4th.
Fin dai primi 600 metri di gara questo doppio pesi leggeri maschile ci sta facendo sognare. Sono gli azzurri in corsia numero 5, il capovoga Pietro Ruta e il prodiere Stefano Oppo, già nel 2017 e nel 2018 bronzo ai campionati europei, poi l'argento nel 2019, infine il bronzo nel 2020. Sicuramente quest'anno tenteranno di bissare il successo dello scorso anno sul campo di Regatta di Poznan, andando alla riconquista della medaglia d'oro, ma non sarà sicuramente dei campionati europei assoliti 2021. Ancora una volta la Germania in grande spolvero che conduce lì al centro del campo. Entrambi gli atleti dell'anno 1994 conducono veramente bene, un bellissimo passo a 39 colpi al minuto, quindi sicuramente una regata velocissima questa, ma l'Italia c'è, l'Italia è lì in corsia numero 5, in questo momento si trova in terza posizione, ma ma sta risalendo palata dopo palata, ha una passata molto più decisa rispetto che l'equipaggio in acqua 4 dell'Irlanda, quindi sicuramente volano verso la medaglia gli italiani. Più arretrate invece le imbarcazioni al largo del campo di regatta, ancora 800 i metri da percorrere per tutti gli equipaggi impegnati nella finale A del doppio pesi leggeri maschile agli europei assoluti del 2021 qui a Varese.
This has been a strong first half for the German crew. Jason Osborne, 27 years of age. Jonathan Rommelmann, 26 years in the bows. Really tight sculling from them. Those blades just disappear at the catch almost before you can see them. That work, however, being eaten up now by the Irish. The Irish making their move into this third quarter of the race. They're matching the Germans' rate, 39, up at 40 strokes a minute now from the Irish. That's taking them onto the Germans. That German advantage disappearing stroke by stroke. These two boats also hotly contended by the Italians, currently sitting in third place. They're moving to 1,400 meters, and it's really hotting up at the front end of this race.
We see a repeat of the semi-finals where the Irish crew were having a relatively easy row in the first half of the race, and then they came powering through in the third 500s and sprinting it off. So they really like to lay down a quick second kilometer, and just before the 1500 meter mark it is the crew from Ireland breaking into the lead, and a little look to his right from strokeman Jason Osborne in that German crew who looked to his right and realized he has to go because the Irish are really walking away from them if they let them. 40 strokes a minute from strokeman Paul O'Donovan in that Irish lightweight double, and I think a very good chance that the Italians may even sneak through and get a silver medal with 350 meters to row. The Irish look very good, but so do the Italians, and the Germans having to do the work to stay in silver medal position, but the crew from Italy are charging.
Ancora in chiusura, un'altra volta, un altro equipaggio azzurro lì in zona medaglie, ma non solo in zona medaglie, perché Peppo Ruta in questo momento con Stefano Oppo può davvero cambiare marcia, e dopo l'oro conquistato agli europei del 2020 la voglia di crescere c'è, si sente, sento il profumo. Infatti stanno viaggiando come l'Irlanda, 19.4, e l'Irlanda lì davanti a fare l'andatura. All'esterno c'è ancora la Germania per la terza posizione. Comunque gli azzurri sono in contatto per riuscire a centrare il podio.
Ireland's gone up to 43 strokes a minute to power into the lead ahead of the Germans, and Italy desperately trying to get back in contention for that silver medal. But I think the Germans have been able to make a shift. They're going to be able to hold on to that silver medal in the German boat. But Ireland, what an impressive, dominant performance from Paul O'Donovan and Vincent McCarthy, coming across the line now to become European champions in the lightweight men's double sculls. Germany take the silver, and Italy will take the bronze medal. Then we look back to the Czech Republic in fourth, coming across now Switzerland in fifth, and Ukraine in sixth.
Sul traguardo, braccio al cielo, la vittoria, la grande soddisfazione dell'Irlanda. Al secondo posto la Germania, terza l'Italia con i nostri Stefano Oppo e Pietro Ruta.
The victory ceremony for the lightweight women's double sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione doppio pesi leggeri femminile.
Winner of the bronze medal,
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo,
the Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Olanda rappresentata da
Marieke Keizer and Ilse Paulus. Winner of the silver medal,
vincitore della medaglia d'argento,
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Gran Bretagna rappresentata da
Emily Craig and Imogen Grant. Winner of the gold medal and European champion,
vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa,
Italy. Italy represented by
Italia rappresentata da Federica Cesarini, Valentina Rodini.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Italy.
Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale italiano.
Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo forte forte le nostre medagliate.
We head back up to the starting line for the A final of the women's quadruple sculls.
Ritorniamo in partenza per la finale del 4 di coppia femminile.
In lane 1, Norway. Lane 2, Italy. Lane 3, Great Britain. Lane 4, Germany. Lane 5, the Netherlands. And lane 6, Ukraine.
In acqua 1 la Norvegia, in acqua 2 l'Italia, in acqua 3 la Gran Bretagna, in acqua 4 la Germania, in acqua 5 l'Olanda, in acqua 6 Ucraina.
Seeing all the boats lined up there at the start. Lane 1, Norway. Stroked by Maja Lund, former lightweight rower. In lane 2, a new combination from Italy, stroked by Stefania Gobi. In lane 3, Great Britain. Also a new lineup from the British, stroked by Lucy Glover. In lane 4, Germany. Silver medalists from the 2020 European Rowing Championships, stroked by Franziska Kompmann. In lane 5, the defending European champions, the Netherlands. Nicole Boukers in the stroke seat. And in lane 6, Ukraine, stroked by Katerina Duchenko.
Norway, Italy, Great Britain, Germany, the Netherlands, Ukraine. Attention.
Tense moments up there at the start, but they're underway in the A final of the women's quadruple sculls. A very fast start across the board, but the Netherlands making the best of it, wanting to get out to an early lead.
Una partenza veramente scoppiettante per l'Olanda, campione d'Europa in carica lì in corsia numero 5 a 45 colpi al minuto, è uscita veramente forte davanti alla Germania. Per la terza posizione ci sono Gran Bretagna e Italia che provano ad inserirsi nella mischia al centro. Molto bene quindi Olanda e Germania per la terza posizione, Gran Bretagna e Italia fuori dai blocchi.
That's a great start from the Dutch, obviously trying to get out to an early lead here to fend off any challenges that they're facing from the British and the Germans. But I think we'll look to those two crews to start to move back on this early Dutch lead as they're coming up towards the 400-meter mark. I think Germany is the crew to do that, Kat.
Germans have come through as direct qualifiers from the heat along with Great Britain. The Netherlands found themselves having to go through the repechage. The Dutch obviously coming into this as reigning European champions, and it's the same four scullers in this lineup here at Varese that we saw take gold back in Poznan last year. It's a really coherent unit stroked by Nicole Boykers, and they're really having the best start here through the first 500 metres. Germany not to be shaken clear though, of course, in this first stage. They're just sitting half a canvas back on the Netherlands. The German crew, the same crew we saw take silver last year in Poznan at the European Championships. Again, a really coherent crew. The stroke woman, Franziska Kampmann, setting this up really nicely for them. Along with Germany, the other direct qualifiers for this final were the crew from Great Britain. And it's a new lineup for Great Britain into this 2021 season.
Germania e Gran Bretagna che si sono qualificate direttamente alla finale A. Nelle semifinali non sono dovute passare dai recuperi, mentre l'Olanda, che ha pagato un po' lo scotto nelle prime due giornate di questi campionati europei assoluti, in questo momento tiene la testa del gruppo. È proprio in corsia numero 5 l'equipaggio già campione d'Europa nell'anno 2020 a condurre il gruppo di gara. In seconda posizione la Germania, che però è solo a 4 metri di distacco. Poi la Gran Bretagna per la terza posizione in questa finale A del 4 femminile, che vede invece le altre imbarcazioni un po' più arretrate, quindi il blocco di testa comincia a delinearsi. Ricordiamo in gara anche l'Italia in corsia numero 2 con Clara Guerra, Alessandra Montesano, Veronica Lisi e Stefania Gobbi, che in questo momento permangono in quarta posizione. Siamo quindi ai 1000 metri di percorso, metà gara per tutte le atlete impegnate in questa finale A, la numero 129 del nostro programma, ed è un bellissimo punta a punta, ma sembra spuntarla l'equipaggio in acqua 5 dell'Olanda in questo momento, che passa in vantaggio sulla Germania, e poi Gran Bretagna in punta a punta per la seconda posizione. È tutto ancora aperto, chissà che cosa succederà sul traguardo di questa regata. È ancora lungo il percorso, ancora 800 metri da percorrere per tutte e 6 le imbarcazioni in gara. Ricordiamo Olanda, Gran Bretagna e poi Germania in questo momento.
There's pace from the Dutch crew, matched pretty well from Germany, and Great Britain has taken these 3 boats clear of the rest of the field, with clear water now separating the first 3 from the other crews. To my eye, the medals are going to come from these 3 crews, but which colours are they going to be for which crews? This crew from Great Britain have pushed through Germany into second place now. This new lineup, stroked by Lucy Glover, the 22-year-old, not related to Helen Glover from the pair. Lucy Glover from Warrington Rowing Club and Edinburgh University, stroking this boat really nicely and just closing that gap a little bit on the Dutch crew. Germany also within striking distance here of these 2 boats. So these three crews moving through the third quarter of the race. What colour are the medals going to be?
Yeah, that's 600 meters still to go, Kat. I think the Dutch were surprised in the heat to find themselves beaten by that crew from Great Britain, who row very nicely together and very cohesive, the very direct style from that Great Britain crew. And they are less than, it's almost a canvas down on the Dutch, who are rating 37 strokes a minute. Almost half the boat length now up on the lead, a quarter left to row. The Dutch in front, Germany slipping back, and it's a great race from that new crew from Great Britain in silver medal position at this stage. I think that German crew has to get moving to get the silver medal out of the hands of the British. The Dutch look really composed, very direct at the front end of the stroke, so they look good for a gold medal, but I think the British have gone for a change of gear and just a canvas behind now on the Dutch crew, and the Germans raising the rate to 39 strokes a minute, trying to get back in silver medal position.
Sarà ancora una volta l'Olanda a suonare l'inno alla schiranna di Varese. Guardate che bello spettacolo in quest'ultima frazione, l'Olanda che cerca di mantenere quest'ottimo passo che di fatto le ha caratterizzate fin dal primo colpo. Dopo il passaggio in testa in tutte e 3 le frazioni si prepara ad affrontare al meglio quest'ultima parte, ma attenzione perché la Gran Bretagna si sta facendo veramente pericolosa. La Gran Bretagna sprinta in questo momento, si porta sotto, mette in ginocchio l'Olanda.
Oh, the Dutch have gone out hard and they've been brave all the way down this course, but Great Britain has the momentum coming into the final strokes of this race, and they might just be able to do it, but I think they're going to run out of time. Can the Dutch hold on as they come into the line? Yes, they do it. The Dutch take the gold medal just ahead of Great Britain for silver, and Germany hold on to that bronze medal just ahead of a charging Norway, Italy, and Ukraine. I'm going to wait for those final positions to come up on the screen. Well, to finish in 4th, Italy 5th, and Ukraine 6th. The victory ceremony for the lightweight men's double sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione doppio pesi leggeri maschile.
Winner of the bronze medal,
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo.
Italy. Italy represented by
Italia rappresentata da Stefano Oppo. Pietro Ruta.
Winner of the silver medal,
Vincitore della medaglia d'argento.
Germany. Germany represented by
Germania rappresentata da
Jonathan Rommelmann and Jason Osborne. Winner of the gold medal and European champion,
vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa.
Ireland. Ireland represented by
Irlanda rappresentata da
Fintan McCarthy and Paul O'Donovan. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Ireland.
Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale dell'Irlanda.
Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo tutti i nostri medagliati.
Back up to the start for the A final of the men's quadruple sculls.
Ritorniamo in partenza per la finale A del 4 di coppia maschile, la gara numero 130 del nostro programma, ultima ora di gare a questo campionato europeo assoluto.
In lane 1, Lithuania. Lane 2, Great Britain. Lane 3, Italy. Lane 4, the Netherlands. Lane 5, Estonia. And lane 6, Poland.
In acqua 1 la Lituania, in acqua 2 la Gran Bretagna, in acqua 3 l'Italia, in acqua 4 l'Olanda, 5 Estonia, 6 la Polonia.
Up there at the start, the Lithuanian crew in lane 1, stroked by Arimas Adamovicius. They finished 3rd last year at the European Rowing Championships, out there in lane 1 in this A final. In lane 2, we see the new combination from Great Britain, Jack Beaumont in the stroke seat. In lane 3, the crew from Italy, stroked by Giacomo Gentili. Silver medalist from last year's European Rowing Championships, with a bronze medal from the 2019 World Rowing Championships. And in lane 4, the defending world and European champions from the Netherlands, stroked by Koen Metzemakers. In lane 5, Estonia, stroked by Kasper Taimsu. And in lane 6, Poland. Quick start there across the board from all 4 crews in the men's quadruple sculls. We're looking forward to a fantastic race between the Dutch and the Italians in the middle lanes.
Vedremo una gara veramente mozzafiato, l'abbiamo attesa e questa mattina quando vi abbiamo salutato io e Giglia avevamo proprio messo l'asticella qui alle 14:36. Italia al centro in acqua 3, Olanda in acqua 4. Sono loro in questo momento a voler fare l'andatura. Molto bene anche la partenza di questo nuovo quadruplo della Gran Bretagna che per l'occasione qui alla Schiranna di Varese ha unito le forze di un pool di giovani atleti, ma vedremo cosa succederà ovviamente durante lo sviluppo di questa gara. L'Italia è lì davanti, 41 colpi al minuto, al comando fuori dai blocchi.
Italy with the best start out there. The Netherlands just a little bit slow off the start, but we'll watch what they have to do throughout the middle part of this race. It's very close as they come up to the 400-meter mark.
Yeah, it's such an exciting event, this men's quad event. We've seen the Dutch dominate these last couple of seasons. A stunning win at the European Championships last year in Poznan. They took the wins in 2019 at the Worlds and European Championships, both in emphatic style. So here I think they're finding a bit more competition on their hands for this 2021 season here in Varese. At this early stage of the race, the Italians are leading the Dutch crew, but not by much. It's a canvas lead here as they come through the first 500 meters. Great Britain also in the mix, as are Estonia. Poland also in there. Lithuania just a half length behind.
Sono ancora distanti le imbarcazioni dalla nostra postazione, appena i 600 metri di gara, ma brillano già le pale tricolori al centro del percorso in corsia numero 3. Quell'equipaggio che nel 2018 e nel 2019 con Filippo Mondelli al posto di Simone Venier conquistò prima un oro e poi un argento. Nel 2020 invece la medesima formazione in acqua, oggi già medaglia d'argento ai campionati europei assoluti del 2020. Adesso ancora nuovamente in gara e ancora lì al comando di questo percorso da 2000 metri di gara, con la seconda posizione dell'equipaggio dell'Olanda che sicuramente partirà all'attacco qui a metà percorso. Vediamo un'ottima palata da parte dell'equipaggio olandese e che è a solo 8 metri di distanza dall'equipaggio italiano per la terza posizione. Poi la Gran Bretagna, attenzione anche al possibile rientro dell'Estonia in corsia numero 5. Iniziano ad allinearsi le posizioni, è uno spettacolo vedere questo assieme dell'equipaggio italiano veramente ormai ben rodato, con Simone Venier, Andrea Panizza, Luca Rambaldi e Giacomo Gentili che conducono le file del percorso di gara. L'Olanda a 9 metri di distanza viaggia alle stesse palate dell'equipaggio italiano, di conseguenza una regata veramente tirata sul filo di lana. Ancora 800 metri da percorrere, la gara è ancora lunga, ma iniziano a delinearsi le posizioni con un'Italia veramente molto agguerrita. Poi Olanda e Gran Bretagna per il podio.
This is a feisty crew from Italy, still leading there by a third of a length over the Netherlands. This crew stroked by the 23-year-old Giacomo Gentili. They've got Andrea Panizza back in the boat from the 2019 season. He was absent last year, but here he is returning to the crew, and they're holding off the Netherlands, holding off Great Britain, making a real charge through this third 500 meters of the race.
The Italians certainly looking for a famous win on home waters here at Lago di Varese. The Azzurri in the lead, and they are stretching their lead because the Dutch aren't able to claw back much of the deficit in the third 500 meters. The Dutch crew stroked by Koen Metsenmakers. He is leading his crew, but they are having some work to do because the Italians still out in front. It's 3/4 of a boat length advantage for the Italian crew, looking very powerful and in control of this race. The Dutch raising the rate to 39 strokes a minute, equaling the Italian pace at this stage, but the Italians still out in front. It's very close for second and for third and fourth. I think it's the crew from Great Britain who is currently in bronze medal position, but Italy out in front.
L'Italia lì davanti, l'Italia che ci fa sognare, un'Italia meravigliosa, l'esperienza di Simone Venier ancora una volta a fare la differenza. Pensate che tra il più giovane e l'uomo con più esperienza, Simone Venier, in barca ci sono 14 anni. Questa imbarcazione azzurra vuole far parlare di sé alla Schiranna e Giacomo Gentili lì davanti a capovoga cambia marcia, non vuole lasciare passare l'Olanda. Un arrivo meraviglioso che ci permette di andare ancora una volta a vivere delle emozioni bellissime.
Such a fantastic performance from the Italians. They've led from start to finish. They've been able to respond to anything the Dutch have thrown at them in the last 500 meters of this race. They're holding off that Dutch challenge, and they're going to come down to the line and win the gold medal here at the European Rowing Championships. Coming up to the line, Italy take the gold medal. The Netherlands will take silver, and then it's anything in it for the bronze medal. I think Estonia is going to grab it at the line ahead of Poland and Great Britain. Estonia coming through in that third medal position.
Una soddisfazione incredibile sul traguardo, loro campioni in casa, vittoria per l'Italia, al secondo posto l'Olanda, terza l'Estonia.
The victory ceremony for the women's quadruple sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione 4 di coppia femminile.
Winner of the bronze medal,
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo,
Germany. Germany represented by
Germania, rappresentata da
Daniela Schulze, Carlotta Nordgide, Frida Hemerling. And Franziska Kompmann. Winner of the silver medal,
Vincitore della medaglia d'argento,
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Gran Bretagna rappresentata da
Matilda Hodgkins-Byrne, Hannah Scott, Charlotte Hodgkins-Byrne, and Lucy Glover. Winner of the gold medal and European champion,
vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa,
the Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Olanda rappresentata da
Laila Youssifou, Inge Janssen, Olivia van Rooyen, and Nicole Belkers. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the Netherlands.
Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale dell'Olanda.
Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
Up to the start for the A final of the women's 8. In lane 1, Italy. In lane 2, Russia. In lane 3, Romania. In lane 4, the Netherlands. In lane 5, Great Britain. And in lane 6, Germany.
Torniamo in partenza, siamo con la finale A dell'8 femminile. Italia in acqua 1, Russia in acqua 2, Romania in acqua 3, Olanda in acqua 4, Gran Bretagna in acqua 5, Germania in acqua 6.
All 6/8s lined up at the start. The first 8 race of the day, and in lane 1 we see Italy. Coxed by Camilla Infanti. It's a new combination from the Italians. In lane 2, Russia. Coxed by Elizaveta Krylova. They finished 8th at the 2019 World Rowing Championships. In lane 3, defending European champions from Romania. Daniela Drunkia in the cox seat. In lane 4, the Netherlands. Coxed by Juka Vetter. Bronze medalist from last year's European Rowing Championships. In lane 5, Great Britain. Coxed by Matilda Horn, a new combination from Great Britain. And in lane 6, Germany. Larina Hillemann in the coxswain seat with her arm raised. as the Germans prepare for the start.
Thank you, Dominic. Italy, Russia, Romania, the Netherlands, Great Britain, Germany. Attention.
With a frenzy, they're off the first eights race here for the weekend. The women's eights, the A final of the women's eights, off to a quick start all across the board. The Netherlands getting the best of that entire pack, rating at 48 strokes a minute, but Romania hot on their tails.
Se volevate vedere una partenza veloce, questa è sicuramente la partenza giusta, una partenza esplosiva per Romania e Olanda. Ricordiamo l'Olanda che lo scorso anno fu terza ai campionati europei, in questo momento sta cercando di rimanere agganciata al gruppo di testa con la Romania che dopo la vittoria dello scorso anno a Poznan in Polonia in questo momento vuole andare subito a dettare legge, quindi Romania e Olanda fuori dai blocchi per le prime due posizioni dopo appena 300 metri.
That preliminary race for lanes on Friday put the Dutch and the Romanians into the center lanes here, and we're starting to see a chevron formation as they come down the course. But approaching the 400 meters, the Dutch and the Romanians off to the quickest start.
Yeah, the Netherlands and Romania just starting to settle a bit into their race pace, down to 42, 40 strokes a minute. Romania having the advantage at this stage. They're there in lane 3 after their win in the preliminary race. They finished some 5 seconds ahead of the Netherlands on Friday's preliminary race, so it's a big margin, but perhaps we're going to see that tighten up here in the A final. So Romania lead the way at this early stage, but not by much over the Netherlands.
La Romania e l'Olanda che nella gara delle corsie disputate nei giorni scorsi di questi campionati europei hanno già dato ottimi segnali, continuano la loro corsa verso la medaglia d'oro. Sicuramente sarà una bellissima regatta questa, con la Romania già detentrice del titolo europeo conquistato a Poznan lo scorso anno e pensate anche del miglior tempo europeo conquistato proprio qui nelle acque del lago di Varese nel lontano 2012. Poi l'Olanda, terza lo scorso anno ai campionati europei. Sono questi due gli equipaggi che si contendono il titolo.
Romania still with a small advantage over the Netherlands through the second 500 metres. For Romania, it's exactly the same unit that took the gold medal last year in Poznan at the European Championships. The same returning 9 athletes, and have that consistency right the way through the season can make a really special training environment for an 8. We see this Dutch crew, just a couple of changes within their crew, but substantially the same as the crew that took bronze last year at the European Championships. So moving here through the second quarter, Romania have eked out just a little bit more of an advantage over the Netherlands. Closest to them is Russia.
Si completa la prima metà del percorso e si va verso la seconda metà, ancora 1000 metri da percorrere per queste imbarcazioni, le ammiraglie del canottaggio europeo. Siamo proprio in questo momento sul passaggio dei 1000 metri con l'Olanda ancora a condurre con la Romania. Sono questi due gli equipaggi con un bellissimo punta a punta. C'è veramente poca distanza tra gli equipaggi di testa e invece una lotta serratissima per la medaglia di bronzo. Gli equipaggi sono veramente tutti lì, fuori la Romania e l'Olanda per le prime due posizioni, poi tutti gli altri, con anche l'Italia che potrebbe ancora dire la sua, partita in corsia numero 1.
So from this third quarter, we're starting to see Romania and the Netherlands move well clear of the rest of the field. Romania just keep advancing and increasing this gap over the Netherlands, stroke by stroke. The Dutch are still in touch there, but this race for bronze is going to be fantastic from the remaining 4 crews. Coming into this, through this third quarter, Romania still lead by half a length over the Netherlands.
Yes, and in third position, I think we find that crew from Russia in lane number 2 at this stage of the race. 700 meters left to row, and the Russian crew with 7 athletes on board who got a bronze at the 2019 European Championships. So there's a lot of experience in that Russian boat as well. But that block of Romania, great rowing. It looks so smooth. It looks very powerful from the crew in lane number 3. The Romanian crew have increased their lead over the Dutch in the third 500 meters to almost half a length. I think edging on 3/4 of a length. And this is the moment where in the race for lanes we saw the Romanian crew just walk away from the Dutch. So I'm really curious to see what the Dutch crew, stroked by Karin Roberts, can do in this last 500 meters. Can they claw back some of the deficit in the last part of the race to claim a famous gold medal? I don't know, but the Romanians look really good, and the race for bronze is heating up with Great Britain pushing on and trying to get past Russia for that bronze medal.
Un arrivo meraviglioso ancora lì al centro del percorso, una Romania che dimostra di avere tutte le carte in regola per qualificare questa imbarcazione e volare verso Tokyo. Eccola lì davanti a fare l'andatura dopo la vittoria dell'Europeo del 2020, ancora lì davanti, protagonista nel 2012 alla Schiranna. Seconda fu l'Italia, che in questo momento è quinta, ma attenzione che per la seconda posizione c'è l'Olanda e per la terza all'esterno rinviene benissimo dall'altra parte del percorso, ancora in aggancio anche la Russia, poi la Gran Bretagna.
Romania have gone up to 46 strokes a minute, and they've taken that open water lead ahead of the Netherlands as they're coming towards the line. The Dutch just not being able to stay up with that pace into the final section of this sprint. But Romania, what a dominant performance out here on Lago di Varese. They're coming up towards the line to take the gold medal in the women's 8, followed by the Netherlands, who will take silver. And I think that bronze medal is headed for the Russians, despite an amazing sprint from Great Britain. So across the line, Russia take the bronze medal ahead of Great Britain. Germany in that 5th position, and Italy coming through in 6th.
Sul traguardo una semplice conferma, vittoria della Romania. Al secondo posto l'Olanda, per la terza posizione la Russia.
The victory ceremony for the men's quadruple sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione 4 di coppia maschile.
Winner of the bronze medal,
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo,
Estonia. Estonia represented by
Estonia rappresentata da
Yuri Mikudam. Alaraja. Tonu Hendrickson. And Kasper Taimsu. Winner of the silver medal,
vincitore della medaglia d'argento,
the Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Olanda rappresentata da
Dirk Uitenboogaard, Abbe Wiersma, Tone Witte, and Koen Metzemakers. Winner of the gold medal and European champion,
vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa,
Italy. Italy represented by
Italia rappresentata da Simone Venier, Andrea Panizza, Luca Rambaldi, Giacomo Gentili,
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Italy.
signore e signori, l'inno nazionale italiano.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati. Grazie ragazzi.
We head back up to the starting line for the A final of the men's single sculls.
Siamo ora con la finale A del singolo maschile in programma in questi europei.
In lane 1, Greece. In lane 2, Denmark. In lane 3, Norway. In lane 4, Germany. In lane 5, Croatia. And in lane 6, Poland.
In acqua 1 la Grecia, in acqua 2 la Danimarca, in acqua 3 la Norvegia, in acqua 4 la Germania, 5 la Croazia, 6 la Polonia.
The athletes lining up there on the start. There we see in lane 1, Stefanos Natouskus of Greece, 5th place from last year's European Rowing Championships. In lane 2, the defending European champion from Denmark, Sverre Nielsen. Silver medalist from the 2019 World Rowing Championships. In lane 3, representing Norway, Kjetil Bort. Bronze medalist from the 2020 European Rowing Championships. In lane 4, representing Germany, Olli Zeidler. Reigning world champion from 2019, finished 4th last year at the European Rowing Championships. In lane 5, representing Croatia, Damir Martin, Olympic silver medalist. And in lane 6, representing Poland, Natan Wierzymski-Szymczak, silver medal from last year's European Rowing Championships.
Denmark, Norway, Germany, Croatia, Poland. Attention.
And they are underway in a final of the men's single sculls. Lots of great names, great athletes out there on the water. I think this race might still be up for grabs.
Una di quelle regate che vuoi veramente seguire da vicino. Riuscirà il vice campione olimpico a Rio 2016 Damir Martin ad imporsi, o sarà il campione d'Europa in carica, oppure il campione del mondo 2019 con la maglia della Germania? Insomma, una gara tutta da vivere. Partito veramente molto forte l'atleta danese, ma in questo momento ci sono Norvegia e Germania a fare l'andatura, quindi il centro della corsa che cerca di spiccare il volo in una gara tutta da vivere insieme a voi.
Both rating 40 strokes a minute. Germany and Denmark just edging their bows out to the front of the field. This will be a fantastic race to see between the reigning European and the reigning world champion here in lanes 2 and 4. But I think we can't count out any of the scullers out there on the water. So as they approach 400 meters, Kat, how's it looking to you?
Phil, Gilly, really exciting to see this men's single sculls event. Olli Zeidler just out there in front. Not everything's gone his way so far in this regatta. His heat wasn't as successful as perhaps he'd planned. He found his way through the repechage into the semi-final, stamping down a mark there to take the win ahead of Sverre Nielsen. And here he's shot out of the blocks, and I believe it's going to be him coming through to the first timing marker in the lead. He's just got a small advantage over Sverre Nielsen, and the young Greek Natuskos still in the mix there in 3rd place.
Primi 500 metri di percorso per questa finale A del singolo maschile, in cui abbiamo tra la corsia numero 2 e la corsia numero 5, quindi al centro del nostro percorso di gara, 4 atleti di altissimo livello, colmi di successi negli scorsi anni negli eventi internazionali. In questo momento è il tedesco in corsia numero 4, quindi l'imbarcazione della Germania, a condurre le file di questa regata. L'atleta oro a Lucerna nel 2019. Per la seconda posizione invece la Danimarca, campione in carica europeo. Ancora per la terza posizione la Norvegia, bronzo nel 2020. Quindi atleti di altissimo livello. Mancano 1200 metri al traguardo.
800 metres, and Olli Zeidler's keeping that rate up at 38 strokes a minute, just tapping it along ahead of Sverre Nielsen. These two now with a length over the rest of the field. The Greek sculler Natuskos also going well up there in lane 1. This is such an exciting field. I don't think we can discount any of these scullers from the possibility of a medal. Natuskos really showing his form here through this regatta. He had a 5th place finish at last year's European Championships. Maybe he could find himself on the podium this time around. But Germany will still lead Olli Zeidler as they come towards 1,000 metres.
Le posizioni All'interno di questo podio saranno da decidere sicuramente nelle ultime palate di gara, perché ai 1000 metri sono 3 equipaggi sulla stessa linea. Non c'è un grandissimo vantaggio da parte di un equipaggio, seppur in acqua numero 4 l'atleta della Germania prende leggermente il largo in questo momento, ma mantiene la seconda posizione in corsia 1 l'equipaggio della Grecia, con in terza posizione la Danimarca. Quindi ha una bellissima sorpresa da parte dell'equipaggio della Grecia, che in questo momento è lì all'interno delle posizioni di testa, ma la Danimarca e la Germania stanno rispondendo alla grande. La Norvegia paga un po' lo scotto di una partenza col botto quando ormai mancano gli ultimi 800 metri anche per questa terzultima regata del nostro programma gare.
Moving through this third quarter, Ollie Zeidler still leads the Greek sculler Natuskos ahead of Sverre Nielsen. Natan Vagritsky-Stimchek is on the near side, closest to our commentary position. He's running really well there. We saw him pull out a huge sprint last year at the Europeans in Poznan, home water in front of his Polish crowd to take that silver medal. He's still positioned well. If he can make that sort of sprint today, he'll be in with a chance of a medal. So coming towards you, Tim, Ollie Zeidler still powering the way in front.
Definitely, Kat. He's still in control of this A final of the men's single. And looking across the lake, I can still see Sverre Nielsen from Denmark, who is having a bit of work to do because he's being passed as we speak by the Greek scholar, the young Stefanos Natuskos, in second position. And the Polish scholar you mentioned just a couple of moments ago is looking great here from the 1500 meter mark. But still in control, it is Germany, Oliver Zeidler in front of the rest of the race. And I think a little move there from Sverre Nielsen, who has taken a bit of who has made a bit of a push, pushing the rate up to 38 strokes a minute, trying to get back into silver medal position. But Oliver Zeidler, such a long, powerful stroke from that young scholar, just 24 years of age, and he's leading this European final, looking to become a European champion.
Un ritorno davvero incredibile, dal quarto posto agli europei del 2020 al dominio assoluto di questa finale. Questo 24enne, un grande talento della Germania, capace di andare a rimettere in riga gli avversari dopo la vittoria del campionato del mondo del 2019. Ancora la voglia di dimostrare di essere il più forte di tutti. Attenzione anche ad Emir Martin, d'argento a Rio 2016, che potrebbe andare a fare la sorpresa, ma oramai in solitaria è lui il tedesco davanti a tutti gli altri in scioltezza.
This is where Ollie Zeidler likes to be, in front of the pack, controlling the race from the lead. He still has it as he comes into the final 100 meters of this race. But on the far side, what an impressive race for the bronze medal between Sverre Nielsen and the Greek scholar Stefanos Natuskos there on the far side. Watching also on the near side, the Polish scholar Natan Vagritsky-Stimchek, seeing if he can get back into medal contention. But as they come up to the line, what a dominant performance from the reigning world champion, Ollie Zeidler of Germany. Sverre Nielsen just putting in a little bit of a sprint effort there to pass the Greek scholar to the line. So Ollie Zeidler taking the gold medal. Sverre Nielsen coming through. It's silver. And I think the bronze medal will go to Greece, but he stopped rowing just before the line, so he might have gone to Poland, but I'm just going to wait for that confirmation to come up on the screen here. Coming through in fourth position was Damir Martin. Fifth position, Damir Martin. Sixth position going to Ketelborg of Norway. But just waiting for those confirmation. It was, in fact, so the first through the line, Oliver Zeidler for Germany. Second, Sverre Nielsen of Denmark. And third went to Poland. Natan Vagritsky-Stimchek just at the line ahead of the Greek scholar Stefanos Natuskos. the victory ceremony for the women's 8.
Cerimonia di premiazione 8 femminile.
Winner of the bronze medal,
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo,
Russia. Russia represented by
Russia rappresentata da
Elena Daniliuk, Elizaveta Kovina, Ekaterina Sevastanyova, Anna Karpova, Ekaterina Potapova, Anastasia Tikhanova, Olga Zaruba, Elizaveta Korninko, and Elizaveta Krylova. Winner of the silver medal,
vincitore della medaglia d'argento,
the Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Olanda rappresentata da
Elsbeth Beres, Nico Vos, Diricha Den Beste, Marloes Oldenburg, Hermijntje Drent, Tinke Overijns, Alette Jorritsma, Karin Robbers, and Juke Vetter. Winner of the gold medal and European champion,
vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa,
Romania. Romania represented by
Romania rappresentata da
Maria Magdalena Rusu, Viviana Iuliana Begenariu, Georgiana Dedu, Maria Tivorariu, Ioana Rincaniu, Amalia Perez, Madalena Perez, Denisa Tavescu, and Daniela Drunkea. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Romania.
Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale della Romania.
Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
We go back up to the start line for the A final of the women's single sculls.
Torniamo in partenza, siamo con la finale del singolo femminile.
Lining up in lane 1, Ukraine. In lane 2, Belarus. In lane 3, Switzerland. In lane 4, Russia. In lane 5, Great Britain. And in lane 6, the Netherlands.
In acqua 1 abbiamo l'Ucraina, in acqua 2 la Bielorussia, in acqua 3 la Svizzera, in acqua 4 la Russia, in acqua 5 la Gran Bretagna e in acqua 6 a chiudere l'Olanda.
Joining these crews up there on the start, they have their alignment in lane 1, Ukraine, Diana Dimchenko. 7th place finished last year at the European Championships. In lane 2 from Belarus, Tatiana Klimovic, coming out of the women's double sculls. In lane 3 for Switzerland, Janine Gemelin, 2017 World Rowing Champion, finished 5th at last year's European Championships. In lane 4 for Russia, Hanna Prakatstin, coming out of the women's quad, making her debut here in the women's single sculls. In lane 5 for Great Britain, Victoria Thornley, finished 4th at the 2019 World Rowing Championships. And in lane 6 for the Netherlands, Sophie Sauer, coming out of the women's quadruple sculls.
Ukraine, Belarus, Switzerland, Russia, Great Britain, the Netherlands. Attention.
And they're off in the women's single sculls, the penultimate race of the day here on Lago di Varese. And off to the quickest start was the sculler Victoria Thornley from Great Britain, a very experienced sculler from Great Britain. Off to the fastest start, but I think very close race right now between Russia and Switzerland.
Penultima partenza di giornata di questi eccellenti campionati europei organizzati a Varese. Ancora grande attenzione per questa penultima regata, il singolo femminile che va a seguire la grande vittoria nel singolo maschile della Germania. Qui invece grande assente l'Irlanda, campione d'Europa in carica. Al centro del percorso, molto bene fuori dai blocchi, la Russia davanti all'Olanda. Sono praticamente appaiate, ma per la terza posizione, almeno in questa prima frazione di gara, c'è anche la Gran Bretagna che cerca di rimanere comunque agganciata al gruppo di testa.
It's been a fantastic weekend for the Russian sculler Hanna Prakatstin, and she stomps out to the lead here as they approach the 350-meter mark. Just behind her, Vicky Thornley of Great Britain and Sophie Sauer of the Netherlands. Janine Gemelin also trying to get up there into one of those medal positions. As they move towards you, Kat, Hanna Prakatstin still out in the lead.
Yeah, Hanna Prakatstin, she's having a great regatta here in Varese. It's a new name on the women's single sculling circuit, but not a new name on the international circuit. She's competed in crew sculling boats before, most recently taking the world title at the Coastal World Championships in the double scull, and has said a mental fortitude is needed to be so successful in coastal rowing. A fine technique, great endurance, and those skills she's brought to the water here in the single scull. And she's really having a flying first 500 meters. She goes through that first timing marker ahead of Sophie Sauer and Victoria Thornley.
Dopo aver archiviato ben 132 regate in questa edizione 2021 dei campionati europei, siamo con il singolo senior femminile. Abbiamo in questo momento le imbarcazioni ai 600 metri di percorso ed è la Russia a condurre le file di questa regata, con la seconda posizione della Gran Bretagna in corsia numero 5. Ricordiamo oro agli europei del 2017 e argento alle Olimpiadi di Rio 2016 nella specialità del 2 di coppia. Per la terza posizione invece la Svizzera in corsia numero 3, già campionessa del mondo nel anno 2017. Quindi Russia, Svizzera e Gran Bretagna per le prime 3 posizioni in questa del singolo femminile.
Hannah Prack-Hudson settling at 35 strokes a minute. She's still the fastest moving sculler on the course. She's moving away from the Dutch Sophie Sauer. Another sculler who's made the transition from crew sculling into single sculling for this championships. The 33-year-old from the Netherlands just riding there in second place behind the Russian. In third, we have Vicky Thornley from Great Britain of Leander Club, the silver medalist in the double sculls from the Rio Olympics, made the transition into the single, currently in third place in this final.
Attenzione al rientro da parte dell'Olanda in corsia numero 6, l'atleta nata nel 1987 inizia a far paura alla Russia e alla Gran Bretagna, perché la Svizzera perde terreno al passaggio dei 1000 metri di percorso, con ben però delineata la prima posizione della Russia, che ha circa 20 metri di vantaggio nei confronti dell'imbarcazione in questo momento in seconda posizione, che è proprio l'Olanda. L'Olanda in acqua numero 6, seconda, con subito dietro l'equipaggio della Gran Bretagna in corsia numero 5. Attenzione però anche al possibile rientro dell'equipaggio della Svizzera in acqua numero 3. Una bellissima regata questa, la penultima del nostro programma, con la Russia in vantaggio.
This is a storming performance for Hannah Prack-Hudson from Russia in this A final of the women's singles sculls. She's such a methodical sculler, those legs accelerating down, just swinging through the stroke. It's really effective for her, and she's got an emphatic lead now through this third quarter ahead of the rest of the field.
Definitely, Catherine. She's 2 lengths up on the British sculler Victoria Thornley from Great Britain, who has just taken second place from Sophie Sauer from the Netherlands in lane number 6. In the middle of the course, I was expecting to see Janine Gmelin from Switzerland to be closer to the front of the pack, but she's dropped off in the second 500. Now in the third 500, we see Hannah Prack-Hudson from Russia, still with that very lengthy, ropey rhythm. She is maintaining all the way down the course, 34 strokes a minute at this stage, but she has the highest boat speed of all the athletes here in this A final of the women's singles. Mentioned Janine Gmelin just a couple of seconds ago, and she's responded, well, I don't think to my comments, but she is pushing on and trying to get into bronze medal position. Sophie Sauer having to look to her left and see the danger that is coming from the sculler from Switzerland. But out in front, still with clear water at this stage, Hannah Prack-Hudson from Russia, followed by Victoria Thornley and Janine Gmelin from Switzerland in third. But Sophie Sauer from the Netherlands not far behind. On the far side, we see Tatjana Klimovic from Belarus in 5th position, and Diana Dimchenko from the Ukraine in 6th position. Out in front still, Hannah Prack-Hudson with 300 meters in this race still left to go.
Una gara da vera protagonista, prima fin dal primo colpo e durante il percorso senza indugio, e 5 secondi di vantaggio, oltre 2 lunghezze sulle dirette avversarie. È così che suona la musica russa sul percorso della Skiranna. Davanti alla Gran Bretagna per la terza posizione invece un'ottima Svizzera proiettata verso il bronzo.
What a dominant performance from Hanna Prakatston. She's had a fantastic weekend here at the European Rowing Championships and a fantastic week at the European qualification regatta. She's out in the lead, open water, back to the rest of the field. Making the best of the rest of it at this moment is Victoria Thornley of Great Britain. And then we're watching this move from Janine Gemellen of Switzerland. She rows a bit like a Kiwi out there, a bit like a New Zealander, making her move in that third 500 meters and then just sprinting away. She's trying to catch Victoria Thornley of Great Britain, but I'm not sure that she's going to be able to do it. So coming into the final strokes of this race, Hanna Prakatston of Russia really striding out. She's rating 36 strokes a minute, long, strong out there in the front of the pack. And Janine Gemellen just putting in a last-ditch effort to try and get ahead of Vicky Thornley of Great Britain. So coming down to the line, Hanna Prakatston looking set to become European champion in the women's single sculls here in Varese. And coming up behind her, Vicky Thornley puts in a little power and manages to hold on to the silver medal ahead of Janine Gemellen for bronze. Then looking back at the fourth and fifth place, it'll be a close race, but I think Belarus' Tatiana Klimovic will get it just ahead of Sophie Sauer of the Netherlands, and just a little bit farther back, Dana Dimchenko of Ukraine will take the sixth position.
Sul traguardo la conferma, una gara meravigliosa, vittoria per la Russia davanti alla Gran Bretagna, per la terza posizione veramente per un soffio la Svizzera.
The victory ceremony for the men's single sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione singolo maschile.
Winner of the bronze medal representing Poland,
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo, Polonia.
Natan Wierzymski-Szymczak. Winner of the silver medal representing Denmark,
Vincitore della medaglia d'argento, Danimarca.
Sverre Nielsen. Winner of the gold medal and European champion representing Germany,
Vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa, Germania.
Oliver Zeidler. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Germany.
Signore e signori, inno nazionale della Germania.
Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
We head back up to the starting line for the last race of today, the A final in the men's 8.
Per l'ultima volta raggiungiamo la partenza, per l'ultima volta possiamo dire grande finale dei campionati europei 2021, 8 maschile.
Lining up in the men's 8, in lane 1, Germany, lane 2, Romania, lane 3, Great Britain, lane 4, the Netherlands, and lane 5, Italy.
In acqua 1 la Germania, in acqua 2 la Romania, in acqua 3 la Gran Bretagna, in acqua 4 l'Olanda e in acqua 5 Italia.
Up there at the start, we see the Germans in lane 1, coxed by Martin Sauer. Surprised to see them in lane 1. They're European and world champions. In lane 2, Romania, coxed by Adrian Munteneo. European silver medalists. In lane 3, Great Britain, coxed by Henry Fieldman. Bronze medal from the 2019 World Rowing Championships. And in lane 4, the Netherlands, coxed by Aline Berger. Bronze medal from the European Championships in Poznan. And in lane 5, Italy, coxed by Enrico Dianelio.
Germany, Romania, Great Britain, the Netherlands, Italy. Attention.
And that's a green light in the men's 8. They're off to a quick start there all across the field. We saw such an interesting preliminary race for lanes here on Friday in this boat class, and we're very curious to see what will happen today.
Siamo veramente curiosi, dici proprio bene, ma in cuffia in questo momento sento il rumore dei remi che affondano in acqua e provano a fare i buchi in partenza, un suono meraviglioso, una sinfonia in queste cuffie che mi accompagnano da diverse giornate. Partenza esplosiva per la Germania, campioni d'Europa e campioni del mondo che provano ad uscire veramente molto forte a 44 colpi al minuto, seguiti per seconda e terza posizione, almeno fuori dai blocchi nei primi 300 metri da Romania e Gran Bretagna.
Germany getting off to the best start there. They've just edged half a canvas up on the rest of the field out there. And as they approach you, Kat, for the last time today, handing off to you to call this race down from the 1,000-meter mark.
Thanks so much, Gillian. What a finale to a bellissimo regatta here on the Lago di Varese. The Deutschland actor having a storming start here, and rightfully so if they want to challenge the Brits. The Great Britain crew coming into shape here for the European Championships. They led to every marker in the preliminary race on Friday. Germany, however, has turned that around here for the final. They come through 500 meters with a substantial advantage over Great Britain. Romania in second place, the Netherlands in third.
Ultimo percorso di gara di questi europei assoluti, lotto maschile. La Germania, la regina assoluta di questa specialità per 8 anni di fila, detiene il titolo europeo nel 8 maschile, quindi è sicuramente l'equipaggio da battere, quello tedesco, che è una sorpresa vederlo partire in acqua 1, magari ha utilizzato una tecnica per rimanere un po' nascosti nella gara delle corsie, ma in questo momento è alla conduzione di questa regata, l'ultima del nostro programma dicevamo, con la Gran Bretagna in seconda posizione. Gran Bretagna che a Rio nel 2016 vinse l'oro, ma questo è un equipaggio tutto nuovo, sicuramente di gran rilievo. Per la terza posizione invece la Romania ai 1000 metri di percorso.
The crew's now in front of our commentary position. This Deutschland actor, this German 8 on fine form here in Varese. So I had to check and double check the statistic I'm about to tell you, but the German 8 has won the European Championships for the last 8 years. So 8 consecutive European titles for Germany. Here at this regatta, perhaps they're in for a chance that might be overhauled by this British crew. The British crew is still close on them at this halfway stage, but Germany looking to be in formidable form out there at the front.
La nazione regina di questa specialità continua la sua corsa verso la conquista della 9ª medaglia d'oro negli ultimi 9 anni appunto, ma è la Gran Bretagna a tallonarla subito dietro in corsia numero 3 a soli 10 metri di svantaggio, poi anche la Romania e l'Olanda in corsia numero 4. Sono 4 le imbarcazioni che potrebbero contendersi il podio di questa specialità. Quando la Germania inizia a prendere il largo sono ancora 40 colpi, pensate, gli atleti in questa gara, abbiamo 45 atleti in pochi metri di percorso, una bellissima regata questa per andare a concludere nella maniera migliore questi campionati europei assoluti nell'anno 2021.
Coming through this third quarter, Germany still lead, but Great Britain now the fastest moving boat on the course, and they're starting to eke into the German advantage.
Yes, you're totally right, Kat. The British crew made a huge push in the third 500 meters to come to less than canvas. They are behind the Deutschland Actor, who are still leading, but only just. It's absolutely level pegging here at the 1500 meter mark. Germany looking to their right, Martin Sauer looking to his left, and he sees that the crew from Great Britain is absolutely walking in the mix still. There's the crew from Romania currently in third position, and the Holland Achter, the Dutch crew, in fourth position, and the local favorites clinging on to the rest of the field. But it's a great race from Great Britain, really pushing on. 250 meters left to row in the last race of the European Championships. Great Britain out in front.
Ancora in chiusura in quest'ultima frazione si vola verso il traguardo, guardate che spettacolo, la Germania sta cercando di rientrare, ma la Gran Bretagna fa il colpaccio sul lago che da oltre 20 anni vede preparare e costruire i suoi successi con i ritiri premondiali. Attenzione ancora, la Gran Bretagna, la Romania, la Germania per le prime 3 posizioni.
Oh, what an incredible performance from the British here. They've come storming through in the middle third 500 of this race to take the advantage ahead of the Germans. The Romanians have gone through the Germans, and the Germans are slowly falling back here as the Dutch come through. I wonder if they'll be able to hold on to a medal as they come up to the line, and I think Great Britain is going to secure that title at the European Rowing Championships. Great Britain ahead of Romania, and I think the Dutch have maybe just come through to take the bronze away from the Germans. Yes, they have. I see that coming across the screen. Italy coming through in 5th.
Sul traguardo quindi la conferma, un rimontone veramente spaziale per la Gran Bretagna che è andata a conquistare la vittoria. Al secondo posto argento per la Romania, bronzo all'Olanda, quarta posizione la Germania, poi l'Italia.
A fantastic race to end the racing here, but we're not done. We have 2 more victory ceremonies coming up and a short closing ceremony, so stay with us here on Lago di Varese.
Siamo arrivati alla fine, abbiamo ancora 2 cerimonie di premiazione da onorare e poi una sorpresa in chiusura. Quindi mi raccomando, continuate a rimanere con noi perché insieme vivremo quest'ultima parte dei campionati europei alla Schiranna.
the victory ceremony for the women's single sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione del singolo femminile.
Winner of the bronze medal representing Switzerland.
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo, rappresentante della Svizzera.
Janine Gemellen. Winner of the silver medal representing Great Britain.
Vincitore della medaglia d'argento, Gran Bretagna.
Victoria Thornley. Winner of the gold medal and European champion representing Russia.
Vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa, Russia.
Hanna Podkotsten. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Russia.
Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale della Russia.
Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo le nostre medagliate.
The victory ceremony for the men's 8 is coming up shortly.
La cerimonia di premiazione dell'otto maschile incomincerà a brevissimo.
The victory ceremony for the men's 8.
Cerimonia di premiazione otto maschile.
Winner of the bronze medal,
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo,
the Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Olanda rappresentata da
Bjorn van den Ende, Ruben Knapp, Jasper Tissen, Simon van Dorp, Martin Herkmans, Bram Schwartz, Michiel Versluis, Robert Luke, and Aline Berger. Winner of the silver medal,
vincitore della medaglia d'argento,
Romania. Romania represented by
Romania rappresentata da
Alexandru Chiosua, Florijn Zorain Laraki, Constantin Radu, Sergiu Vasilei Bijan, Vlad Dragos Aikoboa, Constantin Adam, Florijn Artini Finitariu, Cyprian Hook, and Adrian Muntianu. Winner of the gold medal and European champion,
vincitore della medaglia d'oro e campione d'Europa,
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Gran Bretagna rappresentata da
Josh Bukachki, Jacob Dawson, Thomas George, Mohammed Sbihi, Charles Elwes, Oliver Wynne Griffith, James Rudkin, Thomas Ford, and Henry Fieldman. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Great Britain.
Signore e signori, l'inno nazionale della Gran Bretagna.
Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
After all team photos have been taken, Richard Stadniak will present some medals of honor, so stay tuned at the victory ceremony.
Ancora qualche istante, giusto il tempo di completare le foto di rito, le foto alle squadre, e poi Richard Stadniak, il presidente del canottaggio europeo, consegnerà delle medaglie d'onore. Restate con noi.